This? The turquoise water divine tiger's eyes widened in horror. He watched as the colorful light intensified. Not only that, but it grew bigger as well. No! I can't let him turn the tide of the battle. The turquoise water divine tiger's gaze turned cold as he summoned the world-cleansing divine water to join forces with him. With that, the waves sweeping out from the Devata artifact, the painting of the divine water, grew stronger and stronger. In just an instant, the colorful bright lights seemed to dim. Sister Water, it's time, Duanling Tian said with a smile as the seven-color light illuminated him. This was the moment the world-cleansing divine water has been waiting for. Due to the turquoise water divine tiger being chosen by the world-cleansing divine water when he was in his mother's womb, their bond was very strong. As a result, the turquoise water divine tiger could wield more of the world-cleansing divine water's strength. On the other hand, Duanling Tian and the world-cleansing divine water's bond were different from their opponents, hence he could not wield as much of the world-cleansing divine water as his opponent could. Nevertheless, the difference between the strength they could wield was not too big. At this moment, the world-cleansing divine water said, "Chaos divine flame, help me." The remaining three divine elements should focus on helping little Tian defeat the turquoise water divine tiger. Let's see who's able to complete their task first. Following that, the seven-color light that shrouded Duanling Tian brightened. No matter how hard the painting of the divine water tried to suppress it, it still continued to shine brilliantly. At this moment, the turquoise water divine tiger finally realized the seven-color energy was much stronger than what he could deal with. Go! Duanling Tian's gaze turned frosty as he watched the seven-color sword ray shot toward the turquoise water divine tiger at lightning speed. Although the turquoise water divine tiger was in possession of a Devata artifact, there was nothing he could do at this moment except to stare at the incoming sword ray in horror. Form. Energy began to roll off of the turquoise water divine tiger in waves, covering the entire place in just a blink of an eye. At the same time, the blue light from the painting of the divine water that illuminated the entire place flickered for a moment before it shrank and shot into the turquoise water divine tiger's body. It roared, baring its fangs. At the same time, a sphere of blue energy appeared, looking as though it was on the verge of exploding. Flashes of blue lightning flashed around it. Swoosh! The seven-color sword sailed in the sky. It looked even more dazzling in this gloomy and dark place. Turquoise water divine tiger let out a loud roar, seemingly causing the ground to tremble. At the same time, a space energy swept out as well. Even Huaner and Little Gold were pushed back a few steps by the waves of energy. Whoosh! 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 Go! The world-cleansing divine water said. A blue energy and a fiery red energy shot out like ice and fire, weakening the turquoise water divine tiger's wave-like energy. A chaos divine flame nearing its eighth form? The reason that part of the turquoise water divine tiger's energy had weakened was due to his seventh form world-cleansing divine water that withdrew its strength when it sensed Duanling Tian's world-cleansing divine water and chaos divine flame. Initially, it was confident since its opponent was also in the seventh form. It had a high chance of winning since its host was a divine beast while its opponent's host was just a human. It was only when its opponent drew close that it realized its opponent had help. Although the Chaos Divine Flame was in its seventh form, it was just a hair's breadth away from evolving into its eighth form. Therefore, it was stronger than the Turquoise Water Divine Tiger's world-cleansing divine water. Chaos Divine Flame, this is a fight between world-cleansing divine waters. Please do not interfere, the Turquoise Water Divine Tiger's world-cleansing divine water said fearfully. With the Chaos Divine Flame's help, there was no way it could win. Needless to say, the Chaos Divine Flame did not pay any attention to the Turquoise Water Divine Tiger's world-cleansing divine water. In just a blink of an eye, Duanling Tian's Chaos Divine Flame and world-cleansing divine water drew close to their opponent. Senior! The Turquoise Water Divine Tiger cried out. Alas, there was nothing he could do at this moment. Even if he was not busy defending against Duanling Tian's seven-color sword ray, he still would not have been able to do anything apart from lending his world-cleansing divine water his strength. Boom! Following that, the seven-color sword ray landed on its target. A thunderous explosion that shook heaven and earth rang in the air. Impossible! The turquoise water divine tiger cried out in disbelief and confusion. He could not understand how a human could be so strong. After all, his opponent's two divine elements were occupied with destroying his world-cleansing divine water. This meant his opponent did not have the help of the two divine elements. However, soon enough he obtained the answer. Apart from the space energy and the energy from the Devata artifact, he sensed the auras of the profound divine metal, the profound divine wood, and the chaos divine earth as well. The turquoise water divine tiger's world-cleansing divine water said with a hint of despair, "Boy, you're really unlucky to have met such a monster. This human possesses all 5 divine elements. Moreover, all of them are in their 7th forms. Farewell, my boy. I'll wait for you in the netherworld." When the turquoise water divine tiger regained his senses, chills ran up his spine. He glared at Duanling Tian with bloodshot eyes. No matter what, he would not give up. If he died after giving it his all, then he would accept his fate. As a divine beast, the turquoise water divine tiger naturally had some tricks up his sleeve. At this moment, he unleashed the power unique to his bloodline. He burned his blood essence, allowing the power of his blood to take over. At this moment, blood energy surged out of the turquoise water divine tiger and merged with the wave-like energy to resist Duanling Tian's 7-color sword ray. For a moment, he managed to slow down the speed of the 7-color sword ray. Whoosh! Alas, the moment was fleeting. The 7-color sword ray flashed before flames surged around it. The chaos divine flame had returned to help Duanling Tian. With this, the 7-color sword ray regained its speed. No! The turquoise water divine tiger cried out in despair before the 7-color sword ray pierced his glabella. At the same time, his surging energy dissipated as well. At the moment the 7-color energy was about to pierce the turquoise water divine tiger, Little Gold suddenly said, "Brother Ling Tian, step aside. I want to devour him." When Duanling Tian turned around, he saw Little Gold had already reverted to her true form. Little Gold opened her mouth, and in just an instant, a strong energy swept out and began to pull the turquoise water divine tiger to her. Whoosh! Duanling Tian returned to stand by Huaner's side and put away the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Then he watched Little Gold devour the turquoise water divine tiger. Following that, Little Gold said, "Brother Ling Tian Huaner, I'll have to trouble both of you to watch over me while I use the turquoise water divine tiger's strength to break the shackles and evolve into a divine beast." Excitement was apparent in Little Gold's voice as she continued to say, "If I'm successful, I'll become a 9-depths god-killing mouse. At that time, I'll be the strongest in Blood Moon Ridge. The Ridge Master won't be able to punish me anymore when I break his things." Little Gold closed her eyes as soon as she finished speaking. Her true form was shrouded by raging blood chi at this moment. Duanling Tian and Huaner could not see what was happening due to the blood chi. Moreover, it also repelled the duo's divine consciousness. Nevertheless, he was not worried. Even if Little Gold failed, she would not be harmed. She would just remain as she was. If she succeeded, she would be a divine beast. While Duanling Tian watched their surroundings vigilantly with his divine consciousness, he asked curiously, "Huaner, can all top celestial beasts become divine beasts as long as they devour a divine beast?" Duanling Tian was certain Huaner had the answer to his question due to her inherited memories. Huaner shook her head. In fact, only a few top celestial beasts with unique bloodlines are capable of devouring other beasts to evolve. As you can see, Little Gold happens to be one of the few with unique bloodlines. However, Little Gold and other unique celestial beasts like her can only become divine beasts by devouring divine beasts. They won't be able to become divine beasts no matter how many top celestial beasts they devour. Duanling Tian nodded. He could not help but feel excited for Little Gold as well. He sincerely wished she would be able to become a divine beast. He felt slightly nostalgic as well. Who knew the little golden mouse he met in the mundane realm would one day become a divine beast? He would never have thought such a thing was possible back when he was in the mundane realm. Time passed by as Little Gold focused on absorbing the power of the turquoise water divine tiger's blood, while Duanling Tian and Huaner guarded her. Although Duanling Tian and Huana only stood guard by Little Gold's side and did not look for opponents, it was inevitable that others would chance upon them. However, how could these people be a problem when he had already killed one of the top 2 rankers in the Purgatory battlefield? He would kill all those who challenged him. Meanwhile, many people who paid attention to the ranking in the Purgatory battlefield were shocked when they found that Bai Shui Han, one of the top 2 rankers, had disappeared. Bai Shui Han was just a pseudonym of the turquoise water divine tiger, whom Duanling Tian killed. His real name was Bai Ning. Although the White Tiger clan would protect Bai Ning with everything they had due to his special existence as the turquoise water divine tiger that would only appear once every 100 years, Bai Ning was still cautious and used a pseudonym in the Purgatory battlefield. After all, if people found out he had one of the 5 divine elements, the world-cleansing divine water, not only him but the entire White Tiger clan would be targeted. The 5 divine elements on their own were priceless, let alone 5 divine elements with high forms. A 7th form world-cleansing divine water could cause heaven-grade forces and Heavenly Emperor's forces to go to war over it. Even if the White Tiger clan was powerful, how could they be a match for so many forces? Needless to say, Bai Shui Han's disappearance from the ranking caused a huge commotion. He was ranked 2nd, and one of the only 2 level 7 commanders in the Purgatory battlefield after all. Heavens! Bai Shui Han was a level 7 commander, but he was killed. Who killed him? There's no new level 7 commander on the ranking. Therefore, he must have been killed by the other level 7 commander, or he was killed by someone who had yet to break the point limit and become a commander. No one knew that Bai Shui Han was killed by a level 6 commander called Xia Fei Wu. Although celestial talismans could not be used in the Purgatory battlefield, if someone died, their soul pearls would still shatter. Bai Ning's soul pearl that shattered after he was killed by Duanling Tian was only discovered hours after his death. Needless to say, the White Tiger clan was shocked. The White Tiger clan was located in a Devata realm called the Wanderer's Heaven. The clan's estate spanned thousands of miles in a mountain range. At this moment, many figures could be seen flying in the sky, heading toward the heart of the estate. All of them were high-ranking officials in the White Tiger clan. Bai Ning is dead, a tall and burly man with a full white beard who was dressed in a white robe said with a grim expression on his face. He was none other than the patriarch of the White Tiger clan. I've said on multiple occasions that Bai Ning shouldn't enter the Purgatory battlefield. An elder with a youthful appearance said in a low voice. His expression was incredibly dark at this moment. Bai Ning was a turquoise water divine tiger that would only appear once in 100,000 years. How can he die in the Purgatory battlefield? Perhaps he was killed after he left the battlefield. Someone said. Impossible. A graceful woman dressed in a fine white robe with golden trimmings said in a low voice. Bai Ning would send me a message each time he enters and leaves the Purgatory battlefield. The last time he sent me a message when he was entering the Purgatory battlefield again. This graceful and beautiful woman was the 7th elder of the White Tiger clan. She was also the wife of Bai Ning's master, who was the Grand Elder of the White Tiger clan. She was one of the few females who were titled Celestial Emperors in the White Tiger clan. With Bai Ning's strength, he should be almost invincible in the Purgatory battlefield. Moreover, he had the painting of the divine water. Who could have killed him? Regardless, all these things can't change the fact that Bai Ning is dead. Bai Ning was our hope. Once he became a celestial emperor and learned to fuse profundities, he could have led our White Tiger clan to the peak of glory. It would have been possible for him to become the heavenly emperor of the Wanderer's Heaven as well. Damn it! I'll grind the bones of the person who killed him into dust. Although the White Tiger clan's high-ranking officials were furious, they were helpless. If Bai Ning died in the Purgatory battlefield, it was impossible for them to find his murderer. In any case, we still have to investigate this matter. It's too strange. The patriarch said in a deep voice. Perhaps Bai Ning forgot to send you a message when he left the battlefield? Regardless, we must investigate this matter. Despite the slim chance of finding the murderer, the White Tiger clan still needed to investigate the matter. After all, Bai Ning's death aside, there was the clan's sect guarding divine artifact, the painting of the divine water as well. They could not bring Bai Ning back to life, but they could still regain their painting of the divine water. Bai Ning was definitely more important to the White Tiger clan than the painting of the divine water. However, with Bai Ning's death, it was even more important for them to regain the painting of the divine water. Therefore, their main priority was to regain the painting of the divine water, and avenging Bai Ning was secondary. With this, the White Tiger clan sent many of their members to investigate the matter. Duan Ling Tian was naturally unaware of this. If he was aware of it, he still would not be afraid. After all, no one would know he killed Bai Ning unless he admitted it. Just like that, another 10 years had passed. Duan Ling Tian and Huaner were still guarding Little Gold in the Purgatory battlefield. Currently, the raging energy had already formed a cocoon around Little Gold. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner did not know what was going on inside. All they could do was watch over her. Over the years, there were many people who came to challenge the duo. Alas, they were all killed by the duo. Among these people, there were quite a few who possessed the divine elements. Although the divine elements were in lower forms, due to their numbers, Duan Ling Tian's Chaos Divine Flame was the first to reach the 8th form. The strength was much stronger than before. Currently, it could manifest a physical form outside of Duan Ling Tian's little world, even if it could not stray too far away from Duan Ling Tian. Sister Water, you're much more knowledgeable among us. Do you know what's happening with Little Gold? Can she become a divine beast? Duan Ling Tian asked world-cleansing divine water curiously. In his opinion, the world-cleansing divine water was with a divine tree of life for so many years. Therefore, she had to be very knowledgeable. Based on the current situation, it's likely that she'll succeed. The world-cleansing divine water replied. After all, 10 years have passed. If she was going to fail, it would not take so long. Duan Ling Tian nodded before he said, Sister Water, I'm ready to leave the Purgatory battlefield once Little Gold is done. Even if I stay, I doubt all of you will be able to continue to evolve. Although they did find some 5 divine elements and even helped Chaos Divine Flame to achieve its 8th form, the other divine elements, including the world-cleansing divine water, did not improve much. In fact, the Chaos Divine Flame only evolved to its 8th form because it was already close to the 8th form. After leaving this place, I'll try to break through and become a Celestial Emperor. Once I succeed, I'll enter the 9 Serenities battlefield. I'm sure there are many Celestial Emperors with divine elements in the 9 Serenities battlefield, Duan Ling Tian said as his eyes glinted with excitement. After a few more years had passed. At this time, a sudden noise caught Duan Ling Tian and Huaner's attention. Both of them watched as a tiny crack appeared on the giant cocoon. It did not take long before the entire cocoon was covered in cracks. Crack! The cocoon fell apart, revealing a golden figure that was curled up in the fetal position. The golden figure that resembled slowly stretched at this moment, revealing its height that was as tall as a mountain. It had extremely sharp claws and fangs and blood-red eyes that could strike fear into one's heart. Little Gold! Duan Ling Tian stared at the gigantic golden mouse that had undergone such a huge change in shock. He asked in a daze, So it's a success. Little Gold laughed happily when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. It was obvious to everyone that she had successfully become a divine beast. Duan Ling Tian smiled widely. His tense expression had vanished completely. After devouring the turquoise water divine tiger, Little Gold had successfully evolved into the 9 depths god-killing mouse. At this moment, Huaner said, Brother Ling Tian, Little Gold's form looks exactly like the 9 depths god-killing mouse from my inherited memories. Duan Ling Tian looked at Little Gold and said with a smile, Congratulations, Little Gold. I didn't expect to see this day when I first met you. A hint of nostalgia flashed in Duan Ling Tian's eyes as he recalled the first time he met Little Gold. At that time, she was still tiny, a stark contrast to her current form. Swoosh! While Duan Ling Tian was lost in his thoughts, a dark gold light flashed before Little Gold returned to the human form she used in the Purgatory battlefield. A cute little girl dressed in golden robes stood in place of the gigantic mouse. Following that, her eyes twinkled as she said excitedly, Brother Ling Tian, when are we leaving the Purgatory battlefield? I can't wait to return to the 10,000 Beasts Heaven and look for Little Black and Little White in the Dragon Clan. Duanling Tian chuckled. Why? You can't wait to show off your form as a divine beasts? Little Gold laughed sheepishly when she realized Duanling Tian had seen through her thoughts. In the beginning, when Duanling Tian first heard of the Purgatory battlefield, due to their almost similar names, he had thought about the Purgatory Pavilion in the Heavenly Pool Palace's Thousand Chains prison despite the two having no connections at all. The Purgatory battlefield was a battlefield of celestial lords, and its counterpart for celestial emperors was called the Nine Serenities battlefield. Similar to the Purgatory battlefield, there were many titled celestial emperors who gained fame during their time in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Most of them made their names by killing powerful opponents there. In fact, Little Gold's current divine beast form, the Nine Depths God-killing mouse, was related to the Nine Serenities battlefield. The first Nine Depths God-killing mouse that appeared in the history of Devata realms was born in the Nine Serenities battlefield. All this information had appeared in Little Gold's mind after she became a Nine Depths God-killing mouse. Little Gold led the way and brought Duanling Tian and Juana out of the Purgatory battlefield and to the 10,000 Beasts heaven that was mostly populated with celestial beasts. Little Gold, aren't you going to return to the Blood Moon Ridge first? Duanling Tian was dumbfounded when he found out Little Gold wanted to go to the Dragon Clan first upon her return. She had been away from the 10,000 Beasts heaven for so long. Was it not inappropriate for her to go to the Dragon Clan before returning to Blood Moon Ridge first? Moreover, she had told him that the Grand Elder of Blood Moon Ridge treated her like his biological granddaughter. Brotherling Tian, it's fine. Let's go to the Dragon Clan before returning to Blood Moon Ridge. At this time, nothing was more important to Little Gold than showing off to Little Black and Little White. Soon after, the trio arrived at the estate of the clan with the longest history in the 10,000 Beasts heaven. Since Little Gold had sent Little Black and Little White prior to their arrival, the duo was already waiting for their arrival outside of the estate. Brother Ling Tian. Huaner. Little White was visibly delighted when she saw Duanling Tian and Huaner. On the other hand, Little Black's reaction was more subtle even though his eyes shone with joy. Before Duanling Tian could say anything else, Little Gold said, Little Black, Little White, my strength has improved again. Let's go. Let's spar at your clan's training field. Which one of us do you want to spar with? Little White looked at Little Gold. Among the three of them, Little Gold had always been the weakest. I'll spar with both of you at once, Little Gold said confidently. Have you lost your mind? Little White reached out to touch Little Gold's forehead. Strange. You don't have a fever. Hey! Little Gold swatted Little White's hands before she pulled Little White away. Let's go. Come on. Hurry up. Duanling Tian could not help but shake his head when he saw Little Gold's antics. Brotherling Tian, Huanu, come with us, Little Gold said before she disappeared with Little White. With this, it fell on Little Black to lead Duanling Tian and Huaner to the training field. During their journey there, they saw a few patrolling disciples. However, no one gave the duo any trouble since they knew Little Black. Soon after, they arrived at the Dragon Clan's training field. The training field was very vast. There were others sparring at this moment as well. Some of them fought in their human forms and some fought in their true forms. The Dragon Clan's training arena occupies a vast area and there are a lot of others sparring. Some in human form and some in dragon form. For that reason, there are not only sparring sounds, there are dragon cries too. At this moment, someone called out, Duanling Tian, Huana, you're here? Soon enough, Ji Ningyun, the fourth elder of the Dragon Clan, showed up not long after Duanling Tian and Huaner arrived. Senior. Duanling Tian greeted Ji Ningyun. Ji Ningyun did not beat around the bush and asked, Did all of you really go to the Purgatory battlefield? Yes. Duanling Tian nodded. We left not long ago. Did Little Gold follow you as well? Ji Ningyun asked again. Yes. Duanling Tian nodded again. Ji Ningyun laughed as she watched Little White and Little Gold who were hovering in the air. Little Gold must have improved tremendously while she was in the Purgatory battlefield. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to the Dragon Clan immediately just to spar with Little White. Although Ji Ningyun could tell Little Gold had improved after coming out from the Purgatory battlefield, she did not regret forbidding Little Black and Little Gold from going to that place. Moreover, she assumed Little Gold's strength did not improve that much. Mother, someone called out. Soon enough, another person appeared. When Duanling Tian saw the woman who had an athletic figure, he knew she was Xiang, an elder of the Dragon Clan. After reuniting with Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold, he had learned many things from the trio. He even learned about how they came to the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. Little Gold was brought away by someone called Meng Yao from the Blood Moon Ridge, while Little Black and Little White were brought away by the youngest elder in the Dragon Clan back then, Xiang. Xiang was the only child of Ji Yunyen and Ji Ningyun, the Grand Elder and the Fourth Elder of the Dragon Clan respectively. For this reason, her status in the clan was rather high. Xiang and Duanling Tian greeted each other after Ji Ningyun's introduction. As for Huaner, Xiang did not seem to care about Huaner's indifference, as though she had already known Huaner was like that. As Xiang looked at Little White and Little Gold, she said with a smile, Duanling Tian, Little Gold must have improved tremendously. After all, it's rare for her to request to spar with Little White and Little Black. In the past, she had lost to Little White many times. Previously, she would even reject Little White when asked to spar. Upon hearing Xiang's words, Duanling Tian shook his head and said with a smile, Little Gold did not come to spar with Little White. Ji Ningyun and Xiang looked at Duanling Tian in confusion as he said, She came here to spar with Little White and Little Black at once. Needless to say, the pair of mother and daughter were shocked. At this moment, Little Gold said, Little Black, why are you standing there? Come here. I want to spar with both of you at once. Otherwise, it won't be fair for Little White. Little Gold, even if you had fortuitous encounters in the purgatory battlefield, don't you think you're being too arrogant? The usually mild-tempered Little White was angered by Little Gold's arrogance. Don't forget you used to lose to me all the time. In the end, Little White, who was adamant about not joining forces with Little Black, attacked first. Her comprehension level of the profundities of the law was on par with Little Gold, and their cultivation bases were almost the same as well. In the past, she had an edge over Little Gold due to her true form, which was that of a dragon. For that reason, Little Gold was no match for her in the past. Naturally, this did not mean Little Gold was weaker or less talented. It was just the strength difference between their true forms that also affected their fights in human forms. Boom! 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 Little White pushed both her hands out as she moved, shooting out terrifying white energy at Little Gold. Her movements were so graceful that she looked like an immortal who had descended from the heavens. Little White, you're no match for me, Little Gold said fearlessly when faced with Little White's formidable attack. You've broken through and become a 10 Directions Celestial Lord stage. Little White's expression turned solemn. In the past, they had similar cultivation bases, but now Little Gold had surpassed her after becoming a 10 Directions Celestial Lord. Nevertheless, due to her advantage as a dragon, her strength should be on par with Little Gold. For this reason, she was confused when she saw Little Gold casually repelling her attacks. Her strength is much stronger than before. Little White was very familiar with Little Gold's strength in the past, and she could tell Little Gold's current strength was much stronger than before. Swoosh! 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 After a few more exchanges, Little White began to fall into a disadvantageous position. Although she had yet to revert to her true form, she was still fighting with her full strength in her human form. On the other hand, Little Gold did not seem affected by the fight as well. It was obvious she had not gone out at all. Roar! At this moment, Little White finally reverted to her true form. A white nine-clawed divine dragon that seemed to shine with a holy light. It is useless. Little Gold was undaunted. She exerted more strength and easily overpowered Little White in the next move. Upon seeing this, Ji Ningyun, the fourth elder of the Dragon Clan, who was standing next to Duanling Tian, widened her eyes in shock as though she had sensed something. This little one has improved so much? Mother, she seems to have, Xiang said. She could sense the difference in Little Gold as well. She saw her mother nodding, confirming her thoughts. Little Black, who was standing nearby, could also sense something was amiss. A rare surprised expression could be seen on his usually expressionless face. If he did not revert to his true form, he was not certain he could defeat Little White in her true form. However, Little Gold did not even revert to her true form, but she was able to suppress Little White. This meant that not only was Little Gold stronger than Little White now, but she was stronger than him as well. At this moment, Ji Ning-yoon turned to look at Little Black meaningfully. Without another word, Little Black flew out to join forces with Little White. However, Little Gold, who had yet to revert to her true form, could still hold her own against Little White, who had reverted to her true form, and Little Black, who was in his human form. "This is great." Little Gold laughed happily with a hint of satisfaction, enjoying the fight. In the past, she had never been strong enough to beat Little Black and Little White. Every time she progressed, they would progress as well, causing her to lose. However, today, both of them had joined forces, but they were still unable to defeat her. Moreover, she had not even reverted to her true form. "Little Gold, how did you improve so much suddenly?" Little White asked incredulously. What happened for Little Gold's strength to rise to this extent? It was not a normal improvement. "It's all thanks to the Purgatory battlefield," Little Gold said proudly. "The Purgatory battlefield?" Little White was stunned. At this moment, Ji Ning-yoon interjected, "Little Black, revert to your true form." At this point, Little Black was also aware that it would be difficult for them to defeat Little Gold if he did not revert to his true form, even if he joined forces with Little White. In just a blink of an eye, he transformed into a black 9-clawed devil dragon that seemed to be the complete opposite of Little White's true form. "Oh, you finally reverted to your true form." Little Gold's eyes lit up immediately. She continued to fight in her human form, and as time passed, she began to feel the pinch. "It's time to get serious. Let's end this now," Little Gold said with a chuckle. Under Little White and Little Black's watchful gazes, Little Golden transformed into a gigantic golden mouse with blood-red eyes and sharp claws and fangs. The duo was not familiar with this form at all. "Little Black, take this," the mouse said before shooting toward the black dragon like a golden bolt of lightning. Despite her size, her speed was incredibly fast. Bang! Before Little Black could react, he was sent flying by Little Gold with a slap. He landed heavily against the edge of the training field. The momentum caused him to skid on the ground for a while before he came to a stop. Little White. Just as the white dragon was about to make a move, the gigantic mouse shot over at lightning speed. Perhaps, Little Black was caught unprepared by Little Gold's earlier attack, but Little White was prepared at this moment. Nevertheless, it was futile. Bang! Little Gold swiped at Little White with her paws, sending Little White flying back. Following that, she said smugly, "Little Black, Little White, you aren't strong enough to defeat me. Little Gold is too confident." Duan Ling Tian said wryly as he shook his head. On the other hand, Ji Ning-yoon and Ji Xiang had yet to recover from the shock. It seemed as though they froze as soon as they saw Little Gold's true form. Ji Xiang asked, dumbfounded, "Mother, that's the 9 depths god-killing mouse, right?" "Yes." Ji Ning-yoon nodded. The 9 depths god-killing mouse, also known as god-killers, was as famous as the 10-clawed divine dragon. Once it attained godhood, ordinary gods were no match for it. In fact, unlike her old form, Little Gold's current form could be said to be superior to 10-clawed divine dragons in certain aspects. Naturally, this did not mean that the 9 depths god-killing mouse was superior to the 10-clawed divine dragon as a whole. Meanwhile, the others who were sparring in the vicinity stopped what they were doing and looked at the huge golden mouse in the air. Many of them suspected it was a divine beast. Is that a divine beast? It has to be. Otherwise, how could it easily defeat 2 9-clawed divine dragons? That's right. She's just a 10-direction celestial lord. But the 2 9 palaces celestial lords still can't defeat her after joining forces. There's no way she's not a divine beast. Similarly, Little Black and Little White were shocked as well. No one knew Little Gold's strength better than them. If she did not evolve and become a divine beast, she would not be capable of defeating them. "Little Black, Little White, I'll give you a chance. Combine your attacks," Little Gold said with a grin. Little Black and Little White were twins and shared a strong bond. Therefore, when they combined their attack, it was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. "Let's do it." Little White glanced at Little Black. The duo had a tacit understanding and flew up before they attacked Little Gold in unison. Roar! Although Little Black and Little White's joint attack was powerful, Little Gold opened her mouth and easily devoured their attack. Her stomach seemed to bulge for a moment before it suddenly flattened again. At the same time, small bursts of energy began to surge out of her body as though she had burped to release gas, or in this case, to release some of the excess energy she devoured. The onlookers gulped as chills ran up their spines. What kind of divine beast is this? She's the prodigious disciple from Blood Moon Ridge, right? It's too heaven-defying. I remember she has never won a fight against Little White in the past. Now, not only did she defeat Little White, but she even managed to defeat Little Black, who was stronger than his sister, and Little White after they joined forces. I remember her form was not like this previously. She must have evolved. Little White and Little Black were naturally upset when they failed to defeat Little Gold after joining forces. Their friend who had always been weaker than them was no stronger than both of their strengths combined. They felt rather complicated. They were genuinely happy for her, but at the same time they were upset that they were weak. Little White sighed before she asked curiously, "Little Gold, I didn't expect that you would evolve into a divine beast so quickly. What's your form called?" "The 9 Depths God-Killing Mouse," Little Gold replied with a smile. A small commotion broke out on the training field when the others overheard these words. They could tell earlier that Little Gold had evolved into a divine beast, but they did not recognize her form. They were naturally shocked when they found out she was a 9 Depths God-Killing Mouse that was one of the top divine beasts. The 9 Depths God-Killing Mouse? The founder of Blood Moon Ridge was a 9 Depths God-Killing Mouse as well, right? That's right. The current leader of Blood Moon Ridge is a direct descendant of the founder. To think the second 9 Depths God-Killing Mouse has appeared in Blood Moon Ridge. Similar to the others, Little White was shocked as well. "Little Gold, you've evolved into a 9 Depths God-Killing Mouse?" Before Little Gold could reply, Ji Ningyun, the 4th Elder of the Dragon, interjected, "Little Gold, you've traveled. Let's settle down first before all of you continue to chat." Ji Ningyun had cut the conversation short because she was afraid the members of the Dragon Clan would recklessly enter the Purgatory battlefield if they found out Little Gold had evolved in there. As an elder of the Dragon Clan, she, naturally, did not wish for something like that to happen. Moreover, she was even more worried Little Black and Little White would be tempted to enter the Purgatory battlefield. Alas, after Ji Ningyun led everyone away and arranged the accommodations for Little Gold and the others, Little Gold did not forget to resume their conversation. Little Gold said, "As you can guess, I evolved in the Purgatory battlefield. I was really lucky to encounter a turquoise water divine tiger. After Brother Ling Tian killed it, I devoured it and absorbed its blood chi to evolve into a divine beast." Little Gold did not hide anything from Little White and Little Black even though Ji Ningyun was present. After all, she knew Ji Ningyun would not harm her. Moreover, the Dragon Clan and the White Tiger Clan did not have many, if any, intersections. "Turquoise water divine tiger?" Ji Ningyun and Little White exclaimed in shock. Little Black's expression remained unchanged since he had never heard about the turquoise water divine tiger. However, it was not difficult for him to guess that the turquoise water divine tiger was a divine beast. Otherwise, how could Little Gold evolve into the 9 Depths God-Killing Mouse after devouring it? "I wasn't aware that a turquoise water divine tiger had appeared in the White Tiger Clan. They really hid its existence well," Ji Ningyun said. She naturally knew the turquoise water divine tiger was as important to the White Tiger Clan as the 10-clawed divine dragon was to the Dragon Clan. Following that, she looked at Duan Ling Tian in surprise as well. She did not expect he was capable of killing a divine beast. However, she did not think it was strange after she recalled he had managed to injure a titled celestial emperor of the Heavenly Pool Palace. After all, no matter how strong that turquoise water divine tiger was, it was a 10 directions celestial lord at most. Even if it possessed a divine artifact at most, its strength was comparable to an ordinary celestial emperor. With that, it was not surprising that Duan Ling Tian was able to kill it. After a moment, Ji Ningyun said with a frown, "Little Gold, you're too reckless. You shouldn't have revealed your true form so easily on the training field." Word about the prodigy from the Blood Moon Ridge evolving into the 9 Depths God-Killing Mouse must have already spread. A worried expression could be seen on her face when she finished speaking. Duan Ling Tian did not understand why Ji Ningyun was worried. Before he could ask, Ji Ningyun continued to say to Little Gold with a grave expression, The Blood Moon Ridge has made many enemies in recent years. In the past, they would ruthlessly attack disciples of Blood Moon Ridge as soon as they encountered them. Now that you've evolved into the 9 depths God-killing mouse, you've broken the balance between Blood Moon Ridge and its enemies. Once they find out that you're a 9 depths God-killing mouse, do you think they'll allow you to live? Especially when they know once you grow into your power, your strength would be a threat to them since you can easily annihilate their clans. If you ask me, once they receive news of this, they'll definitely send people out to assassinate you during your journey back to Blood Moon Ridge. I've sent a message to the old man to inform the leader of Blood Moon Ridge of this matter. Jining Yun continued to say. That old man replied and told me that the leader of Blood Moon Ridges asks the Dragon Clan to look after you for a few days. He'll personally escort you back to Blood Moon Ridge. Over the next few days, stay put in the Dragon Clan and don't leave the estate ground. Understand? Yes, Elder Ning Yun. Little Gold hurriedly replied, chastened. Fear could be seen in her eyes. She did not think things through as usual and got herself into trouble again because she wanted to show off to Little White and Little Black. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's expression turned solemn as well. He did not think Little Gold's actions would have such consequences. Over the next few days, Duan Ling Tian accompanied Little Gold and stayed in the Dragon Clan's estate, as well, while she waited for the leader of Blood Moon Ridge to escort her back. Therefore, he met the leader of Blood Moon Ridge as well when he arrived at the Dragon Clan's estate. Shuiyun Tian, the leader of Blood Moon Ridge, was a young man dressed in a blood-red long robe. There was a mark of flame on his glabella that seemed alive. Upon closer look, one could see the flame dancing. He was wickedly handsome and had a pair of bright eyes that seemed as though lightning was flashing in them. His unrestrained aura made him look more like a sexless cultivator than the leader of a huge clan. Nevertheless, there was no doubt his aura, unrestrained or not, felt terrifyingly fierce and majestic. When Shuiyun Tian saw Little Gold, he laughed and said affectionately, Little Gold, I didn't expect you to evolve into the 9 depths God-killing mouse. I wanted to invite the Grand Elder to accompany me here, but he's in closed-door cultivation. He'll be incredibly proud and delighted once he finds out you've evolved. Shuiyun Tian was usually aloof. However, at this moment, a huge smile could be seen on his face. He looked like a first-time father who was overwhelmed by emotions at this moment. Little Gold hurriedly said, I couldn't have done it without Brother Ling Tian. Without his help, I wouldn't be able to evolve into a divine beast in the purgatory battlefield. Shuiyun Tian turned to look at Duan Ling Tian in surprise. He was further surprised when he saw Huaner. You're a divine beast as well? Huaner is a 1,000 Phantoms ice fox that only appears once in 1,000,000 years in the Phantom Fox clan, Little Gold said. I see. Shuiyun Tian nodded before he shifted his attention to Duan Ling Tian and said, Thank you for helping Little Gold evolve. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and replied, Little Gold is like my younger sister. It's only natural for me to help her. There's no need for you to thank me. Nevertheless, this means a lot to us. Little Gold will definitely lead us to great heights in the future now that she's a 9 depths God-killing mouse. Blood Moon Ridge will finally be able to regain its former glory, Shuiyun Tian said with eyes that shone with hope. In the past, Blood Moon Ridge was at its peak when my ancestor, the 9 depths God-killing mouse, was around. Even heavenly emperors of Devata realms wouldn't recklessly provoke our Blood Moon Ridge at that time. In the end, my ancestor even challenged the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven at that time and killed him, becoming the new heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven. It was unfortunate that after the founder of Blood Moon Ridge went to a realm of gods, Blood Moon Ridge began to go downhill. Without the 9 depths God-killing mouse, their strength naturally weakened. Strength aside, none of them were great strategists like the founder was. Therefore, as time passed, Blood Moon Ridge drifted further and further away from their glorious days. Now that another 9 depths God-killing mouse had appeared, it was a sign that Blood Moon Ridge was on its way back to the top. Shuiyun Tian sighed in relief inwardly. Fortunately, there's no animosity between the Dragon Clan and Blood Moon Ridge, and Little Gold has a good relationship with the Dragon Clan's 2 little ones. Otherwise, Little Gold probably wouldn't survive. It went without saying if the Dragon Clan and Blood Moon Ridge were on bad terms, Little Gold would have died as soon as she stepped foot into the Dragon Clan's estate. Therefore, Shuiyun Tian looked at Ji Yunyan, the Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan, and solemnly said, "Thank you, Elder Yunyan. Blood Moon Ridge is indebted to you. Thank you for taking care of Little Gold over the past few days. Leader Shui, you're being too courteous." Ji Yunyan shook his head and smiled. Little Gold is best friends with Little Black and Little White. It's only natural that the Dragon Clan will take good care of her. Do you plan to leave now, or do you plan to stay here for a while? As the Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan, Ji Yunyan naturally knew Blood Moon Ridge had made many heaven-grade forces in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven their enemies. Blood Moon Ridge might not have a problem dealing with 1 or 2 heaven-grade forces, but what if all these heaven-grade forces work together? The appearance of a 9-depths god-killing mouse that threatened these forces' survival would definitely motivate them to work together. If he were in their shoes, he would do whatever it took as well to kill Little Gold to ensure the survival of his clan. "We'll return at once," Shui Yun Tian replied. It was best for him to bring Little Gold back to Blood Moon Ridge as soon as possible. "How many people did you bring with you?" Ji Yunyan asked. "I brought our 2 guardians, the 2nd Elder and the 3rd Elder," Shui Yun Tian replied. Ji Yunyan nodded. At this moment, Little White's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. "Brother Ling Tian, the leader is the strongest in Blood Moon Ridge, followed by the 2 guardians, the Grand Elder, the 2nd Elder, and the 3rd Elder. It seems like apart from the Grand Elder, the leader spared no effort and brought all the elites from Blood Moon Ridge here." Duan Ling Tian could tell Shui Yun Tian truly prioritized Little Gold's safety, based on the people he brought to the Dragon Clan. After a while, he asked curiously through voice transmission, since he brought so many experts with him, "Does this mean Blood Moon Ridge's enemies are all very formidable?" Little White explained, "Ordinary forces aside, the Blood Moon Ridge has enmity with some of the top heaven-grade forces in the 10,000 Beast Heaven. Then, there are also the heaven-grade forces like the Heavenly Ape Clan, the Water Phoenix Clan, and the Rock Clan that have strength almost on par with Blood Moon Ridge. All these forces will definitely spare no effort in killing Little Gold when they find out she's the 9-depths god-killing mouse. If the founder of Blood Moon Ridge did not leave for a realm of gods, the current Heavenly Emperor of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven would be a match for him. With such strength, you can imagine how afraid they are of Little Gold growing into her powers. Therefore, they won't let her live no matter what. Aren't they afraid the founder of Blood Moon Ridge would seek revenge from them for killing a 9-depths god-killing mouse from Blood Moon Ridge? Duan Ling Tian asked. Of course not. Little White shook his head. There's no guarantee the founder will return to the 10,000 Beasts sect. Most importantly, even if he returns, he won't be allowed to intervene due to the rules. If he intervenes, the powerhouses from the other forces might return from the realms of gods as well. It'd be a vicious cycle of revenge at that time. Duan Ling Tian nodded, enlightened. After Little Gold introduced him to Shui Yun Tian, he said, "Senior." Since Duan Ling Tian had helped Little Gold, Shui Yun Tian naturally did not put on air in front of Duan Ling Tian. "What is it?" Duan Ling Tian asked without beating around the bush. "Senior, are you confident about bringing Little Gold back to Blood Moon Ridge safely?" Shui Yun Tian was slightly taken aback by Duan Ling Tian's question. After a moment, he shook his head. "I can't say I'm 100% confident. After all, we don't know how many people those forces will send, or if they've joined forces to kill Little Gold. So it's not guaranteed that Little Gold will make it back to Blood Moon Ridge safely?" Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly. "I'm 90% confident about our chances," Shui Yun Tian said with a sigh. 90%? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and solemnly said, "Senior, if you're not 100% confident, I'd rather Little Gold not leave. She's like my younger sister, and I don't want to take any chances with her life." "I understand your concerns," Shui Yun Tian said. "However, it's best for Little Gold to return to Blood Moon Ridge as soon as possible now that she has become a 9-depths god-killing mouse. Her chances of survival are even lower if she doesn't return to Blood Moon Ridge." Based on Shui Yun Tian's words, it was obvious he was determined to take the risk and bring Little Gold back to Blood Moon Ridge today. At this moment, Little Gold said through voice transmission, "Brother Ling Tian, if it's possible, I don't want to return to Blood Moon Ridge. I feel like the leader is going to confine me once I return." Duan Ling Tian did not respond to Little Gold. Instead, he said to Shui Yun Tian, "If you trust me, I have greater confidence in keeping Little Gold safe." Shui Yun Tian's eyes lit up. "What's your plan?" Although it might also work if Little Gold continues to stay in the Dragon Clan, it doesn't solve the problem. No, I don't plan to have her stay in the Dragon Clan. Duanling Tian shook his head. If I'm not mistaken, you plan to use the transportation formation in the Dragon Clan that'll transport you somewhere near Blood Moon Ridge. However, it's highly likely that your enemies are already waiting to ambush you there. I plan to take her with me to another Devata realm. Which Devata realm? Shui Yuntian was startled. It's inconvenient for me to reveal it to you now. However, I can assure you that I will bring her back to Blood Moon Ridge safely. The fewer people who know about this, the better it is. What do you think, Senior? Shui Yuntian thought about it for a moment before he shook his head. I believe your intentions are good, but what if you encounter danger in the other Devata realm? Moreover, like you said, those people would be waiting in ambush near Blood Moon Ridge. When you bring her back to Blood Moon Ridge, you'd still encounter them. You have a point, however. How long can the powerhouses wait outside Blood Moon Ridge? After a period of time, I bet most of them would eventually leave. Duanling Tian said. By that time, we will send you a message, and you can lead the powerhouses from Blood Moon Ridge to intercept us. At that time, we won't have to deal with so many enemies. Moreover, I can guarantee that Little Gold will be 100% safe with me. I'll never let anything happen to her. Shui Yun Tian fell silent once again. He believed in Duanling Tian's sincerity, but he was not completely confident Duanling Tian would be able to keep Little Gold safe. Leader, Little Gold said at this moment, I want to go with Brother Ling Tian. I'll see you again in Blood Moon Ridge. Shui Yun Tian could see the unwavering determination in Little Gold's eyes, so he could only agree to her request. Then, he said to Duanling Tian, if you manage to bring Little Gold home safely, Blood Moon Ridge will be indebted to you. Senior, you're being too courteous. Like I said, Little Gold is like my sister. I'll do whatever it takes to keep her safe. After Shui Yun Tian left, Duanling Tian prepared to leave with Huaner and Little Gold as well. Since Little Black and Little White were heavily protected, they could not leave the Dragon Clan. They could only watch with heavy hearts as the trio left. Brother Ling Tian, where are we going? Little Gold asked curiously. Solitary Destructive Heaven. Duanling Tian replied through voice transmission to avoid being overheard. Solitary Destructive Heaven? After a short time, the trio arrived at the Cloud Platform Mansion in the Solitary Destructive Heaven's Solitary Destructive Territory. The Cloud Platform Mansion was located close to the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Senior Meng Chuan, I've arrived. As soon as Duanling Tian arrived in the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Duanling Tian immediately sent Meng Chuan a message. He had decided to bring Little Gold to the Solitary Destructive Heaven because Meng Chuan had sent him a message to come to the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven because he was the true disciple whom their Heavenly Emperor had been searching for years. In the Dragon Clan in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, Little Black and Little White were clearly dejected as they watched Duanling Tian, Huaner, and Little Gold leave. If it was possible, they wanted to leave with the trio as well. Let's return, Little Black called out to Little White. He knew there was nothing they could do. Although Jining Yun and Ji Yunyen, the fourth elder and the grand elder of the Dragon Clan respectively, were not present, the elder guarding the transportation formation had warned not to run away. Little White said through voice transmission, Little Black, we should have entered the Purgatory battlefield with Brother Ling Tian. Look at Little Gold's improvement after entering the Purgatory battlefield. We might have become 10-clawed divine dragons as well if we had gone with them. Little White, have you forgotten that Little Gold's constitution is special? Although we might get stronger if we entered the Purgatory battlefield, it would have been difficult for us to evolve and become 10-clawed divine dragons there. Little Black said as he shook his head. Little Gold was a kind of celestial beast that could evolve by devouring other celestial beasts or divine beasts. Although Little Black and Little White could devour other beasts as well, they would have to devour a few divine beasts each to evolve into 10-clawed divine dragons. This was because Little Gold, as a celestial rodent, could maximize the essence of the beast she devoured to help her evolve. It was for this reason Jining Yun did not feel regretful about Little Black and Little White not entering the Purgatory battlefield. After all, it was almost impossible for them to encounter so many divine beasts in the Purgatory battlefield. Moreover, even if there were high chances of the little ones being able to evolve, the Dragon Clan still would not allow the duo to take such risks. After all, although it might take a little longer, in the end, the duo would surely become 10-clawed divine dragons. Since 10-clawed divine dragons were crucial to the Dragon Clan's future, the high-ranking members of the Dragon Clan would not allow the duo to take the slightest risk. You're right. Even then, Little Gold's cultivation base used to be a stage lower than ours, but she has surpassed us now, Little White said, clearly unwilling to give up. Why don't we run away? Run away. Little Black shook his head and sighed. Didn't we try that when we wanted to follow Brother Ling Tian to the Purgatory battlefield? With the Fourth Elder and the Grand Elder keeping a constant watch on us, we don't have any chance at all. They even spoke to the clan leader. The clan leader had issued an order for everyone to keep an eye on us. Anyone who fails and lets us escape under their watch would be punished. Do you think we'll be able to run away under such circumstances? You're right. Little White nodded. Then her eyes brightened as she said, well, when Brother Ling Tian arrives at the solitary destructive heaven, he'll invite us over under the Heavenly Emperor's name. Before Duan Ling Tian left the Dragon Clan, he had informed Little Black and Little White of their destination. At that time, Little White had pleaded with Duan Ling Tian to ask the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven to invite them over. Since the Dragon Clan was worried about their safety, there should not be a problem with visiting the Heavenly Palace in the solitary destructive heaven. After all, the Heavenly Palace of the solitary destructive heaven was even safer than the Dragon Clan. I hope so. Little Black nodded. Then, he said, I didn't expect the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven is also from the same place as us. Moreover, he was also the master from the Seven Absolute sect whom Brother Ling Tian has never met. Little White said excitedly, I'm rather excited to meet Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. I heard he defeated our clan leader who's much stronger than the Grand Elder. This was not the first time Duan Ling Tian had visited the Heavenly Palace of the solitary destructive heaven. However, he was stopped at the entrance previously. This time, Meng Chuan, the Jade Bao Celestial Emperor, was waiting for him at the entrance along with a tall and muscular middle-aged man with a heavy beard. He's here. Meng Chuan's eyes lit up when he saw Duan Ling Tian's figure in the distance. He said to the bearded middle-aged man standing in front of him like a mountain, Eldest brother, Dun, the young master is here. When Meng Chuan was about to say Duan Ling Tian's name, the bearded man looked at him warningly, so he hastily changed the way he addressed Duan Ling Tian. He knew his eldest brother respected Feng Qingyang greatly, therefore, he respected Duan Ling Tian whom Feng Qingyang highly valued as well. Swoosh! Swoosh! As soon as Duan Ling Tian saw Meng Chuan and the bearded man, he saw them vanish into thin air before they reappeared in front of him. The corners of purple robes fluttered when the bearded man appeared, closely followed by Meng Chuan. Greetings, young master. My name is Meng Luo, the bearded man said as he bowed at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian had already guessed the bearded man with Meng Chuan was Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. Greetings, young master. Meng Chuan followed suit and bowed at Duan Ling Tian as well. His attitude was very different compared to before. In the past, he was not certain if Duan Ling Tian was the person Feng Qingyang was looking for, so he was only polite. Now that he had confirmed Duan Ling Tian was indeed the person Feng Qingyang was looking for, he was very respectful. After all, his brother had told him how highly Feng Qingyang valued Duan Ling Tian. If he did not show the proper respect, his brother would be displeased. Even the Heavenly Emperor might be displeased. Feng Qingyang had saved Meng Luo's life many times in the past. Therefore, he regarded Feng Qingyang with more importance than his regard for his brother. Senior Meng Chuan, you're being too courteous. Duan Ling Tian could not help but sigh inwardly. Based on Meng Chuan's earlier message, he had sensed the change in Meng Chuan's attitude. He would have preferred it if Meng Chuan was more casual like before. However, this was how it was like in a world where the strong were respected. After greeting Meng Chuan, Duan Ling Tian turned to look at Meng Luo. You must be Senior Meng Luo. Greetings. Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, was the right-hand man of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He was second only to the heavenly emperor in the solitary destructive heaven. He was a prominent figure just like Ji Yunyan, the Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan. A few years ago it was said that his strength was on par with Ji Yunyan, but with his innate talent he should have surpassed Ji Yunyan by now. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's greeting, Meng Luo was slightly taken aback. Then he bowed and said, "Young master, you can just call me Meng Luo." A hint of admiration could be seen in Meng Luo's eyes at this moment. He thought, as expected, Feng Qinyang had a very good eye. Not only was Duan Ling Tian highly talented, but he was also polite and modest. "Young master." Little Gold blinked slowly with a confused expression on her face. She was well aware of Meng Luo's strength. Even the Grand Elder of Blood Moon Ridge was no match for him. Little Gold hurriedly said through voice transmission, "Brother Ling Tian, Meng Luo is not an ordinary person. Just a few years back, he was already evenly matched with Grand Elder Ji. His strength is probably comparable to the clan leader of the Dragon Clan now. It seems like the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven values you greatly. Otherwise, someone like Meng Luo wouldn't have personally received you." After her time in Blood Ridge Mountain, Little Gold was privy to many matters. She knew a powerhouse like Meng Luo would not personally show up to receive guests. In fact, he might not even personally receive the clan leader of the Dragon Clan if the clan leader visited. "Young master, please follow me to the Heavenly Palace." Following that, Meng Luo led the trio into the Heavenly Palace of Solitary Destructive Heaven. The Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven was the most sacred place in the Solitary Destructive Heaven. It was shrouded in mist and looked like a mystical paradise at first glance. "Young master, since Elder Hua came, the Heavenly Emperor constantly spoke about you," Meng Luo said with a smile after they passed the mountain entrance to the Heavenly Palace. "Elder Hua." Duan Ling Tian was startled. Then, he recalled those times when he was still in the Saint Province realm about 300 years ago. The Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was a weapon from the Devata realm. The first level of the pagoda contained the artifact spirit called Elder Hua that was a three-legged golden crow. According to Elder Hua, he was a top celestial beast. After Duan Ling Tian ascended to the Devata realm, he finally realized the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was an emperor-grade celestial weapon, and Elder Hua was its artifact spirit. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up as he asked, "Senior Meng Luo, the Elder Hua you mentioned, is he the artifact spirit of the emperor-grade celestial weapon, the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda?" Elder Hua was the artifact spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. When Duan Ling Tian was in the Saint Province realm, he thought the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and Elder Hua had perished in order to save him. However, after having a better understanding of celestial weapons, he realized that not only the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda could not be easily destroyed, but Elder Hua would not perish easily as well. Therefore, it has always been a mystery to him where Elder Hua and the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had gone. Naturally, he was relieved when thought there was a high chance Elder Hua did not die since Elder Hua had saved his life many times. "Elder Hua is in the Heavenly Palace of Solitary Destructive Heaven?" Duan Ling Tian was confused. He could not figure out how Elder Hua ended up in the Heavenly Palace of Solitary Destructive Heaven. "Yes." For a brief moment, before Meng Luo confirmed his suspicion, Duan Ling Tian thought perhaps Meng Luo was talking about someone who shared the same surname as Elder Hua. At this moment, Meng Luo said, "I've already sent a message to him. He's coming over now." As soon as Meng Luo's voice fell, a wave of scorching heat swept over them. Soon enough, a gigantic golden grow descended from the sky before transforming into an old man dressed in fiery red robes. Although they had not met for 300 years, Duan Ling Tian knew the old man was Elder Hua, the artifact spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Elder Hua. Duan Ling Tian was overcome by his emotions at this moment. His voice trembled slightly, and his eyes reddened when he saw Elder Hua. Although he was certain Elder Hua was alive, it was a different matter seeing Elder Hua in person. "Ling Tian, I didn't expect you to grow so much after 300 years. Elder Hua's turbid eyes lit up when he saw Duan Ling Tian. Similarly, he was also overwhelmed with emotions. Before meeting Duan Ling Tian, he had never spent so much time with anyone. For this reason, he considered Duan Ling Tian family. Previously, when Elder Hua was taken away by Kuang Ling, the sword soul of the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword that belonged to Feng Qingyang. He was not too worried since he could observe Duanling Tian, who was still in the mundane realm with Feng Qingyang's help. Later on, when Feng Qingyang was forced to enter the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in all Devata realms, Kuang Ling had perished. Even Feng Qingyang barely survived with Meng Luo's protection. At that time, Duanling Tian had also left the surveillance of Feng Qingyang, making him very worried. Duanling Tian inhaled deeply before he said, "Congratulations, Elder Hua. You finally made it out of the pagoda." In the past, Duanling Tian had promised to set Elder Hua free after he repaired the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Naturally, the matter was left unsolved after Elder Hua disappeared along with the pagoda. Now that Elder Hua had been freed, he could not help but sigh emotionally. Time flew by so fast. He could still remember when he first promised to free Elder Hua. "It's all thanks to the Lord Heavenly Emperor and you," Elder Hua said with a smile. "Elder Hua, your disappearance, did it have something to do with Senior Feng Qingyang?" Duanling Tian asked curiously. Needless to say, he was curious about the circumstances behind Elder Hua's disappearance. "That's right." Elder Hua nodded. The Lord Heavenly Emperor had sent Kuang Ling, the sword soul of his weapon, the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword, to the mundane realm to bring me away. The Lord didn't want me to hinder your growth. After all, if you had my help, you wouldn't be able to grow into your potential. He hoped that the pressure you had to bear and the obstacles you had to overcome would make you grow stronger. Duanling Tian was moved. He did not expect Feng Qingyang had been looking out for him since he was in the mundane realm. After calming down, he introduced Huaner and Little Gold to Elder Hua. "Divine beasts?" Elder Hua exclaimed in surprise after he studied the 2 women. Although he was a top celestial beast, he could never compare to divine beasts. The gap between them was impossible to bridge. Following that, Duanling Tian looked at Meng Luo and asked, "Senior Meng Luo, I heard from Senior Meng Chuan that you were with Senior Feng Qingyang before this. Since you've returned, does this mean Senior Feng Qingyang is here as well?" No, Meng Luo shook his head. He sighed as he said, "The Lord Heavenly Emperor asked me to leave the Azura Hell because I could no longer endure the pressure there. His clones are there, trying to get him out of that place." "The Azura Hell?" Duanling Tian's expression changed drastically. "Senior Feng Qingyang is still in the Azura Hell? Didn't he escape from the Azura Hell? I heard he even killed the powerhouse who usurped the throne when he was in the Azura Hell." Meng Luo shook his head and said, "It's a clone from the Lord's Law of Earth." "It seems like Senior Feng Qingyang has attained godhood," Duanling Tian thought to himself. Then he asked, "Senior Meng Luo, why can't Senior Feng Qingyang leave the Azura Hell since he has attained godhood?" "It's difficult." Meng Luo sighed. Lord Heavenly Emperor Lord has tried many times in recent years and was close to succeeding. This time, he should be able to successfully escape with the help of his clones. After all this time, he has also become familiar with the Azura Hell. The reason he brought me to the Azura Hell was so I could use the energy there to comprehend the fused profundities for the law of death and the law of destruction. With these words, Duanling Tian discovered Meng Luo comprehended the law of death and the law of destruction. He could not help but feel guilty Feng Qingyang was still trapped in the Azura Hell. He was also disappointed that he could not meet Feng Qingyang for now. After all, Feng Qingyang was the only one whom he acknowledged as his master. "That's why I left the Azura Hell earlier and returned to the solitary destructive heaven. I heard from my brother Meng Chuan that you were here," Elder Hua said with a smile. "Ling Tian, although the Lord Heavenly Emperor has yet to return, based on Meng Luo's words, it won't be long now before he returns. You should stay in the heavenly palace and cultivate while you wait for his return. Moreover, as the true disciple of the Lord Heavenly Emperor, you have access to the most valuable resources. You're better off cultivating here than any other places." "That's right." Meng Luo nodded. "Young master, you can stay and cultivate here with peace of mind. Tell us what you need. The heavenly palace will do its best to find you what you need." Based on Meng Luo's respectful attitude to him, Duanling Tian could tell Meng Luo was incredibly loyal to Feng Qingyang. Duanling Tian nodded. "All right, I'll cultivate here and wait for Senior Feng Qingyang's return." Meng Luo had arranged the trio to cultivate near Elder Hua and his cultivation grounds. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself, I should now focus on breaking through and becoming a celestial emperor. At that time, I'll be able to use the supreme powerhouse divinity to comprehend the fused profundities from the law of space. The Xia clan in the divine offering land. In the main hall of the Xia clan's estate, the clan leader, Xia Yi, was sitting at the main seat. He said to a young man, Qing Yan, the Xia clan will give you an explanation after Xia Jie returns. A green-clad handsome young man with a wicked air about him smiled faintly when he heard Xia Ye's words. Uncle, since the third master released them, I won't pursue the matter. When the passage to the Devata realms reopens after 700 years, I'll send my men after them. I came here to tell you that I plan to send my men into the realm battlefield to rescue my cousin sister. It's too dangerous there, after all. The green-clad young man was none other than young Qing Yan, the eldest young master of the Yun clan. The realm battlefield is too vast. It'll be like searching for a needle in a haystack. I've already sent many people into the realm battlefield to look for her as well. Xia Ye's expression darkened when his daughter was mentioned. The more people we have, the higher the chances of our success. Yun Qing Yan replied with a smile. Qing Yan, is this the only reason you came to look for me? Xia Yi asked. There's another thing, Yun Qing Yan's eyes flashed as he said, cousin sister should be unaware that those people have been released by the third master since there's no way to communicate in the realm battlefield. I'd like to find her and bring her back to the Yun clan before she finds out about it. Therefore, I came to ask for your permission, uncle. A glint of light flashed through Yun Qing Yan's eyes as he said, cousin sister should not be aware that those people were sent away by the third master since the realm battlefield is cut off from the outside world. I'd like to find her and bring her back to the Yun clan before she finds out about it. Hence, I'm asking for your permission, uncle. In the solitary destructive heavens, solitary destructive territory. The celestials in the solitary destructive heaven were mainly sword celestials because of their heavenly emperor. The Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect was an all-female fourth-rate sect. More than 90% of their members were females. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In a valley where the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's estate was located, sword cries resounded in the valley. A curvaceous figure could be seen practicing with the sword halfway up the mountain. The sword rays she launched were so bright that seemed comparable to the sun when shot out into the air like a dragon. There was a beautiful woman dressed in a long fiery red robe standing at the side watching the former practice. Her eyes were piercing with a hint of fierceness, but they would soften when she looked at the former. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The woman's body flickered before she reappeared in front of a waterfall in the middle of the mountain. Swoosh. A sword ray shot out and landed on the waterfall, causing the water to splash everywhere. Most of the water was splashed in her direction. She narrowed her eyes as she wielded her sword. As though time had stopped, the water froze in mid-air. Swoosh! When the water droplets began to fall, she swept the sword out and easily deflected the water droplets. She swept the sword in her hands out and deflected the water droplets easily. The red-clad woman watching from the side could not help but praise when she saw the woman deflecting the water. Ling, your static profundity of the law of time has improved. Aunt Wu. The beautiful woman dressed in a light purple dress withdrew her sword. Despite her beauty, she had a valiant air about her. If Duan Ling Tian were here, he would be surprised to see this woman's resemblance to his wife, Kur. This woman was none other than Duan Ling, Duan Ling Tian and Kur's daughter. The Aunt Wu she mentioned was none other than Feng Tian Wu. 300 years had passed since Xia Jie from the Xia clan had sent them away from the divine offering land. Coincidentally, Duan Ling and Feng Tian Wu were sent to the same mundane realm called the Great Desolation Realm. Since they absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land, their cultivation bases had risen tremendously. With their cultivation bases, it did not take long before they ascended to a Devata realm. In the beginning, the duo ascended to another Devata realm. Only when Feng Tian Wu had become a celestial duke did she bring Duan Ling to the solitary destructive heaven. Feng Tian Wu had chosen to go to the solitary destructive heaven because she had heard that Feng Qingyang was the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. After missing for a time, She also heard Feng Qingyang had reclaimed his throne. She was aware that Duanling Tian treated Feng Qingyang, also the former sect master of the Seven Absolute sect, as his master. Moreover, Duanling Tian had inherited the fog rain progeny that Feng Qingyang left behind. When Yun Qingyan captured Sister Kuer, he mentioned he had sent his men to get rid of senior Feng Qingyang because brother Ling Tian is successor. She heard that Feng Qingyang had returned from the Azura Hell and regained his throne. Therefore, she thought being in the solitary destructive heaven was the best chance for her to reunite with Duanling Tian. Therefore, she cultivated diligently until she became a celestial lord before leaving to the solitary destructive heaven and joined the all-female fourth-rate sect, the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, to wait for a chance to meet Duanling Tian. In just a blink of an eye, the duo had spent 100 years in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. At this time, they were both celestial kings now. Due to their innate talent, the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect treated them and were not stingy with cultivation resources. This was why they grew strong so quickly. In the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, the duo was considered highly talented. Therefore, Duan Siling was taken in as a disciple to the sect leader, and Feng Tianwu became the disciple of the sect's supreme elder. The grand elder of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, who was also Feng Tianwu's master, was a titled celestial lord. Therefore, the duo was rather safe in the sect compared to if they were to wander the Devata realm. 100 years ago, Feng Tianwu had asked her master to bring her to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to see if Duanling Tian was there. Not only was the heavenly emperor absent, but no one had heard of Duanling Tian as well. "Aunt Wu, what's on your mind?" Duan Siling asked curiously when she saw the absent-minded expression on Feng Tianwu's face. Over the years, Duan Siling and Feng Tianwu depended on each other a lot. She had also treated Feng Tianwu like a mother figure. In fact, the time she spent with Feng Tianwu was much longer than the time she spent with her parents. 100 years have passed. I wonder if your father has arrived at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Tianwu said, as she looked at Duan Siling affectionately. She had long treated Duan Siling like her daughter. In fact, she put Duan Siling above herself. Every treasure she obtained would be given to Duan Siling. For this reason, Duan Siling's cultivation base was on par with hers. If she gave in when Duan Siling refused the treasures, her cultivation base would be higher than what it was now. Father, Duan Siling fell silent at the mention of her parents. Although she was young when she was separated from her parents, she still remembered them. Aunt Wu, I miss my father and mother so much. Duan Siling threw to hold in her emotions, but in the end, she could not help but weep as she threw herself into Feng Tianwu's arms. Duan Siling was almost 300 years old, and yet, the last time she had seen her parents was more than 200 years ago. She might have forgotten their faces if she did not keep their portraits with her. Feng Tianwu gently patted Duan Siling's back. She could not find the words to comfort her. She felt guilty for bringing her parents up. Who bullied our Siling? A voice rang from afar as Duan Siling wept bitterly in Feng Tianwu's arms. Soon enough, a beautiful woman in a white dress suddenly descended from the sky and appeared next to Feng Tianwu and Duan Siling. Senior sister. Master. Duan Siling moved out of Feng Tianwu's embrace and greeted the beautiful woman who had just arrived. This woman was none other than Yu Wenqing, the sect master of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Not only was Yu Wenqing the sect leader, but she was also the second strongest person in the sect. She was second to the only titled celestial lord in the sect. Senior sister, is something the matter? Feng Tianwu asked Yu Wenqing. Before Yu Wenqing could reply, the sound of wind howling rang in the air, accompanied by the arrival of a thin old woman dressed in loose black robes. She was Yu Bai Feng, the strongest person in the sect and the only titled celestial lord in the sect. Master, Feng Tianwu bowed. A slight frown could be seen on her face at this moment. Why did the sect leader and the grand elder come looking for them? Junior aunt. Junior grandaunt. Yu Wenqing and Duan Siling bowed and greeted the old woman in unison. A hint of sadness could be seen in the eyes of Yu Wenqing. On the other hand, Duan Siling, like Feng Tianwu, was confused. Master, is there a reason why you and senior sister came looking for us? Feng Tianwu asked, perplexed. Tell her, Yu Bai Feng said to Yu Wenqing. When Yu Bai Feng looked at Feng Tianwu, a hint of unwillingness could be seen in her turbid eyes. With this, an ominous feeling began to rise in Feng Tianwu's heart. 100 years ago, when she joined her master after performing outstandingly during the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect's disciple recruitment, she had never seen this side of her master before. The look in her master's eyes made her feel uneasy. Something must have happened for her master to behave in such a manner. After taking a deep breath, Feng Tianwu shifted her gaze to Yu Wenqing, the sect leader of Cloudy Sunbow Sect. Yu Wenqing's expression was dark as well as she said previously the young master from the 4th grade Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect had asked for Siling's hand in marriage. Her gaze softened as she looked at Duan Siling and said, since Siling was unwilling, the Cold Drizzle Sect naturally could not force her. Everyone knows that young master is a womanizer anyway, so I had no problem refusing him. Siling is like my daughter, and I won't let him ruin her. Nevertheless, although that young master was unwilling, he could only return home since he can't force the matter. However, this morning, an elder of the Cold Drizzle sect came and informed me that their ancestor had emerged from closed-door cultivation. Apparently, the ancestor was furious when we rejected his grandson's marriage proposal. He had announced that if we don't agree, he'll annihilate the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. When she finished speaking, her expression had turned incredibly unsightly. Duan Siling and Feng Tianwu's expressions changed drastically. They did not expect the Cold Drizzle sect would resort to threats. They assumed our Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect would definitely submit to their threats? Yu Wenqing's eyes glinted coldly as she sneered. In the past, we even rejected a marriage proposal from a first-grade force. However, she did not mention that the first-grade force did not cause trouble even after they were rejected. Otherwise, a calamity would have befallen Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect as well. We came to send you away. Yu Wenqing looked at Duan Siling and Feng Tianwu and bluntly said. She smiled and said, I'll make an announcement that Siling has left the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. If the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect still comes looking for trouble, we'll show them the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect isn't a pushover. Master, Duan Siling's eyes shone determinedly as she said in a grim voice, based on what I know, the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect is sensible. How can their ancestor be so vicious and threaten to kill so many innocent people? He's such a ruthless person. I'm afraid nothing will change even if I leave. Let me stay. I will end my life in front of them to show that I'd rather die than marry into the Cloud Drizzle sect. In Duan Siling's opinion, her departure from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect would not assuage the anger of the ancestor from the Cloud Drizzle sect. However, her death should be able to reduce his anger. She did not want to marry the young master of the Cloud Drizzle sect, nor was she willing to abandon the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect when it was in danger. How could she leave her master who treated her like a daughter behind? No! Yu Wenqing and Feng Tianwu objected in unison. Siling, my girl. Yu Bai Feng, the Grand Elder, looked at Duan Siling affectionately and said, Be rest assured and leave. The Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect will be fine. I've reached out to some friends for help as well. Some of them are even celestial emperors. It won't be so easy for the Cold Drizzle sect to deal with us. Junior Grandaunt, are you confident? Duan Siling asked. Of course I am. Yu Bai Feng nodded. On the other hand, Feng Tian and Yu Wenqing understood Yu Bai Feng the most. However, they knew they could not expose her lies since Duan Siling would never leave the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect if she learned of the truth. If something happened to Duan Siling, how could she face Duan Lingtian? I should take Siling with me to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Now that 100 years have passed, perhaps Brother Lingtian is there? Even if he weren't there, perhaps Senior Feng Qingyang is there? If Senior Feng Qingyang won't help, I'll send Siling to another place before returning to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Since Bai Yufeng was kind to her, she treated Bai Yufeng as her mother. Although Bai Yufeng did not say anything, she knew her master wanted her to leave the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect as well. From this, it was obvious she wanted Siling to leave. At this moment, Feng Tianwu said, Junior Grandaunt won't lie to you. We should leave so we won't be a burden to them. Following that, Yu Baifeng and Yu Wenqing personally escorted Duan Si Ling and Feng Tianwu to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect's transportation site. Master, I'll return after sending Si Ling off. Feng Tianwu sent a message to Yu Baifeng. Yu Baifeng's eyes widened as her expression changed drastically. As she was about to protest, the duo had already vanished. Junior aunt, what's wrong? Yu Baifeng's reaction naturally did not escape Yu Wenqing's notice. Yu Baifeng smiled bitterly. Tianwu knows me too well. She knows. Anyway, she said she'll return after sending Si Ling off. Yu Wenqing's expression changed. She can't return. If the cold drizzle celestial sect really annihilates us, there are only hope for revenge. Swoosh! At the same time, Yu Baifeng raised her hand and wiped off the mark left behind on the transportation site. Are they going to the Heavenly Palace? Feng Tianwu and Duan Si Ling had left for the transportation nearest to the Heavenly Palace of the solitary destructive heaven. When Yu Baifeng had brought Feng Tianwu to the Heavenly Palace in the past, it was the same route they took to the Heavenly Palace. It seems like Tianwu wanted to try her luck there. However, what change can there be after a mere 100 years? The Heavenly Emperor might have yet to return. As for Si Ling's father, who knows if he'll be accepted if the Heavenly Emperor isn't back yet. Yu Baifeng shook her head. She was not optimistic about Feng Tianwu's chance even if this was the only option now. If she were in Feng Tianwu's shoes, she would have done the same. This can't be. I'll send a message to her now telling her not to return. Yu Wenqing said before she hurriedly sent a message to Feng Tianwu. As Feng Tianwu had guessed, Yu Baifeng had indeed lied to Duan Ling Tian. She did know a few titled celestial lords and celestial emperors, but they were just acquaintances. Perhaps they would help if it was just a small matter. However, this matter involved the second-grade cloud drizzle sect. It would be impossible for those people to intervene. After all, most of these people were sectless cultivators or from weaker forces. None of them would dare to provoke a second-grade force or risk their lives for a mere acquaintance. When Duan Si Ling and Feng Tianwu arrived on the cloud platform near the Heavenly Palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Tianwu finally received Yu Wenqing's message. Junior sister Tianwu, you and Si Ling have a bright future ahead of you. You should not return. If the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect survives this calamity, I'll send you another message in 3 days. Bring Si Ling and run as far as you can. Don't return. You can avenge us once you've gotten strong enough. Remember, you and Si Ling are our only hope. There's hope as long you're alive. This message was like Yu Wenqing's will before her death. Within 3 days? Initially, Feng Tianwu was not sure when the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect would. After listening to Yu Wenqing's message, she finally realized the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect would act within 3 days to force the marriage. She had no doubt the Cloud Drizzle Sect and their ruthless will wreak havoc on the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect once they discovered Si Ling had run away. Initially, Feng Tianwu planned to ask for help from the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, and if she failed, she planned to send Si Ling somewhere safe before she returned to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect. However, she began to rethink her plan after receiving Yu Wenqing's message. She knew Yu Wenqing was right. She would only die in vain if she returned. It was best for her and Si Ling to grow stronger until they're able to exact revenge on the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect for the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect's sake. Since she and Si Ling had become celestial kings before the age of 300 and at the age of 300 respectively, there was a good chance they would become a celestial emperor in a few thousand years. Master, senior sister. Feng Tianwu could not help but tear up. However, she quickly suppressed her emotions to avoid arousing Si Ling's suspicion. Even then, Duan Si Ling noticed something was amiss. Aunt Wu, is everything really going to be all right? In the beginning, Duan Si Ling believed the Grand Elder's words. However, after mulling over it, she felt something was amiss. Would the Grand Elder's friends show up to help the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect? Si Ling, don't worry. Feng Tianwu was well aware of Duan Si Ling's character. If Duan Si Ling learned of the truth, she would definitely return to the sect immediately. As she tried to placate Duan Si Ling, she could not help but thought to herself, Brother Ling Tian, your daughter is really kind. Where are you now? Are you in the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven? After a moment, Feng Tianwu said to Duan Xiling. Xiling, let's not waste time and make our way to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Now that 100 years have passed, perhaps, your father is now in the heavenly palace. Father? Duan Xiling fell into a daze for a moment. She could still remember her father's face after so many years had passed. After a while, she nodded and muttered to herself confidently, "We won't have to be afraid of the Cloud Drizzle sect as long as father is there." Feng Tianwu could not help but smile bitterly upon hearing Duan Xiling's words. Although she had faith in Duan Ling Tian, would he still be as strong in the Devata realm as he was in the mundane realm? After all, Feng Tianwu and Duan Xiling only progressed so far because they had absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land. Therefore, she thought it was likely that Duan Ling Tian was weaker than them unless he had some fortuitous encounter. Swoosh! Swoosh! The wind howled as Feng Tianwu and Duan Xiling sped toward the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Since she had followed you by Feng to the heavenly palace 100 years ago, she was familiar with the way there. I hope Brother Ling Tian is there. Even if he isn't, I hope Senior Feng Qingyang is there and is willing to help us, Feng Tianwu prayed in her heart. Naturally, she was also prepared for the worst. As a second-grade sect, although the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect did not have any titled Celestial Emperors, they had many ordinary Celestial Emperors and dominated the borders. The sect's estate was located in a valley where the flowers and plants flourished and birds chirped in the air. In a serene courtyard located at the middle of the mountain, an old man with gray hair who was dressed in a gray robe sat in front of a table as he muttered, "It's really unexpected that someone from a puny sect like the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect has comprehended the law of time. The law of time is one of the few supreme laws that are difficult to comprehend. That's why I want to marry her." An ordinary young man dressed in fine robes stood across from the old man. If it were not for his narrow eyes, he might have been considered good-looking. He was none other than Lan Jinyan, the young master of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect. In the Cloud Drizzle sect, the position of sect master was not inherited through bloodline. The gray-clad old man, the former sect leader, had a son Lan Kongxian, who was far more outstanding than his peers, so it was only natural that he was selected to be the current sect leader of the Cloud Drizzle sect. Alas, Lan Jinyan did not seem to inherit his family's talent. He paled in comparison to the previous generation in his family and was not particularly outstanding. Since there were too many people who were more outstanding than him in his generation, it was impossible for him to become the next sect leader of the Cloud Drizzle sect. For this reason, both the former and current sect leaders of the Cloud Drizzle sect, Lan Jinyan's grandfather and father, hoped to find an outstanding and talented wife for Lan Jinyan. They had been searching for the best candidate for a while now. The female prodigies from the second and third grade forces disdained Lan Jinyan and would never think twice about marrying Lan Jinyan. As for candidates from fourth grade forces, it was difficult to find someone who fit their criteria. However, the female disciple from the fourth grade Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect was different. They did not care that she was the disciple of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, since the sect was just a mere fourth grade sect. What they cared about was her innate talent and comprehension skill. She had not reached 300 years old and she was already a celestial king. Such a person would definitely become a celestial emperor. Apart from that, she comprehended the law of time, one of the 4 supreme laws. Rumor had it that if either a husband or wife comprehended the law of time, there was a 50% chance their offspring would inherently comprehend the law of time as well. For all these reasons, Lan Jinyan, his father, his grandfather thought Duan Xiling was the perfect candidate. However, although Lan Kongxian, the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle sect, was not weak, he did not think it was appropriate for him to go to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect to force a marriage. What would others say about a second grade forcing a fourth grade force against their will? Lan Heng, the old man, laughed as he said, "Nyener, rest assured, I'll accompany you to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect and make sure that girl marries you. Prepare the betrothal gifts in these 2 days. She's just from a mere fourth grade sect. Just prepare some useless things." His lips curled into a disdainful smile at the end of his words. In Lan Heng's opinion, the fourth grade force should feel honored that his grandson was even willing to marry their member. How could they be worthy of receiving valuable betrothal gifts? Lan Jinyan asked worriedly, "Grandfather, what if the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect refuses? When my father proposed the marriage, she chased him out of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect." Lan Heng scoffed before he said disdainfully, "Your father is good at everything, but he worries too much. If a mere fourth-grade force refuses to cooperate, then just annihilate them. I'll accompany you to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. If the girl refuses the marriage, I'll kill her and annihilate the sect." Lan Heng was domineering not without a reason. He was after all the strongest celestial emperor in the Cold Drizzle sect. Although he was nowhere close to a titled celestial emperor, he was unrivaled in his territory. He could easily annihilate a fourth-grade force if he so wished. "Thank you, grandfather," Lan Jinyan replied excitedly. A hint of lust could be seen flashing in the depths of his eyes. Although he only met Duan Xiling once, her beauty had long been imprinted in his mind. Apart from being a beauty, she was also highly talented and had comprehended one of the four supreme laws. There was no one more suitable for him than her. "Even if I can't become the next sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect, nobody will dare provoke me if she becomes my wife. With her innate talents, it's only a matter of time before she becomes a celestial emperor. Most importantly, she's also a beauty." In Lan Jinyan's mind, he was already thinking about his wedding night. He could hardly contain his excitement when he imagined that beauty begging for mercy. 2 days later, a group of people left the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect's estate and headed to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. 3 men were in the lead, and all of them were riding on a majestic white leopard. The 3 people were Lan Heng, the former sect master of the Cold Drizzle sect, Lan Jinyan, and an expressionless middle-aged man who carried a long blade. "I didn't expect grandfather would invite junior Uncle Lei along as well," Lan Jinyan thought to himself as he furtively looked at the middle-aged man sitting on the celestial beast. The middle-aged man was Lei Zhinshan, Lan Heng's last disciple. He was only roughly 1,000 years older than Lan Jinyan, but he was already a celestial emperor. Moreover, he was also the strongest in the Cloud Drizzle sect after Lan Heng. "Junior Uncle Lei, my grandfather and the others say that you'll probably become a titled celestial emperor in the future. Are you confident?" Lan Jinyan asked with a smile, trying to strike up a conversation. Lei Zhinshan glanced at Lan Jinyan before he said, "I'll definitely obtain a title from the temple title in less than 3,000 years. "I believe in you, junior Uncle Lei." Lan Jinyan nodded. He did not dare to be respectful toward Lei Zhinshan. Although his grandfather was stronger than Lei Zhinshan, in less than 1,000 years, it was likely Lei Zhinshan would surpass his grandfather. He was not worried about his grandfather and father since they were family, but Lei Zhinshan was different. If it were not for his grandfather, Lei Zhinshan did not even deign to look at him. After taking a deep breath, Lan Jinyan continued to say, "Junior Uncle Lei, you joined the sect late. Otherwise, my father wouldn't be able to become the sect leader of the Cloud Drizzle sect." Lan Heng had abdicated his position and let his son, Lang Kongxian, take over the mantle before Lei Zhinshan joined the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect and became his disciple. Due to his hasty abdication, many members suspected he had deliberately done that so his son could succeed his position. If he had waited, Lei Zhinshan would have undoubtedly become the sect leader of the Cloud Drizzle sect. Although Lan Heng was the strongest in the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect, he could not stop a disciple who was clearly more outstanding than his son from becoming the next sect leader of the Cloud Drizzle sect. Therefore, he could only abdicate ahead of time to prevent Lei Zhinshan from competing for the position of sect leader with his son. Lan Jinyan will soon have a wife who's highly talented and comprehended the law of time." Meanwhile, Lan Jinyan's thoughts had wandered to another topic. He turned to look at the 6 people behind him who were carrying the betrothal gifts. Although the gifts could be easily stored in spatial rings, they chose not to do so since it would look more ostentatious. Lan Jinyan snuck a look at Lei Zhinshan again as he thought to himself, "My future wife is more talented than junior Uncle Lei. She'll definitely reach a height greater than him." Since the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect was located too far from the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect, the group of people from the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect arrived at the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's estate in just a few hours. The Cloud Drizzle sect's Lan Heng has brought my grandson, Lan Jinyan, to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect to propose marriage. The members of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect waited outside the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's estate, while Lan Heng's voice resounded through the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, stirring up a commotion. The Cold Drizzle Celestial sect? Lan Heng? Isn't he the former sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect? He's the strongest in their sect, right? He brought his grandson, Lan Jinyan, to propose a marriage? Isn't Lan Jinyan a womanizer? Does anyone in our Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect like such a despicable person? Let's go have a look. That's right. I really want to see which of our disciple dares to marry that scum. Driven by curiosity, a group of elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect flew toward the estate's entrance. The inevitable has come. Yuan Qing, the sect leader of Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, who was cultivating side when she heard Lan Heng's voice. Despite the urge to ignore him, she knew she had no choice but to meet him. While Yuan Qing made her way to the entrance, an old lady with a dark expression appeared in front of her. Junior Aunt. The old lady was none other than Yu Baifeng, the Grand Elder of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. If Lan Heng insists on annihilating our sect today, make sure to kill his grandson, Lan Jinyan, Yu Baifeng said resolutely. If her sect was going to be annihilated, she would make sure her enemy paid a price as well. Yes, Junior Aunt. Killing intention shone in Yuan Qing's eyes. An ordinary human would act madly in desperate situations, let alone celestials with divine abilities. The sect leader is here. The Grand Elder is here. The group of elders and disciples greeted Yuan Qing and Yu Baifeng in unison when they appeared at the entrance of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's estate. The duo had the highest status in the sect after all. Greetings, former sect leader Lan. Greetings, senior Lan Heng. Yu Baifeng and Yuan Qing greeted Lan Heng. However, their hearts skipped a beat when they saw the middle-aged man standing next to Lan Heng. I didn't expect them to bring Lei Jinshan as well. Yu Baifeng's voice trembled in the message she sent to Yuan Qing. Although Lei Jinshan had only grown famous recently, his reputation had preceded even Lan Heng, the strongest person in the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect. A hint of despair flashed in the depths of Yuan Qing's eyes. If Lan Heng were the only present, perhaps they would have a chance to kill Lan Jinyan. However, with Lei Jinshan present, it would be nigh impossible to do so. Lan Heng lightly glanced at the duo before he settled his gaze on Yuan Qing and said, "You must be the sect leader of Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, right? I've sent my man to propose a marriage previously. Summon your disciple Duan Siling here. We've brought the betrothal gifts here. She can follow us back to the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect." She should feel honored that two of the strongest celestial emperors from the Cold Drizzle sect came to escort her. Although Lan Heng's tone was calm, the threats in his tone were unmistakable. His words naturally stirred up a commotion. Duan Siling? Heavens! Miss Siling is going to marry Lan Jinyan? Say it isn't so. From what I heard, Junior's sister has already rejected the Cold Drizzle sect's proposal previously. No wonder our sect leader and Grand Elder's expressions are so dark. It seems like the people from the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect are here to force them to accept the marriage. The expressions of the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect turned hostile as they looked at the people from the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect. Senior Lan Heng, Yuan Qing shook her head and sighed. What a coincidence. My disciple Duan Siling had committed a huge offense, so I expelled her 2 days ago. I've sent my junior sister, Feng Tianwu, to hunt her down. However, there's still no news about her. Your grandson. Lan Heng interjected angrily. Yuan Qing, do you think I'm a child who will believe your lies? The disciples from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect with weaker cultivation bases retreated as Lan Heng's aura surged. Sect leader Yu, Lan Jinyan narrowed his eyes and said, I came with a sincere heart. I know junior sister Si Ling is your beloved disciple. I promise to cherish her if she marries me. I know I had a bad reputation in the past, but I'd change for the better for her. Despite his words, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes, and his smile contained a hint of disdain. Lan Jinyan looked at Yuan Qing meaningfully before he continued to say, unless you want us to search your estate, it's best if you summon her here. On the contrary, Lan Heng roared impatiently, "You Wenqing. I'll give you 15 minutes to summon Duan Siling here. Otherwise, I will kill a member of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect every 12 breaths." The members of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect were shocked by Lan Heng's words. They did not expect him to be so unreasonable and domineering as to force Duan Siling to marry his grandson. "Senior Lan Heng," Yuan Qing sighed. "Do you think I'm lying? If so, you can enter our estate and search for my unfilial disciple. If you find her, you can take her with you. I won't have any objection." At this moment, Yu Baiheng looked at Lan Jinyan and said with a contemptuous smile on her face, "Young Master Lan, if you want to marry Siling, please look for her without involving my sect. My sect no longer has anything to do with Duan Siling. She's no longer a disciple of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect." The others from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect felt chills running up their spines upon hearing the words of their sect leader and grand elder. It was obvious the duo did not plan to give in to the Cold Drizzle sect. Everyone in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect knew how much their sect leader cared about her disciple, Duan Siling. Moreover, Duan Siling had been in the sect for so long, so they were familiar with her character. Duan Siling would never wrong her master, nor would she do anything that would get expelled from the sect. Therefore, most of them knew the expulsion was just a way to protect Duan Siling. Unsurprisingly, and just as it should be, there were many elders' disciples from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect who were dissatisfied. However, what else could they do at this point? What's sect leader and the grand elder thinking? Are they really going to destroy the sect? So the sect leader and the grand elder is going to throw all our lives away in order to save one person? Why must I die for Duan Siling? Why are we brought into this? Although junior sister Siling is kind and has a good reputation in the sect, it doesn't mean that I'm willing to die for her. Am I wrong for thinking this? Why don't we leave the sect now? At this moment, many disciples from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect considered leaving the sect. Lan Heng laughed after Yu Baifeng finished speaking. Despite his laughter, his eyes were cold and cruel. On the other hand, Lan Jinyan had a gloomy expression on his face. He said disdainfully, "Grandpa, they must have sent Duan Siling away. Not only do they disrespect the Cold Drizzle sect with their actions, but they disrespect you as well. After all, you've informed them beforehand that we'll be coming to propose marriage, and yet they still sent her away. Grandpa, it's fine if I can't marry her, but I can't tolerate their disrespect toward you." At this moment, not only was Lan Jinyan's eyes bloodshot, but even his face turned red from anger. When he looked at Yu Baifeng and Yu Wenqing, he could barely conceal the hatred and killing intent in his eyes. "Don't worry, Nyener. I'll give you justice," Lan Heng said after he stopped laughing. He glanced at the others from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect coldly and said, "I'll ask one last time. Is Duan Siling at the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect? I just want to know if she's here or not." Lan Heng's gaze was so frosty, and his anger was palpable. It was as though he was going to explode in any second now. If he lost his temper, there was no doubt everyone in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect would die. As soon as Lan Heng finished speaking, everyone turned to look at Yu Wenqing, their sect leader, in unison. Since she was Duan Siling's master, it was likely that she knew of Duan Siling's whereabouts. "Senior Lan Heng, does this mean you don't believe me?" Although her lies had been seen through, she remained determined. Lan Heng scoffed. His eyes flashed with a hint of cruelty as he said, "Since you insist on being stubborn, Yu Wenqing, don't blame me for my actions." As soon as Lan Heng finished speaking, the expressions of the elders and disciples from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect changed drastically. At this time, Lan Heng's divine consciousness had shrouded the entire Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's estate. Then he used celestial origin energy in his voice as he said, "Listen up, people of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Your sect leader rather sacrifices all of you just to save Duan Siling. It's best if you can convince her to hand Duan Siling over. You have 30 minutes. If I don't see Duan Siling in 30 minutes, I'll kill everyone in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. You can forget about escaping since I've shrouded the entire place with my divine consciousness." After a short pause, he said, "That's right. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Lan Heng, the former sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect." After saying that, Lan Heng looked at Yu Wenqing with a sneer. "Yu Wenqing, you brought this upon yourself. Yuan Qing did not expect Lan Heng to speak these words that were not entirely untrue. With this, he had pushed everyone from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect to stand on opposing sides with her. When the members of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect regained their senses, they began to cry out one after another. Some disciples even fell to their knees. Sect leader, how can you be so selfish? How can you sacrifice all of us for one person? Sect leader, you've betrayed the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect with your actions. Sect leader, please hand Duan Xiling over to them. More and more disciples and elders from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect fell to their knees to plead with Yuan Qing as they wept. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this time, a large group of people could be seen flying up from all directions in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's estate. There were the other elders and disciples of the sect who showed after hearing Lan Heng's loud voice. Similar to the others, as soon as they arrived, they fell to their knees and pleaded with Yuan Qing. Indeed, Yuan Qing and Yu Baifeng's actions were rather selfish. They did not consider the lives of the others in the sect. In the end, Yuan Qing sighed and said with a voice that contained celestial origin energy, I, Yuan Qing, declare that I'm no longer the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Not only that, but I sever all my ties to the sect. Following that, Yu Baifeng also said, I, Yu Baifeng, declare that I will sever all ties with the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. The disciples and elders of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect were stunned by this development. Meanwhile, Yu Baifeng looked at Lan Heng and said disdainfully, Lan Heng, you're not worthy of being a titled celestial emperor. Love should be free. There's no difference between your actions today from those in the mundane realms who kidnap women to force them into marriages. That's right. I ask Xiling to leave. If you must blame someone, blame me. Yu Baifeng said with a low voice. Yuan Qing stepped forward and glared at Lan Heng. Duan Xiling is my disciple. I'm the one who allowed her to leave. It has nothing to do with my junior aunt. You can direct all your anger on me. At this moment, the members of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect remained silent. After all, Yuan Qing and Yu Baifeng were no longer the sect leader and the grand elder of their sect. Nevertheless, their eyes were shining with admiration when they looked at the duo who were willing to die to protect Duan Xiling. Before Lan Heng spoke, Lan Jinyan began to laugh. What a joke! You bitches thought you can just quit, and will spare the innocent in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect? Let me tell you this. If I don't see Duan Xiling today, my grandfather and I will still kill everyone in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. It doesn't matter if you had severed your ties with the sect or if you atone with your lives. A cruel smile appeared on Lan Jinyan's face as he turned to look at the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, whose expression had changed drastically, and said, Listen up. It's too late for all of you to leave the sect now. If I don't see Duan Xiling, I'll kill all of you. The members of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect trembled on their knees. Sect leader, we're innocent. Please spare our lives and hand Duan Xiling over to them. Sect leader, grand elder. Please bring Duan Xiling back. Please, sect leader. Please acquiesce to their demand. I beg you, sect leader, grand elder. Faced with the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect elders and disciples who were pleading for their lives, Yuan Qing and Yu Baifeng's expressions were rather unsightly. They exchanged a look and saw the bitter smile on each other's faces. In the end, Yuan Qing hardened her heart and said with a sigh, I've already severed ties with the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect and has nothing to do with the sect. I really don't know where Duan Xiling went. There was no turning back now. Yuan Qing did not expect this to happen. She blamed herself for being short-sighted. At this moment, she thought that if Duan Xiling were still in the sect, she might have handed her over to the Cold Drizzle sect. Indeed, it was selfish to sacrifice everyone for the sake of one person. My stance is the same as the sect leader, Yu Baifeng said. In that case, all of you will die. Lan Heng's expression darkened. Celestial origin energy surged out his body immediately in waves of green violent wind that blew in all directions. Yuan Qing and Yu Baifeng were expressionless as they held their weapons in their hands. At the same time, celestial origin energies surged out of their bodies as well. It was clear they had decided to fight Lan Heng to death. At the critical moment, two melodious voices rang in the air. Master! Master! Following that, two figures appeared in front of Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng. At this moment, Lan Jinyan stared at one of the newcomers with lust brimming in his eyes. Xiling, Tian Wu. Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng were shocked by the duo's arrival. Following that, their expressions changed drastically. They did not expect the duo who had left 2 days ago would return. Why did they return? At this moment, the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect disciples kneeling on the ground pointed at Duan Xiling and said, "Senior Lan Heng, Duan Xiling is there." "That's right. That's Duan Xiling. She's Duan Xiling." Upon seeing Duan Xiling, the eyes of the elders and disciples of Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect brightened, as though they had already been saved. Earlier, the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect's Celestial Emperor, Lan Heng, said that he would annihilate the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect if Duan Xiling did not appear. He even said it did not matter if the sect leader and the Grand Elder of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect had severed ties with the sect. Everyone would still have to die unless Duan Xiling showed up. With these words, all of them fell into despair. How could they not be filled with hope now that Duan Xiling was here? As soon as Duan Xiling showed up, she kneeled in front of Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng. "Master, Grandaunt Xiling has troubled all of you." Feng Tianwu followed suit and kneeled in front of Yu Baifeng. She knew her master only protected Duan Xiling for her sake. When Yu Baifeng recovered from her shock, she asked angrily, "Why did both of you come back?" With this, all hope was lost. "Xiling, why did you come back?" Yu Wenqing's expression was much worse than Yu Baifeng. She instinctively stepped in front of Duan Xiling to shield her as she glared at Lan Heng and Lan Jinyan. "Nyener, is that Duan Xiling?" Lan Heng asked as he withdrew his raging energy and looked at the girl standing behind Yu Wenqing. "Grandpa, it is her," Lan Jinyan said with barely concealed excitement. "All right," Lan Heng nodded. With a wave of his hands, he said to the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect disciples standing behind him who were carrying the betrothal gifts, "Put down the gifts and get the girl." "Senior Lan Heng, you won't gain happiness by forcing this. Why must you do this?" Yu Wenqing asked grimly, still shielding Duan Xiling. However, if Lan Heng was so easily convinced, things would not have escalated to this extent. "Yu Wenqing, it's best if you move aside. Otherwise, your disciple Duan Xiling will have to organize a funeral for you." Lan Heng's eyes shone with killing intent as he looked at Yu Wenqing. "Master." Duan Xiling suddenly stepped forward to shield Yu Wenqing instead. Then she looked at Lan Heng coldly and asked, "You're Lan Heng, the former sect leader of the Cold Drizzle sect?" Lan Heng smiled indifferently. "Girl, it's an honor that you're able to marry my grandson. If you know what's good for you, you better come with us. Otherwise, unless you want everyone in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect to die because of you." Feng Tianwu stepped forward as well at this moment. She stood next to Duan Xiling. She looked at Lan Heng and scoffed before she said, "Lan Heng, don't you know what your grandson is like? What kind of honor are you talking about? He's unworthy of Xiling." "Well, whether he's worthy or not, it's not up to you," Lan Heng sneered. "If you want me to marry him, you'll have to convince my father," Duan Xiling said icily. Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng looked at each other as soon as they heard Duan Xiling's words. "Your father?" Lan Heng cocked his eyebrows and asked disdainfully, "Where is he? Does he even dare to go against me?" As soon as Lan Heng's voice fell, a scoff rang from behind a cloud. Soon enough, 3 figures appeared before everyone's eyes. There was 1 man and 2 women. The man dressed in a purple robe was handsome with bright eyes and had valiant air about him. Everyone thought the purple-clad man was incredibly handsome. However, their eyes widened further in shock when they saw the white-clad lady standing next to him. "So beautiful! Heavens! She's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen." The white-clad woman leaned against the purple-clad man as she held his hand. A hint of gentleness could be seen on her usually expressionless face when she looked at Duan Xiling. Apart from that, there was a pretty young woman who was dressed in a golden robe. At this time, she grinned as she looked at Lan Heng and said, "Brother Ling Tian, I heard this man said you won't dare to go against him. I'm curious to see what he can do," Duan Ling Tian said with a deceptively friendly smile on his face. However, his eyes flashed with killing intent when he looked at Lan Heng. "There's a celestial emperor among them as well." Lan Heng's expression turned solemn when the trio appeared. "He can't see through their cultivation bases. It seemed like his divine consciousness had been blocked. This meant that these people were not simple. Moreover, based on the golden-clad young woman's words, it was clear the trio was confident. After the trio moved to stand next to Duan Xiling and Feng Tianwu, Lan Heng asked solemnly, "Are you Duan Xiling's father?" Duan Ling Tian ignored Lan Heng and said to Yuan Qing with a smile, "Sect leader Yu, thank you for looking after my daughter." "Why, you're welcome," Yuan Qing stammered slightly. Not only did her disciple return, but she brought her father along as well. She had heard from Feng Tianwei that Duan Xiling's father was possibly the disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. However, 100 years ago when they visited, Duan Xiling's father was not there. With Duan Ling Tian's presence, in a way, it meant that they had the support of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Since Duan Ling Tian was staying in the heavenly palace, the most sacred place in the solitary destructive heaven, it meant that he was highly valued by the heavenly emperor. Yuan Qing knew if it were not for Duan Xiling, she would not have been able to meet with such a prominent figure. Similar to Yuan Qing, Yu Baifeng, Feng Tianwu's master, was shocked as well. She looked at Duan Ling Tian, dumbfounded, as she thought to herself, "Is he Xiling's father? The man Tianwu loves." Elder Baifeng. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he turned to look at Yu Baifeng. "Thank you for taking care of Tianwu as well." "No, it's my duty." Although Yu Baifeng was a titled celestial emperor, she did not put on airs. After all, the person in front of her was related to the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. In her advanced age, she could not help but tremble. At this moment, Lan Jinyan called out, "Hey, did you not hear my grandpa? He asked if you are Duan Xiling's father." "So you're the one who wants to marry Xiling?" Little Gold said as she slowly walked toward Lan Jinyan. Lan Heng looked at Little Gold warily. At this time, Duan Ling Tian called out, "Little Gold, I'll deal with this." Little Gold pouted. However, she naturally did not dare to disobey Duan Ling Tian. She stuck out her tongue at him before she returned to her original position. She had wanted to toy with Lan Jinyan a little. Who knew Duan Ling Tian wanted to deal with the matter himself? It was to be expected. After all, she could sense Duan Ling Tian's fury. "Huaner, look after Xiling." Huaner obediently moved to stand next to Duan Xiling while Duan Ling Tian moved toward Lan Heng, Lan Jinyan, and the others. "Who are you? Are you with them as well?" Duan Ling Tian asked a middle-aged man standing behind Lan Heng and Lan Jinyan. The middle-aged man was Lei Zhenshan, Lan Heng's disciple. "He's my disciple Lei Zhenshan," Lan Heng said in a low voice. Duan Ling Tian nodded. "I understand. So all of you are together." "No," Lei Zhenshan hurriedly said as he retreated in just a blink of an eye. Then he said loudly, "Senior, I used to be Lan Heng's disciple. However, I hereby announce that I'm severing all ties with Lan Heng and the Cold Drizzle sect." Lei Zhenshan, a celestial emperor from the Cold Drizzle celestial sect, was a disciple for Lan Heng, the former sect leader of the Cold Drizzle sect. He was also known as the person with the highest cultivation talent in the history of the Cold Drizzle sect and would most likely be the next titled celestial emperor in the sect. Upon hearing Lei Zhenshan's words, how could the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect elders and disciples not be shocked? They all knew all about Lei Zhenshan after all. What was Lei Zhenshan trying to do? Why did he suddenly sever ties with the Cold Drizzle sect? No one expected this from Lei Zhenshan at all. Moreover, he had moved away from the people of the Cold Drizzle sect so decisively to show he wanted nothing to do with them. Even Duan Ling Tian did not expect Lei Zhenshan to act so decisively. Following that, he ignored Lei Zhenshan. At this moment, Feng Tianwu sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian explaining Lei Zhenshan's background. This Lei Zhenshan must not be simple. He should have sensed something. Even then, to think he would betray his master so decisively based on his instinct alone. Duan Ling Tian could tell there was more than meets the eye with Lei Zhenshan. Lei Zhenshan! Lan Heng roared when he finally regained his senses. Out of everyone present, he was the most shocked by Lei Zhenshan's betrayal. He did not expect his disciple would be so treacherous. He glared at his disciple and asked in a low voice, "What do you mean by this?" At this moment, Lan Jinyan, who had also recovered from his shock, looked at Lei Zhinshan in shock, disbelief, and anger. Lan Heng. Lei Zhinshan glanced at Lan Heng indifferently and said, "You should be the clearest about what's happening. In order to let your son Lan Kongxian become the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect by intentionally retiring early, even if you know I'm much more qualified. Although I don't care about that position, don't you think your actions are too despicable? Apart from that, there are many things in the sect that should go to those who deserve them, but you've given them all to your son. If I continue to stay in the Cold Drizzle Sect, it'd only hinder my cultivation and path to becoming a titled Celestial Emperor. I've long decided to leave, but today seems like a good day to do so." "You," Lan Heng roared. "You treacherous bastard. Have you forgotten who took you in and nurtured you?" Lei Zhinshan scoffed. "You think too highly of yourself. Back then I was clearly more talented than my brother, so you took me in while he went to a weaker sect. However, the sect valued him and nurtured him sincerely. Currently, he has grown even stronger than me. If I had gone with him, I'd be so much more powerful than I am now." He sneered as he continued to say, "I'm not getting involved with your mess today." Lei Zhinshan stood in the distance with his arms crossed as he looked at Lan Heng mockingly. Then, he shifted his gaze to Duanling Tian and said, "Sir, if you're capable, you should kill all of them. I won't interfere. Naturally, if they're stronger than you, I won't intervene as well." After listening to Lei Zhinshan voice out his dissatisfaction, everyone finally understood his sudden and shocking reaction. "Lei Zhinshan, I'll kill you after I deal with this matter," Lan Heng growled. "Old man, although you're slightly stronger than me, it won't be easy for you to kill me," Lei Zhinshan said nonchalantly. Lan Heng took a deep breath before he turned around. If he fought Lei Zhinshan now, he would only give those from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect a chance to escape. "You!" As Lan Heng was about to speak, Duanling Tian interjected, "Don't hold back an attack with all your might. I'd like to see how powerful you are since you dare to force my daughter to marry." Duanling Tian's purple robe fluttered in the air even though there was no wind. Despite his even tone, everyone could hear the fury simmering beneath his words. Lan Heng's expression changed slightly as an ominous feeling rose in his heart. The person in front of him was abnormally calm. Alas, there was no turning back now. Moreover, even if he tried to leave, he was sure his opponent would not allow him to do so. Whoosh! As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, celestial origin energy boosted with the law of wind raged around Lan Heng's body. It looked as though it would mow down everything that stood in its path. While Feng Tianwu, Duan Xiling, and the others watched with grim expressions when Lan Heng erupted with celestial origin energy, Little Gold, who was standing behind Duanling Tian, could not help but chuckle. "He looks like he's a 3-talent celestial emperor, but he hasn't even fully comprehended the law of wind." It was obvious to Little Gold that not only did Lan Heng not learn how to fuse profundities, but the most embarrassing thing was he had not even comprehended all 9 profundities from the law of wind. Based on his celestial origin energy, he had only comprehended 8 profundities from the law of wind. "This is all you have, and yet, you dare to force my daughter to marry your grandson?" Duanling Tian laughed derisively. With a wave of his hand, a 7-color sword ray appeared. A terrifying energy rippled into the surroundings as soon as they appeared. Before everyone could react, Duanling Tian brandished the 7 orifices exquisite sword and sent the sword rays out. The sword rays surged up into the sky before they fell like flower petals, forming a cage around Lan Heng and Lang Jinyan. Duanling Tian laughed at that point. With a wave of his right hand, a 7-colored sword ray appeared. Obviously, it is his 7 orifices exquisite sword. Waves of terrifying aura could be felt as soon as it appeared. Before everyone could come back to their senses, Duanling Tian shook his sword and a beam of 7-colored energy surged up into the air. Then they fall to the ground like petals of flowers falling from the sky. Shortly after, it formed a huge 7-colored cage and trapped Lan Heng and Lan Jinyan inside it. Following that, the pressure in the cage began to grow heavier and heavier. When Lan Jinyan turned pale and vomited blood, Lan Heng's expression turned even more unsightly. "Nyener." Lan Heng hurriedly moved to Lan Jinyan, trying to use his divine consciousness to help ease the pressure on Lan Jinyan. Then, he sneered as he said to Duan Tian, "You're merely a one basic celestial emperor. Even if you have an emperor-grade celestial weapon and have comprehended the law of space, do you think it's enough to beat me?" "Idiot," Duan Tian said indifferently. At the same time, the seven-color cage began to shrink.
"I will break these restraints now," Lan Heng cried out. Green energy surged out of his body like a storm as he tried to break free of the cage. Alas, his energy was overwhelmed by the space energy in the cage. At this moment, Lan Heng spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was deathly pale at this moment, and his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Duan Tian. "Fused profundity? Why you learned how to fuse profundities?"
All of Lan Heng's confidence had been crushed at this point. How could he be a match for someone who not only comprehended fused profundities, but it was fused profundities from the law of space as well, one of the four supreme laws? He could not help but wonder about the purple-clad figure in front of him. Who was he?
He was just a one basic celestial emperor, but he had already learned to fuse profundities? Meanwhile, Duan Tian looked at Lan Heng coldly. At the same time, 9 spatial tears appeared on one side of the seven-color cage.
Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 9 sword rays from the cross-dimensional profundity shot out Lan Heng.
This was a fused profundity Duan Tian created with the help of the supreme powerhouse divinity. It was the combination of the cross-dimensional and the space elemental profundity. With this, he had more control over the number, intensity, range of the sword rays.
"No!" The defenseless Lan Heng cried out in despair. His legs were severed before they were crushed into pulp by the space energy. Whoosh! Another sharp sword cry rang in the air as Lan Heng's arm was severed. Blood spurted out immediately. It made for a shocking and terrifying sight.
At this moment, Lan Heng was filled with pain, remorse, and despair. Why did he come here? If he knew there was someone like that helping the 4th-grade Cloudy Sunbow sword sect, he would not have forced Duan Ling to marry his grandson.
"Don't worry. The Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect will accompany you in death," Duan Tian said tonelessly as though he was commenting on the weather.
Lan Heng's eyes widened in horror immediately.
Meanwhile, Lan Jinyan's face had paled even more. He did not expect the father of the woman he had taken a liking to was such a powerful person. Even his grandfather was powerless against that person. Lei Zhinshan, who was standing at the side, watched with his mouth agape. Fortunately, he made the right decision earlier. Otherwise, he would have died as well. Based on how confident the young man was, I had a feeling he's not simple. Thank the heavens I seized the chance and severed ties with Lan Heng and the sect.
After all, even if the young man failed to kill Lan Heng, I'm confident I'll be able to escape from Lan Heng. Lei Zhinshan had been dissatisfied with Lan Heng for a long time now. He just thought this was a good opportunity to cut off ties with Lan Heng.
Moreover, he had a feeling Duan Tian was stronger than he seemed to be. After all, the young man must be aware of Lan Heng's strength before he confronted Lan Heng. For the young man to remain fearless, he must be confident he could defeat Lan Heng.
If he was no match for Lan Heng, would he recklessly step forward? Obviously not. Nevertheless, he did not expect Duan Tian to be so strong.
Lei Zhinshan was even more shocked that Duan Tian had learned how to fuse profundities despite being a one basic celestial emperor.
He thought he was rather powerful, but even then he only managed to comprehend all the profundities from the law of metal despite being a two-form celestial emperor. He was just beginning to learn how to fuse profundities.
He had also noticed that Duan Tian managed to combine a few dual-fused profundities as well. With the sword that seemed stronger than an emperor-grade celestial weapon, it was no wonder Duan Tian managed to overpower Lan Heng.
Lei Zhinshan sighed in relief inwardly. He knew even if he joined forces with Lan Heng, they would not be able to defeat Duan Tian. Once again, he felt lucky for making the right decision.
"Yes, sir." Lan Heng's face was as pale as a sheet of paper at this moment. Only fear was left in his eyes when he looked at Duan Tian. "This is all my fault. Please don't blame my grandson and the Cold Drizzle sect." Lan Heng knew he would not be able to escape death today. He was no match for Duan Tian at all. Duan Tian sneered. With a wave of his hand, he created a wind blade and slashed at Lan Jinyan's waist. Lan Jinyan screamed in horror. "Grandpa, help me." I don't want to die. Lan Heng's eyes widened and said hurriedly, Sir, please show mercy. Duan Ling Tian turned around and looked at Duan Siling, ignoring Lan Heng. His expression thawed, replaced by a loving smile as he asked, Siling, do you want to kill them with your own hands? Yes. Duan Siling glared at the men that caused her beloved master to suffer and renounce the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. She was aware of how much her master cherished the sect, so it must have hurt her master to say those words. She felt guilty as well. If it were not for her, none of this would happen. Although she knew it was not her fault, she still could not but feel responsible. I'll bring them to you. Duan Ling Tian nodded. With a wave of his hand, he brought the severely mutilated Lan Heng and Lan Jinyan over.
Please show mercy. Please. Lan Jinyan begged, frightened out of his wits. Meanwhile, despair flashed in Lan Heng's eyes. Whoosh! Duan Siling lifted her hand and retrieved her sword. She brought the sword down, killing the two men whose strength had been depleted by her father. Father! After killing the men, Duan Siling rushed into Duan Ling Tian's arms and cried, venting the frustrations and sadness she had pent up. Duan Ling Tian reached out and gently patted her back without saying anything. His love for his daughter was evident in his eyes. He had not seen his daughter in over 200 years. He thought he would have to wait another 700 years before he could see her again. Who knew she managed to escape from the divine offering land and had been in the solitary destruction heaven for over 100 years? When he first met his daughter yesterday, he was ecstatic. As soon as he learned about the problem his daughter and Feng Tianwu faced, he asked them to lead them here immediately. Although they had arrived in the morning, they only showed up at the end. When the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect regained their senses, they began to whisper among themselves. Is he really Duan Siling's father? Heavens! Duan Siling's father is a celestial emperor? Moreover, he seems much more powerful than ordinary celestial emperors. How domineering! Most of the members of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect looked at Duan Ling Tian in awe. How could they not be filled with admiration? Duan Ling Tian was too powerful. He easily overpowered Lan Heng, a four-phenomenon celestial emperor and the strongest person in the second-grade Cold Drizzle sect. They wondered if he was as powerful as a titled celestial emperor or if he was already titled celestial emperor. Similarly, Yuan Qing and Yu Baifeng were shocked as well. Although they had heard that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven had accepted Duan Ling Tian as his disciple, they had no idea how strong he was until now. His strength was beyond their imagination. Initially, they had thought they would need the support of those from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to intimidate the Cold Drizzle celestial sect. As it turned, Duan Siling's father alone was enough to deal with Lan Heng. Duan Ling Tian patted Duan Siling's head after she left his embrace. Following that, he called out, Sect leader Yu, in order to thank you for taking care of Siling, I should give you a gift. You're being too courteous. There's no need for that. I'm sincere in taking care of Siling and don't expect anything in return. After 100 years, I've already treated her like my daughter, Yuan Qing said, refusing Duan Ling Tian. Sect leader Yu, please don't reject my gift. If you don't, it will only benefit others. Duan Ling Tian shook his head with a faint smile. Yuan Qing was confused. Sect leader Yu and Grand Elder Yu, would you like to follow me to the Cold Drizzle sect? Duan Ling Tian asked with a grin. Then he said to Lei Zhinshan, who was standing quietly at the side indifferently, I plan to go to the Cold Drizzle sect. Do you want to lead the way? It'd be my pleasure to do so, Lei Zhinshan said. At the same time, he thought to himself, the Cold Drizzle sect is ruined. Duan Ling Tian brought Duan Siling, Feng Tianwu, Huaner, and Little Gold with him as he followed Lei Zhinshan. At this time, realization also dawned on Yuan Qing, Yu Baifeng, and those from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. They finally understood the gift Duan Ling Tian mentioned. The Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect was a second-grade sect that had a king-grade celestial vein in their estate. This meant the heaven and earth spirit energy there was much better than that in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. After all, the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect only had a Duke-grade celestial crystal vein. Is Duan Siling's father really planning to annihilate the Cold Drizzle sect?
So he plans to give us the cold drizzle sex estate? Heavens! What a terrifying gift! Nevertheless, their eyes brightened when they thought the cloudy Sunbow sword sect was going to get a better estate. Under normal circumstances, they would not dare to accept the cold drizzle sex estate even if it were freely given to them. After all, it would only attract trouble from greedy people. However, since it was given to them by a powerhouse like Duanling Tian, no one would dare to covet it. Who would want to incur the wrath of a powerhouse? As for those stronger than the cold drizzle sect, they naturally did not care about the estate at all. I have said it earlier, I, Yuan Qing, have renounced the position of the sect leader of the cloudy Sunbow sword sect. Yuan Qing's expression darkened when she heard the discussion in the surroundings. Although she knew she was being selfish by intending to sacrifice so many people's lives for one person, she was still angry at how they tried to push her favorite disciple out. How could they have the audacity to accept a gift from Duan Xiling's father? What a joke! It's best that all of you stay here and guard the cloudy Sunbow sword sect's estate, Yu Baifeng said before she caught up with the others. Sect leader. Grand Elder. Sect leader, Grand Elder, what were we supposed to do under those circumstances? We were innocent. We don't have to live in the cold drizzle sect's estate. But the cloudy Sunbow sword sect can't do without both of you. That's right. If Yuan Qing and Yu Baifeng left the cloudy Sunbow sword sect, the sect would fall into ruins. Let alone a 4th grade sect, it would probably become a 5th grade sect. In fact, they might not even be able to protect themselves. The grades of forces in Devata realms were determined by the number of powerhouses in the respective forces. For instance, 4th grade sects and clans had to have at least one titled celestial lord be qualified as a 4th grade force. In the spirit overarching heaven's southern territory where Duanling Tian ascended to in the past, the most powerful forces there were only 5th grade forces even if they had many celestial lords because the forces there lacked titled celestial lords. In fact, there was only one titled celestial lord in the southern territory who governed the territory. Sect leader. Grand Elder. Several cloudy Sunbow sword sect elders who managed to catch up with Yuan Qing and Yu Baifeng cried out to stop them from leaving. Soon enough, the other elders and disciples from the cloudy Sunbow sword sect caught up to the duo as well and instantly fell to their knees. Sect leader, I know you're angry, but we don't have a choice. It was the life of one girl against the lives of everyone in the sect. Grand Elder, the cloudy Sunbow sword sect needs you. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian and the others were unaware of the situation Yuan Qing and Yu Baifeng were facing. At this moment, Duan Xiling said with a sigh, "Earlier my master declared she would leave the cloudy Sunbow sword sect. Knowing her, she won't go back on her words." "Don't worry, Xiling," Feng Tianwu, who was standing next to Duan Xiling, said as she shook her head, "No matter how stubborn senior sister is, the elders and disciples from the sect won't let her go so easily. If everyone pleaded with her to stay, she won't be able to remain hard-hearted." "It's the same for my master." Compared to Duan Xiling, Feng Tianwu's judgment was naturally better. She continued to say with a smile, "You must know that the cloudy Sunbow sword sect is only a 4th grade sect due to my master's presence since she's a titled celestial lord. A Duke grade celestial crystal vein is the best a 4th grade force would have. Only some celestial lords would covet it. Titled celestial aren't interested in it at all. If senior sister leaves, master will definitely leave as well. Without them, the sect is sure to decline and become a 5th grade sect. The elders and disciples will do their best to dissuade them from leaving." Before Duan Xiling responded, Little Gold interjected with a frown on her face, "How can they be so shameless? They were the ones who forced Xiling's master and your master to leave the sect in the first place. At that time, I don't see them pleading with both your masters to stay. Now that the crisis has passed, they change their stance so quickly. They're too shameless." In Little Gold's eyes, things were simple. They were either black or white, and there were no gray areas. Needless to say, if Duanling Tian chose to turn black, she would obediently follow him as well. "That's how things are," Feng Tianwu said with a sigh. "Moreover, they're blameless. How could anyone be willing to sacrifice so many lives for the life of one person? I can understand them." Duan Xiling nodded in agreement. Soon after, under Lei Zhunshan's lead, Duanling Tian, and the others arrived at the cold drizzle celestial sex estate under Lei Zhanshan's guidance. As they flew into the cold drizzle celestial sex estate, numerous saber rays appeared around Lei Zhanshan. As he flew forward, he killed the patrolling disciples in the estate. Alas, even until their deaths, the patrolling disciples did not understand why their elder killed them. Lei Zhanshan wore a bitter smile on his face as he killed everyone standing in their way. Although he hated Lan Heng, it did not mean he hated the cold drizzle celestial sect as well. He was not trying to seek revenge by killing the members of the cold drizzle celestial sect, he had only done it to save his life. After all, he was still unsure if Duanling Tian would let him go. Therefore, he was on his best behavior, hoping Duanling Tian would spare him. It did not take long before news of Lei Zhanshan's killing spree reached the ears of the high-ranking members of the Cloud Drizzle Celestial Sect. Lang Kongxian, the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Sect, led a group of people to stop Lei Zhanshan. Lan Kongxian was a middle-aged man who bore resemblances to Lan Heng and Lan Jinyan. He was dressed in a long green robe and had a dignified air about him. At this moment, he looked at Lei Zhanshan with a dark expression on his face as he asked, "Lei Zhanshan, what are you doing? Lan Kongxian, your son, Lan Jinyan, and your father, Lan Heng, are dead. It's best if you don't put up a fight," Lei Zhanshan said with a sigh. As soon as his voice fell, the expressions of the members of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect who were present on the scene changed drastically. Initially, they were skeptical. However, when they saw the strangers standing behind Lei Zhanshan, an ominous feeling rose in their hearts. Are you Feng Tianwu from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect? Grand Elder Yu Bai Feng's disciple. One of the high-ranking officials from the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect recognized Feng Tianwu. With that, another person recognized Duan Xiling as well. That seems to be sect leader Yu Wenqing's disciple Duan Xiling. Lei Zhanshan followed the former sect leader and the young master to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect to bring the young master's bride back, right? What happened? You talk too much. At the time when Lan Kongxian's expression further darkened, Little Gold stepped forward. In just a blink of an eye, she seemed to have vanished into thin air. When she disappeared, a loud roar rang in the air. Following that, a figure the size of a hill appeared before everyone's eyes. It was a huge golden mouse with red eyes. Despite its size, the mouse's speed was as swift as lightning. In just a blink of an eye, she had already appeared in front of Lan Kongxian and the others. Swoosh! The mouse swiped its paw across the group of high-ranking members of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect. Apart from Lan Kongxian and two other celestial emperors who narrowly avoided the attack, the others were torn apart. Little Gold grinned. I haven't got a chance to fight to my heart's content since I became a celestial emperor. Let me fight 3 of you today. It was an incredibly strange sight. The mouse was absurdly huge, but its voice was that of a young woman. Little Gold, Feng Tianwu was stunned. Since their reunion, this was the first time she had seen Little Gold in a fight. Meanwhile, Lan Kongxian and the 2 celestial emperors were easily sent flying by Little Gold. All of them spat out mouthfuls of blood. The other members of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect watched this with horrified expressions on their faces. This isn't fun at all, you're all too weak. With just 3 swipes of her paw, Lan Kongxian and the 2 celestial emperors died. Just like that, all the high-ranking members of the Cloud Drizzle sect were dead. Lei Zhanshan, who was standing at the side, trembled in fear. Even the young woman was much stronger than him. After reverting to her human form of a beautiful woman with a curvaceous body, Little Gold said in a voice that resounded through the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect's estate. From now on, the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect no longer exists. Leave now if you don't want to die. Initially, there were a few disciples from the Cloudy Drizzle sect who were confused. It did not take long before they heeded Little Gold's words and fled. In less than an hour, the entire Cold Drizzle Celestial sect's estate was empty. At the same time, those from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect finally arrived with Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng in the lead. Sect leader Yu, the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect's estate is now empty. This is my gift to you, Duanling Tian said to Yu Wenqing with a smile. Then, he glanced at Yu Baifeng, who was next to Yu Wenqing, and said, In the future, if there's anything you need help with, You can speak to Xiling or Tianwu. I'll help you if it's within my power to do so. When you have the time, you can come to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to visit Xiling and Tianwu. Although the cloudy Sunbow Sword sect elders and disciples had witnessed Duanling Tian's strength and guessed he must have an extraordinary background, they were still dumbfounded upon hearing his words. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Duan Xiling's father was from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? All right. Yuan Qing and Yu Baifeng nodded with a smile. They felt slightly excited as well. After all, they had learned from Feng Tianwu and Duan Xiling that Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, would be accepting Duanling Tian as his disciple. Under normal circumstances, they could only look up at someone like him. Due to their disciples, they were now related to someone like him.
Duanling Tian said, Xiling, Tianwu, you can speak to your masters a bit more if you want. Once you're done, we'll return to the heavenly palace to discuss my plan to look for Little Fair and Nian Tian.
At this point, Duanling Tian had already learned that Feng Tianwu and Duan Xiling were not the only ones who escaped from the divine offering land. His wife, Li Fei, his son, Duan Yen Tian, his parents, Duan Rufeng and Li Rou, had also escaped from the divine offering land with the help of Xianxia, Kuer's third uncle. Nevertheless, he still did not have an idea of where to start finding them.
Duan Xiling and Feng Tianwu possessed the soul pearls of Li Fei, Duan Yen Tian, Feng Wudao, and Duan Rufeng. Although they tried to contact them through the soul pearls, there were no replies.
It was likely that they were not in the solitary destructive heaven or that they did not have communication celestial talismans.
In the past, before Feng Tianwu, Duan Xiling, and the others were sent out of the divine offering land by Xianxia, he exchanged soul pearls with them in case there was a need for them to meet in the future. To prevent the soul pearls from losing its effects too quickly, Xianxia had given them high-grade soul pearls from the divine offering land that would preserve their energies for at least 1,000 years.
This was because Xianxia knew when he sent them away, they might be sent to different mundane realms.
He had given them the soul pearls to help them reunite once they ascended to the Devata realms, since it was impossible for them to reunite in the mundane realms unless they were transported to the same place. There were too many mundane realms, and not only were there no communication celestial talismans in the mundane realms, but even if there were, it would be impossible for them to communicate using the talismans unless they were in the same mundane realm.
Unlike the mundane realms, they should be able to communicate with each other even if they were not in the same Devata realms. However, Xianxia did not give them any communication celestial talismans before he sent them away because he was in a hurry. Moreover, even if he had remembered to give them the talismans, it would not have been enough since he only carried a few on him.
During their way back to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Tianwu said solemnly, Brother Duan, I had most of our people's soul pearls when I arrived at a mundane realm with Xiling. I had the soul pearls of all the members from the Seven Absolutes sect. However, apart from Senior Mu Yi, everyone's soul pearls had shattered.
Mu Yi was the successor of the Seven Absolutes sect's prophet progeny and a heaven-defying Tao cultivator. She was among the people whom Yun Qingyan had abducted to the divine offering land. However, Mu Yi's whereabouts, similar to the others, was unknown after Xianxia sent them away. Among all the successors of the Seven Absolutes sect, everyone, except for Duanling Tian, Feng Tianwu, and Mu Yi had perished. They're dead. Duanling Tian's expression changed drastically upon hearing Feng Tianwu's words. Killing intent shone in his eyes as he clenched his hands tightly. Yun Qingyan, I won't forgive myself if I don't kill you.
I'll hunt you down when the passage leading to the divine offering land from the Devata realms opens.
His anger did not abate. Instead, his flames of fury rose higher, causing killing intent to surge out of his body. It was so intense that it put a pressure on those around him. After a moment, Duanling Tian asked, What about the others? I have the soul pearls of Sister Fair, Nian Tian, Uncle Rufeng, Aunt Li Rou, Xuanai, and my father. If we find my father, we'll be able to find out about Senior by Li Hong and the others, Feng Tianwu replied. Duanling Tian heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing these words. He had prayed fervently for Bai Li Hong and the others to be safe. He would not be able to forgive himself if something were to happen to them since they were in this predicament because of him. Because of him, Yun Qingyan had abducted his family and friends to force Kuer to return with him. We'll return to the Heavenly Palace first and list out all the Devata realms. Tianwu, Xiling, give me their soul pearls. I'll search for them, Duan Ling Tian said. He was prepared to wander the Devata realms to look for his family and friends. Since they had absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land, their cultivation bases must have risen swiftly. They must have ascended to a Devata realm by now if they're alive. Duan Ling Tian said. Brother Duan, I'll go with you, Feng Tianwu said. Duan Xiling chimed in as well. Father, I want to go with you as well. Based on Duan Ling Tian's words, Duan Xiling and Feng Tianwu knew Duan Ling Tian intended on leaving them in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven while he wandered the Devata realms alone. Both of you should stay in the heavenly palace and cultivate, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. As though he just recalled something, he quickly added, forget it. If both of you want to come, then let's go together. The cultivation environment in my little world is better than Heavenly Palace anyway. Although the cultivation environment in the Heavenly Palace of the solitary destructive heaven was far better than any of the heaven-grade forces, it was still no match for the cultivation environment in Duan Ling Tian's little world that was filled with the heaven and earth spirit energy from the remnant of a realm of gods. When Duan Ling Tian returned to the Heavenly Palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he wasted no time in looking for Elder Hua. Elder Hua, do you know the names of all 81 Devata realms? Puzzled, Elder Hua shook his head. No. Why? I want to look for some people, Duan Ling Tian replied before he briefly explained the situation to Elder Hua. Elder Hua nodded. All right, I understand. Give me 2 days, and I'll sort this out for you. Thank you, Elder Hua. Duan Ling Tian expressed his gratitude before he bade farewell to Elder Hua. Meanwhile, after Duan Ling Tian returned to the Heavenly Palace, Huaner did not stick to Duan Ling Tian's side as she usually did. After all, he would want to spend time with Duan Xiling and Feng Tianwu. Over the next 2 days, Duan Ling Tian did not cultivate and spend his time with Duan Xiling and Feng Tianwu. The duo recounted their experience after leaving the divine offering land. He felt distressed when he heard about their experiences. After a while, Duan Xiling looked at Duan Ling Tian knowingly and asked, Father, it seems like you're in a relationship with Huaner. Am I right? Feng Tianwu glanced at Duan Ling Tian tentatively, waiting for his answer. Duan Ling Tian sighed before he recounted his meeting with Huaner and how he fell for her. After that, he said with a tender gaze, Tianwu, after rescuing Kua, I'll give you a grand wedding. Feng Tianwu replied, Brother Duan, that's not important. This is my promise to you. My feelings for you will never change, Duan Ling Tian said solemnly. In the past, when they were in the mundane realm, Feng Tianwu almost died because of him. How could he let her down now? How could he let down a woman who was willing to sacrifice her life for him? Meanwhile, when Duan Ling Tian mentioned Kuer, Duan Xiling's eyes flashed with worry as she asked, Father, Mother will be fine, right? Of course. Duan Ling Tian nodded confidently. Even when Duan Ling Tian was in the mundane realm, he had known there were 81 Devata realms. After receiving a memory celestial talisman that contained all the names of the 81 Devata realms from Elder Hua, he asked, Elder Hua, are you coming with me? Elder Hua nodded and said with a smile, I haven't left the Heavenly Palace for a long time, so I'll come with you. Moreover, Meng Luo will be worried if I don't accompany you. He might even decide to come along. In his eyes, you're the young master of the Heavenly Palace of the solitary destructive heaven. How could he face the Heavenly Emperor if something happens to you? You have no idea how highly the Heavenly Emperor values you. Does Senior Feng Qingyang blame me at all? Duan Ling Tian felt guilty. After all, it was all because of him that Feng Qingyang was forced to escape into the Azura Hell and was trapped there as a result. I've actually asked the Heavenly Emperor this question before. Elder Hua replied with a smile. Not only does he not blame you, but he even wants to thank you. After all, the Azura Hell is like a fortuitous encounter to him. It would have taken him thousands or 10,000 years to gain his current strength if he didn't go to the Azura Hell. Duanling Tian felt relieved upon hearing Elder Hua's reply. However, the guilt in his heart did not ease. Perhaps, he would only be able to let go of his guilt once he personally apologized to Feng Qingyang.
Elder Hua, let's go, Duanling Tian said.
They used the transportation formation in the Heavenly Palace and left for their first destination, the Jade Emperor Heaven. The Thousand Tribulations sword sect that Duanling Tian and Huaner joined was located in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Nando territory. After arriving, Duanling Tian tried sending messages to Li Fei, Duanyen Tian, Duan Rufeng, and the others through their soul pearls to see if there would be a response.
While they waited for the response, they traveled to the Nando territory.
We've left the Heavenly Pool Palace for quite some time now. Senior Zhuge Feng and Senior Zhuge Yun must have been worried when they heard about what happened. Let's go see them.
When Duanling Tian arrived at the Thousand Tribulations sword sect's estate, he sent a message to Su Li. After leaving the sect, he had never seen Su Li since then. It did not take long before Su Li came to the entrance to meet him.
Su Li. Su Li's eyes lit up as soon as he saw Duanling Tian. He asked, Duanling Tian, the two leaders of Ganjiang progeny and the Moxia progeny said you went to the Boundless Heaven's Heavenly Pool Palace due to some personal matters. They even told me not to look for you. Have you resolved it? Yes. Everything has been resolved. Duanling Tian nodded. Then, he brought Little Gold out of his little world. Su Li, look at who else is here. Su Li watched as a golden-clad beautiful woman with a curvaceous figure appeared. Little Gold said with a grin, Su Li, it's been a long time since we last met. Su Li stared at Little Gold in confusion as he asked, Do I know you? This is heartbreaking. Young Master Su Li has forgotten me. Little Gold shook her head and sighed deliberately.
Su Li grew even more confused. Who are you?
I don't remember you at all. It's impossible for me to forget the people I know. Although Su Li was certain he had never met this beautiful woman before, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity about her.
Duanling Tian laughed and said, Little Gold, stop teasing Su Li.
Little Gold. It's you. A delicate little girl who was always dressed in golden robes appeared in his mind immediately. That little girl had grown into a woman. No wonder he felt she was familiar. Su Li, Brother Ling Tian told me about you. You've done well for yourself. I didn't think you'd ascend to a Devata realms and achieve such feats. Little Gold said with a smile. Su Li sighed emotionally. I didn't expect to meet another old friend from the mundane realm in this Devata realm. Following that, he turned to Duanling Tian and asked, Duanling Tian, now that you've returned, you'll be staying here for good, right? When Duanling Tian and Huaner left the Thousand Tribulations sword sect, the leaders of the Ganjiang progeny and the Moxia progeny had told Su Li that Duanling Tian was only leaving the sect temporarily to deal with some matters and would return in the future. Duanling Tian shook his head. I only came to meet you and the two progeny leaders. I might return to the Thousand Tribulations sword sect in the future, but I won't be able to stay for long. I currently belong to the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven.
The Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven? Su Li was taken back.
Then, his eyes lit up as he said, I remember you said you inherited a legacy in the mundane realm that was left by Senior Feng Qingyang, the predecessor of the Fog Rain progeny and the former sect leader of the Seven Absolutes sect. He's now the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven as well. He has decided to accept you as his direct disciple. Duanling Tian had told Su Li about this when they first reunited. Duanling Tian nodded. Su Li continued to ask, Has Senior Feng Qingyang formally accepted you as his direct disciple? No, he hasn't. Duanling Tian shook his head. Senior Feng Qingyang hasn't returned to the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. I'll need to wait for his return before officially becoming his direct disciple.
Feng Qingyang was the only master Duanling Tian acknowledged.
Su Li said with a smile, Then I'll congratulate you in advance. Come. I'll bring you to the two progeny leaders. Subsequently, Su Li led Duanling Tian and Elder Hua into the Thousand Tribulations sword sect's estate. The sword peaks on the floating islands appeared once again before Duan Tian. As for Little Gold, she had returned to Duan Tian's little world to cultivate. After all, the cultivation environment in his little world was superior to those in Devata realms. Even the divine crystal could not compare to his little world. The divine tree of life located in the heart of Duan Tian's little world emitted a pure light. At this time, the two Ning dragons were crouched beneath the tree as though they were asleep. The light from the tree reflected off their scales, making them look like stars in the night sky. If one looked closely, one would be able to see 5 energies with different colors revolving around the tree as well. They were the 5 divine elements. The 7th form profound divine metal, clear heavens divine wood, world-cleansing divine water, chaos divine earth, and the 8th form chaos divine flame. The red energy was the most vivid among the 5 energies. This was because the chaos divine flame was in its 8th form after all. Apart from that, 4 figures could be seen sitting cross-legged near the divine tree of life. They were none other than Duan Xiling, Feng Tianwu, Little Gold, and Huaner. After Duan Tian became a celestial emperor, his little world had undergone a transformation again. A circular barren land had appeared outside the perimeters of the green and lush land in the little world. Signs of life were beginning to appear in the barren land. It would not take long before it flourished with greeneries, flowers, and birds. Before meeting Zhuge Yun and Zhuge Feng, Duan Tian had brought Huaner out of his little world. Progeny leader. Senior. The siblings did not seem to change since the last time he saw them.
Did everything go well? Zhuge Yun asked with a smile.
Duan Tian nodded. We successfully rescued Huaner's parents. Then, he began to recount what happened. He told them about everything except for the 5 divine elements.
You should have told us about this, we would have helped you. Although we might not be as strong as the Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan, even if we joined forces, we're not afraid of the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, Zhuge Yun said. With this, Duan Tian realized the siblings' combined strength must be on par with the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, or at the very least, their strength was on par with Meng Chuan, the Jade Bao Celestial Emperor.
Zhuge Yun sighed. How unexpected. In the end, you joined the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. In fact, you're destined to become the direct disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. I didn't expect me and my brother to lose our disciples as soon as we accepted them.
Senior, if you need my help in the future, please don't hesitate to look for me. As long as it's within my capabilities, I'll definitely help you, Duan Tian solemnly said. He felt apologetic toward Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun.
After all, they were prominent figures in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect who mostly kept to themselves.
However, for Duan Tian and Huaner, not only did they accept them as disciples, but they even helped them search for information regarding Huaner's parents in the boundless heavens Heavenly Pool Palace. Alas, he and Huaner were not destined to stay in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Young man, don't worry. I was just joking, Zhuge Yun laughed heartily and said teasingly, we can be considered lucky to have met you. After all, you're the direct disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. We'll be able to brag about you in the future. After spending half a day in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect, Duan Tian and Huano bade farewell to Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun.
Nobody responded to Duan Tian's messages. Perhaps none of his family and friends were in the Jade Emperor Heaven, or maybe they were in closed-door cultivation.
He sent another message informing everyone that he was based in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven in case they were in closed-door cultivation, so they would know where to look for him. After bidding farewell to Su Li, Elder Hui asked, where are we going next? Duan Tian's eyes glinted as he said, let's go to the spirit overarching heaven.
The spirit overarching heaven was the original Devata realm that Duan Tian had ascended to from the mundane realm. He had spent the most time in the spirit overarching heaven. After arriving in the spirit overarching heaven, Duan Tian made his way to the territory of the profound nether mansion in the southern heaven territory.
Similar to when he was in the Jade Emperor Heaven, Duan Tian sent messages out through the soul pearls in his possession.
I should visit the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion in the profound nether mansion while I wait to see if there's any response, Duan Tian thought to himself. Nothing seemed to have changed in the profound nether mansion. The pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion was naturally delighted to see Duanling Tian again. He was shocked when he found out about Duanling Tian's current strength. Although he knew Duanling Tian was highly talented, he did not expect Duanling Tian to surpass him so quickly. After bidding farewell to the pavilion master of the profound nether mansion's Imperial Tutor Pavilion, Duanling Tian hesitated for a moment before he decided to head to the boundless heaven. Before he left, he said, "Elder Hua, I have conflicts with the Heavenly Pool Palace. I'm afraid the Heavenly Emperor of the boundless heaven might see me as an enemy. Should we ask Senior Meng Luo to accompany us there?" Needless to say, Duanling Tian would feel more at ease if Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, accompanied him to the boundless heaven. Apart from searching for his family and friends, he wanted to go to the Heavenly Pool Palace to apologize to his teacher, Su Lang, and his senior brothers and sisters.
It's unnecessary. Elder Huan narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly before he said, "Although I've never met the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace master before, I've met the Heavenly Emperor of Boundless once when our Lord Heavenly Emperor returned from the Azura Hell. The Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven and other Heavenly Emperors came to congratulate our Lord Heavenly Emperor after he returned and reclaimed his throne." A hint of disdain could be seen in his eyes as he continued to say, "Those heavenly emperors who came to congratulate our Lord Heavenly Emperor are rather mediocre. The strong heavenly emperors didn't show up and only sent their subordinates over to congratulate our Lord Heavenly Emperor. The weaker heavenly emperors would personally make an appearance since they want to curry favor with our Lord Heavenly Emperor. To think the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven had the audacity to try to harm you." Duanling Tian felt relieved after hearing Elder Hua's words. With this, he could feel even more keenly how powerful Feng Qingyang was for other heavenly emperors to personally come to the solitary destructive heaven just to curry favor with him. "If that's the case, let's go." Duanling Tian and Elder Hua were transported to a place in the Boundless Heaven territory near the Heavenly Pool Palace. As soon as he arrived, he sent messages through the soul pearls again. "Duanling Tian?"
When Duanling Tian arrived at the entrance of the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate, the patrolling elders and disciples recognized him immediately. After all, Duanling Tian had become famous after his performance in the Prodigy Arena. Duanling Tian said politely, "I'm here to visit my teacher, Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor." The group of patrolling elders and disciples looked at Duanling Tian fearfully since they had heard of what he had done. Not only did Duanling Tian release the prisoners in the Thousands Chains prison, but he had also injured Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor. For this reason, they knew they were no match for Duanling Tian at all and would not be able to stop him from entering the estate. Upon seeing the fear on the elders and disciples' faces, he said, "Don't worry. I mean no harm. I really came just to visit my teacher."
Following that, he brought Elder Hua to Su Lang's cultivation ground.
After Duanling Tian left, the patrolling elders and disciples exchanged a look and saw the fear in each other's eyes. After a while, they began to discuss fervently among themselves. "Why is Duanling Tian back?"
It's said that Duanling Tian managed to escape that time because the Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan, the fragmentary element emperor Ji Yunyan, intervened. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape. "Not only is our palace master furious, but I heard our Lord Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven is furious as well." Alas, there was nothing Lord Heavenly Emperor could do against Ji Yunyan.
Shouldn't he be avoiding this place like the plague? Not only does he have the audacity to return to the Boundless Heaven, but he even dares to come to the Heavenly Pool Palace. Does he have a death wish?
I don't think so. He's not a foolish person. I wonder who's the old man who came with him?
Could it be the Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan? That's ridiculous.
Do you really think it's possible for the dignified Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan to trail behind him like a subordinate?
While they discussed among themselves, the leader of the group, an elder of the Heavenly Pool Palace, sent a message to Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Following that, he said, "I've already informed our palace master about this matter. What happens next has nothing to do with us. All of you, return to your duties." At this time, Duanling Tian finally arrived at Su Lang's cultivation ground. "Teacher, A hint of excitement could be seen in Su Lang's eyes when he saw Duan Ling Tian. However, his expression suddenly turned solemn. Duan Ling Tian, why did you return?
Since Duan Ling Tian had released prisoners and the titled celestial emperors from the Thousands Chains prison, he had offended not only the Heavenly Pool Palace but the Heavenly Palace of the Boundless Heaven as well.
How could Su Lang be worried when Duan Ling Tian returned in less than 100 years?
Was he not afraid of death?
Teacher, I came to visit you and my seniors. I've sent them a message to invite them over. I'm really sorry about what happened previously, Duan Ling Tian said apologetically. I don't need your apologies.
Hurry and leave right now.
Otherwise, it'll be too late when the palace master and the others arrive, Su Lang said impatiently. He was naturally delighted to see Duan Ling Tian, but he knew Duan Ling Tian was not safe here after offending the Heavenly Pool Palace previously. Until Duan Ling Tian was strong enough, it was best that he did not return. As soon as Su Lang's voice fell, swoosh, 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 swoosh.
The sounds of wind howling rang in the air as 6 figures flew over from different directions.
Eldest senior sister, second senior brother, third senior sister, fourth senior sister, fifth senior brother, sixth senior brother. Duan Ling Tian quickly greeted his seniors. Su Yasi, Duan Ling Tian's eldest senior sister, stood in the lead. His third senior sister, Hu Mei, and his sixth senior brother, Hong Fei, stood directly behind her. Both of them winked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully. It was clear they did not blame him for what happened.
Lu Ji, Duan Ling Tian's second senior brother, was cold and aloof as always. However, the corners of his lips were curled up slightly into a faint smile as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and nodded slightly.
Meanwhile, when Wan'er and Ouyang Chi Fei, his fourth senior sister and fifth senior brother respectively, smiled at him.
Only Su Yusi looked at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of hostility. She sneered and said, "Oh, our little junior brother finally returned?"
I'm sorry, eldest senior sister. Duan Ling Tian apologized with a bitter smile on his face. At that time, when Duan Ling Tian was trying to escape, he could tell Su Yusi was trying to help him escape, despite her harsh words. He knew clearly she would get into trouble for helping him and naturally felt indebted to her.
"Have you forgotten what I've told you?" Su Yusi said in a grave tone as her eyes flashed icily. "Didn't I say I'll personally send you to the Thousand Chains prison if I see you again?"
Did you take my words for nothing? I'll give you 3 breaths to get out of my sight and leave the Heavenly Pool Palace. Otherwise, I'll arrest you and send you to the Thousands Chains prison at once. As soon as Su Yasi finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian's seniors spoke up one after another. Little junior brother, quickly leave.
It'll be too late once the palace master arrives.
Little junior brother, go. Don't misunderstand eldest senior sister. She's just thinking about your safety.
Little junior brother, if you want to meet us, you could have just sent us a message. We would have met you outside of the Heavenly Pool Palace. You shouldn't risk your life coming here. Duan Ling Tian was moved when he heard his senior's words. Just when Duan Ling Tian was about to say he was not afraid of the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, a thunderous voice rang in the air, distracting him. "Duan Ling Tian? Lei Ying?" Duan Ling Tian recognized Lei Ying's voice immediately.
Su Yasi stepped forward and said icily to Duan Ling Tian, "Scram! Su Yasi, he won't be able to leave today." An indifferent voice rang in the air.
Not only did Lei Ying come, but even Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, had come. Moreover, all of the titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace except for Xianxia Tian, the Howling Heaven celestial emperor, were present.
After the Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan left, Xianxia Tian stayed in the Heavenly Pool Palace for a short time before he eventually left the Boundless Heaven and returned to the Jade Emperor Heaven with his direct disciple, Sun Xing.
Guchangjiang, the martial dragon's celestial emperor, said viciously, "Duan Ling Tian, you must have a death wish for you to return here. Since you've returned, you should just stay here forever." Although the other titled celestial emperors remained silent, they looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he was a dead man walking. Previously, when the titled celestial emperors Duan Ling Tian released from the prison escaped before their eyes, they had felt humiliated.
There was nothing they could do since the Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan had intervened. However, since they dared not provoke the Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan. All their anger was directed at Duanling Tian. Now that he had returned to the Heavenly Pool Palace, how could they let go of this chance to vent their anger? It seems like everyone is here. Duanling Tian smiled as he swept his gaze past Yu Fengyu and the other titled Celestial Emperors.
Apart from Yu Fengyu, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor, and the Cold Gloom Celestial Emperor were rather calm compared to the others who were staring at Duanling Tian furiously. This was especially true for Lei Ying, the Merciless Celestial Emperor, and the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor. The duo looked as though they could not wait to tear Duanling Tian into pieces. Palace Master. Su Lang stepped forward, shielding Duanling Tian, and looked at the Heavenly Pool Palace Master, Yu Fengyu. He said as his eyes flashed, "I have nothing to say about his conflict with the Heavenly Pool Palace. However, Duanling Tian is here to visit me today, so I can't stand and watch as all of you attack him. Once he leaves, you can do whatever you want to him."
Duanling Tian was shocked by Su Lang's decisiveness to protect him, even though Su Lang was clearly outnumbered. Su Lang, the Merciless Celestial Emperor, Lei Ying, glared at Su Lang and said in a low voice, "Not only did he kill my son, but he freed the prisoners, including the titled Celestial Emperors, from the Thousand Chains prison. And yet, you still insist on protecting him." At the end of her words, Lei Ying's lips curled up into a contemptuous smile. After all, even if Su Lang insisted on protecting Duanling Tian, it would be useless. After all, Yu Fengyu would never let Duanling Tian get away. Su Lang, the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor, looked at Su Lang frostily. "It seems like your bonds run deep. Unfortunately, he won't be able to live today. If you intervene, I'll move against you. Let's see if your strength has increased."
Su Lang, you better stay out of this matter.
Su Lang, don't make a mistake. The Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor and the Misty Wave Celestial Emperor warned Su Lang. Su Yasi, Yu Fengyu, who was standing in the distance, looked at Su Yasi and said, "You better dissuade your father from making a mistake."
The group of titled Celestial Emperors shifted their eyes to Su Yasi. Since her strength was comparable to Yu Fengyu, her opinion naturally mattered to them. The strong had always been revered after all.
With her strength at such a young age, it was only a matter of time before she surpassed Yu Fengyu, who was currently the strongest in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Swoosh! 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 Before Su Yasi could respond to Yu Fengyu, her juniors moved to stand next to Su Lang, shielding Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes as he watched. Although Elder Hua had only just met Su Lang and his students for the first time, he was filled with respect for them.
Hu Mei turned to look at Su Yasi and said mischievously, "Eldest senior sister, we'll follow your lead."
Su Yasi smiled faintly as she moved to stand in line with her juniors. This clearly answered Yu Fengyu's question. She would not stand by and watch as they attacked Duanling Tian. Ridiculous! Lei Ying's expression darkened. Her body trembled in anger. "Palace Master, look at this group of ingrates. Since they're determined to protect Duanling Tian, we should kill all of them. Su Yasi, with your innate talent, you have a bright future ahead. Are you willing to go against the Heavenly Pool Palace because of a traitor?" A hint of fear could be seen in the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor as he looked at Su Yasi. He was not afraid of Su Lang, but the same could not be said for Su Yasi, who had surpassed him a few years ago. In a one-on-one fight, she would easily defeat him. Su Yasi. At this moment, the Cold Gloom Celestial Emperor and the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor, who had remained silent all this time, spoke up to dissuade Su Yasi. They had watched her grow up and did not want her to throw her bright future away. They wanted to see how far she could go and were unwilling to see her go down the wrong path. "I don't care if he's a traitor or not," Su Yasi said indifferently to all the Heavenly Pool Palace titled Celestial Emperors. "All I know is my little junior brother came to apologize to us today. Whoever wants to harm him will have to go through me."
As soon as she finished speaking, a gray energy appeared in her hand before it morphed into a thick chain that was a few meters long. The thick chain seemed weightless when she held it in her hand. "Su Yasi, due to your talent, I'd plan to appoint you as the next Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. If you step aside today, I promise I'll step down after 10,000 years and hand my position over to you."
Duanling Tian, Su Lang, and the group of titled celestial emperors were shocked by Yu Fengyu's words. They did not expect this at all. Think about this carefully. Yu Fengyu added, a slight mistake can ruin everything. You have a bright future waiting for you. Why throw it away?
I know the position of Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace Master might not be attractive to you, but you have the potential to become a Heavenly Emperor.
Palace Master, let Duanling Tian go, Su Yixi said, clearly not swayed by Yu Fengyu's words. Duanling Tian's gaze grew even more complex. He had only met his Su Yixi once, but she was willing to risk her future for him. He asked Elder Hua through voice transmission, Elder Hua, let's just reveal our identities now. It's useless wasting time with them.
Yu Fengyu's expression darkened, clearly angered by Su Yixi's words. Su Yixi, you disregard the kindness I extended to you, so don't blame us for not showing mercy. As soon as he finished speaking, the celestial origin energies of the titled celestial emperors of the Heavenly Pool Palace surged out of their bodies immediately.
Today the Heavenly Pool Palace will kill Su Lang and all his disciples, Yu Fengyu ordered indifferently.
Yes, Palace Master.
The group of titled celestial emperors separated and surrounded Duanling Tian and the others. Elder Hua, Duanling Tian called out. At the same time, his celestial origin energy surged and a gray energy shrouded him as spatial cracks appeared around him. We won't reveal our identities until the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven arrives, Elder Hua said before he rose into the air. The end of his long red robes fluttered in the air as flames surged around him.
Elder Hua's energy. Duanling Tian discovered that Elder Hua's celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the law of fire was hotter than was normal. Could this be due to this true form as a three-legged golden crow?
The three-legged golden crow possessed solar energy. Back in the mundane realm, Elder Hua had given some of the energy to him. However, it was nothing compared to the solar energy Elder Hua was currently emitting. Elder Hua looked at Lei Ying as he raised his hand. You want to kill my young master? Boom, boom, boom. A fiery seven-tier pagoda flew out from Elder Hua's hand and hovered above Lei Ying's head. Die! Elder Hua roared. The flames from the seven-tier pagoda surged high. With a wave of his hand, the flames fell on Lei Ying fiercely before she even had a chance to react. She hurriedly brought her celestial weapon out to defend herself, but her defenses were instantly breached by the flames. Boom! A loud explosion rang in the air as the seven-tier further broke through Lei Ying's defenses.
Watch out! Yu Fengyu shouted to warn Lei Ying. His expression changed drastically as he watched what was happening.
No one expected the old man who trailed after Duanling Tian like a subordinate was stronger than Lei Ying. Lei Ying, the profound heaven celestial emperor, cried out. He was standing closest to Lei Ying at this moment. Apart from that, he was also one of the few titled celestial emperors present who stood a chance of helping her.
A dazzling sword ray shot appeared and shrouded him before he shot toward the seven-tier pagoda.
Bang! At the moment the Yu Fengyu and the others moved, the seven-tier pagoda suddenly moved to face the profound heaven celestial emperor's attack. Bang!
After an earth-shaking explosion died down, a terrifying scene appeared before everyone's eyes.
They watched as the seven-tier pagoda descended, completely nullifying the profound heaven celestial emperor's energy, before it landed on his head. Just like that, his body exploded like a watermelon that had been dropped from the height of 10,000 meters.
Apart from a mist of blood, even the remnants of his clothes could not be seen. The only things that remained were his spatial ring and his celestial sword that were blasted off into the distance. Just like that, not counting Su Yixi, the profound heaven's celestial emperor, whose strength was second only to Yu Fengyu in the Heavenly Pool Palace, died. Although the Cold Gloom's celestial emperor's strength was comparable to his, the Cold Gloom's celestial emperor specialized in sneak attacks.
Therefore, in a direct confrontation, the Cold Gloom celestial emperor might not be a match for him.
Lei Ying was in a daze. She did not expect the red-clad old man to be so powerful. She knew she had no hope against such strength. As she watched the pagoda return to her, there was only one thought left in her mind. Only Yu Fengyu could save her from the red-clad old man.
She cried out, "Palace Master, save me. Stay your hand." The death of the profound heaven celestial emperor bought Yu Fengyu time to move toward Lei Ying.
As for the other titled Celestial Emperor from the Heavenly Pool Palace, they did not recklessly make a move. After all, the red-clad old man killed the profound Heaven's Celestial Emperor who was stronger than them. It would probably be futile even if they made a move. Perhaps they might have stood a chance if all of them worked together. However, the death of the profound Heaven's Celestial Emperor had shocked them so thoroughly that they were too afraid to make a move, afraid of ending up like the profound Heaven's Celestial Emperor. Swoosh! Yu Fengyu was indeed worthy of his title of being the strongest person in the Heaven Pool Palace. Even if Su Yuxi's strength was not inferior to his, it did not diminish his strength at all. As Yu Fengyu prepared to strike, a sword suddenly flew out of the second floor of the pagoda. The aura of the sword was piercing as it shot toward Yu Fengyu. It's the Jasper Celestial Sword. Duanling Tian felt slightly emotional when he saw the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and the Jasper Celestial Sword again, even if these were inferior to his Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword. Many memories from the Saint Province realm flashed in Duanling Tian's mind as he looked at the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda that accompanied him for a long time in the mundane realm. There was also Elder Hua, whom he treated like an elder. He had been greatly saddened in the beginning when he thought Elder Hua had perished. How could he not be emotional when he saw Elder Hua fighting using the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and the Jasper Celestial Sword again? Swoosh! Due to the sudden appearance of the Jasper Celestial Sword, Yu Fengyu was forced to stop in his tracks even though the sword did not pose any threat to his life. Nevertheless, it could still seriously injure him. This brief interruption stopped him from helping Lei Ying in time. Seeking death. As the strongest person in the Heavenly Pool Palace, if he were to sustain a heavy injury, the situation would definitely be unfavorable for them. Under normal circumstances, he would have blocked the strike for Lei Ying. However, he could not afford to do so now. He did not even hesitate as he watched the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda fall on Lei Ying. No! Lei Ying shrieked, her voice was laden with unwillingness. Her ending was similar to the profound Heaven's Celestial Emperor. At this moment, it was as silent as a graveyard. In just a blink of an eye, 2 titled Celestial Emperors had perished. Moreover, these titled Celestial Emperors were considered one of the stronger ones in the Heavenly Pool Palace. At this moment, Yu Fengyu's expression was gloomy as he asked Elder Hua, "Who are you, senior?" "You're not worthy to know who I am," Elder Hua said indifferently. Yu Fengyu's expression turned unsightly in just an instant. Nevertheless, he did not dare to act recklessly. Based on what he had seen, he was no match for the old man. He would only embarrass himself if he made a move now. In fact, he was not sure he could defeat the red-clad old man even if he joined forces with the others. Moreover, Su Lang and his daughter had yet to make a move. He had to consider the father-daughter duo as well. In the end, Yu Fengyu said gloomily, "Senior, don't you think your words are too rude? I'm assuming you don't know my maternal grandfather is the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven." Elder Hua chuckled at Yu Fengyu and said disdainfully, "That's the only reason you're still alive. Don't tell me you think I couldn't kill you earlier." Yu Fengyu's expression changed drastically as his eyes widened in shock. He did not expect the red-clad opponent to be aware of his identity. Then, what did it mean that the old man still dared to help Duanling Tian? Could it be that the old man was unaware that Duanling Tian had only offended the Heavenly Pool Palace previously, but had also offended his grandfather? Nevertheless, Yu Fengyu calmed down quickly when he recalled he had already sent a message to his grandfather and his grandfather was already on his way over. Let's see if this old man still dares to act arrogantly when grandfather arrives. Although he's strong, his strength can't compare to grandfather's at all. Hong Fei asked in shock, "Little junior brother? Who's he?" Since he kept standing behind you silently, I assumed he was your attendant. However, his strength is too frightening for him to just be an attendant, right? In fact, he's even stronger than the palace master. Following that, several of his seniors asked the same questions. Hu Mei even added she had readied herself for death earlier. Even Su Lang and Su Yixi looked at Elder Hua in shock. At this moment, Yu Fengyu said gravely, "Senior, my grandfather is arriving soon. I advise you to stay out of this and hand him over. Don't tell me you're going to make an enemy out of my grandfather for a brat like him? I don't know if you're aware. This brat not only offended the Heavenly Pool Palace, but he has offended my grandfather as well. He released someone my grandfather personally imprisoned,
causing my grandfather to be furious. In fact, my grandfather probably wants to kill that brat with his own hands. He was clearly trying to intimidate Elder Hua with his grandfather. Su Lang and Su Yixi's expressions changed slightly upon hearing Yu Feng use words. The duo urged Duanling Tian to leave through voice transmission, fearing he would be unable to do so once the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven arrived. Don't worry, teacher.
Eldest senior sister, it's good that he is coming. I can finally deal with this matter once and for all. I'll help you eliminate the hidden danger around you as well.
Even if Duanling Tian was not certain of his victory, he still would not have left. After all, if he left, he would implicate the father and daughter duo and his seniors. Despite Duanling Tian's reply and his obvious determination to stay, Su Lang repeatedly urged Duanling Tian to leave. As for Su Yixi, she looked at him probingly. She had a feeling he had a hidden trump card up his sleeve. After all, it was clear to her that he was brimming with confidence. She only wondered what was the source of his confidence.
After all, the person he had to deal with was not an ordinary person. He was the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven after all.
At the same time, Duanling Tian's other seniors sent his voice transmissions, urging him to leave as well.
The name of the Heavenly Boundless Heaven was Shui Hongyu. Despite his feminine-sounding name, he was rather manly. He was initially a sexless cultivator. Apart from his abilities, his current achievements could be attributed to luck as well.
He had run into many fortuitous encounters, allowing him to climb to his current height. However, his innate talent was not high, and it was almost impossible for him to progress any further. Therefore, he usually paid many visits to other heavenly emperors to build good relationships.
He was hoping to use the connections to intimidate others and discourage them from having thoughts about usurping his position.
Duanling Tian has returned? Shui Hongyu was naturally furious when he had been informed by his grandson that Duanling Tian, who released a titled celestial emperor he captured in the past, had returned to the heavenly pool palace in the boundless heaven.
Although he did not care much about the prisoner, Duanling Tian's action was tantamount to challenging his dignity. It was unfortunate that Ji Yunyan, the Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan, had intervened, and by the time he arrived, Duanling Tian had already escaped. If Ji Yunyan was only the Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan, he would have vented his frustration on Ji Yunyan and beat Ji Yunyan up even if he could not kill Ji Yunyan. After all, apart from being the Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan, Ji Yunyan was also the direct descendant of a Heavenly Emperor of a Devata realm. Most importantly, that Heavenly Emperor was far stronger than him, and he had also painstakingly built a good relationship with that Heavenly Emperor. For this reason, he did not dare to get into a conflict with Ji Yunyan. As he flew toward the Heavenly Pool Palace, Shui Hongyu muttered to himself, "Previously, you had Ji Yunyan's help. Let's see who's going to help you now that Ji Yunyan isn't here." Shui Hongyu had been vexed by his inability to take action previously. Now that he found out Duanling Tian had returned to the Heavenly Pool Palace with a helper who was stronger than his grandson, he was eager to rush over to settle accounts. "So what if you have a helper who's stronger than my grandson? Can he contend with me?" Shui Hongyu sneered. Although Shui Hongyu was ranked at the bottom among all the heavenly emperors of the 81 Devata realms, he was still confident about facing a titled celestial emperor. After all, he was still the heavenly emperor of a Devata realm no matter what. Heavenly emperors, in general, were much superior to titled celestial emperors. Even compared to the strongest titled celestial emperors, a heavenly emperor would still have an edge. Soon enough, the Heavenly Pool Palace appeared before his eyes. In the past millennium, this was his second visit to the Heavenly Pool Palace. Similar to his first visit, his second visit was also because of Duanling Tian. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, apart from Su Yixi, everyone felt that Duanling Tian was being too stubborn for his own good. In their opinion, if he did not seize the chance to flee now, he would no longer be able to flee even if he wanted to once the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven arrived. Inside Heavenly Pool Palace, no matter how many times they urged or pleaded with him, Duanling Tian remained firm in his decision to stay. All he did was told them not to worry. However, how could their worries be so easily assuaged? Nevertheless, they could stand and watch anxiously. At this time, Elder Hua looked up and muttered, "He's here." As soon as Elder Hua's voice fell, a figure appeared in the sky. It was an old man dressed in a silver long robe.
The old man was of medium height, and he had long hair that draped on his back. The trimmings of his fine silver robes were gold. The robe was exquisite. Despite his white hair and eyebrows, his face that slightly resembled that of a sage looked like he was 40 or 50 years old at most. "Greetings, grandfather." Yufeng called out immediately and bowed respectfully as soon as Shui Hongyu appeared. The titled celestial emperors of the heavenly pool palace followed suit and bowed as they greeted Shui Hongyu respectfully. "Greetings, Lord Heavenly Emperor." Two people stood closely at Shui Hongyu's back. An old man and an old woman. They stood with their backs straight like palace attendants. These two were the strongest titled celestial emperor in the heavenly palace of the boundless heaven. Needless to say, both of their strengths were superior to Yufengyu's strength. Nevertheless, even if they combined forces, they were still not a match for Shui Hongyu. So the name of the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven is Shui Hongyu. Elder Hua had sent him a voice transmission revealing Shui Hongyu's name. "Lord Heavenly Emperor." Even Su Lang bowed and greeted Shui Hongyu respectfully. Following in his footsteps, Su Lang's other disciples bowed and greeted Shui Hongyu respectfully. Su Yasi was the only one who stood stall, showing no sign of submission. "It's over. It's really over for little junior brother." Hong Fei, Duan Lingtian's sixth senior brother, thought to himself. He could not help but feel annoyed that Duan Lingtian did not heed their advice. He could not understand why Duan Lingtian did not seize the chance to flee earlier. Apart from that, Su Lang and his other disciples all had unsightly expressions on their faces at this moment. What could they do to help now that the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, the person who controlled the boundless heaven, had arrived? Shui Hongyu's eyes immediately found Su Lang first. He said somberly, "Feng Yu has told me about you. Do you intend on betraying the heavenly pool palace?" His eyes flashed with killing intent at the end of his words. Su Lang shook his head. "I only wish that my student will be able to safely leave the heavenly pool palace." Shui Hongyu scoffed loudly, causing Su Lang to turn pale. Then he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian and Elder Hua, who were standing nearby. At this moment, the Misty Wave Celestial Emperor stepped forward and pointed at Duan Lingtian. "Lord Heavenly Emperor, he's Duan Lingtian. He's the one who released the prisoners in the Thousand Chains prison." Following that, Gu Changjiang, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, chimed in, fanning the fire. "That's right, he's the one who released the prisoners from the Thousand Chains prison, including Pei Yunji, whom you personally captured. This is tantamount to stepping on your dignity. Please punish him and his helper." Similar to Gu Changjiang, Yufengyu did not forget to fan the fire as well. "Grandfather, he's fully aware that you personally captured Pei Yuanji, but he did not care at all. It's clear he doesn't even have a modicum of respect for you. Earlier, Yufengyu knew he could not deal with the red-clad old man. However, his confidence returned to him in waves now that his grandfather had arrived. In his opinion, even if there were 10 of the red-clad old man, his father would easily kill all of them. "Lord Heavenly Emperor." Su Lang's expression changed drastically, and his heart raced in his chest. He said in a low voice, "My disciples and the senior next to Duan Lingtian didn't arbitrarily make a move. Please don't believe everything they said." Following that, Su Lang's disciples bowed. "Please, Lord Heavenly Emperor." In their opinion, there was no doubt their little junior brother would die if Shui Hongyi decided to kill him. At this moment, none of them was concerned about the reason Duan Lingtian had insisted on staying in the heavenly pool palace. They only fervently prayed that the Shui Hongyu would not kill their little junior brother. Everyone's attention was on Shui Hongyi when Elder Hua said, "Lord Shui Hongyu, we meet again." Elder Hua looked at Shui Hongyu indifferently. Despite addressing Shui Hongyi with the title of Lord, there was no respect to be heard in his tone at all. Needless to say, apart from Duan Lingtian, everyone was surprised. It seemed like the red-clad old man was acquainted with Shui Hongyu. Yufengyu, in particular, felt an ominous feeling rising in his heart. "You, Elder Hua!" Shui Hongyu exclaimed in surprise as he stared at Elder Hua in a daze. "I didn't expect Lord Shui to still remember me. I'm flattered," Elder Hua said nonchalantly. Shui Hongyu laughed as though he had just met an old friend. "Elder Hua, how can you say such things? Of course, I remember you. You saved me from humiliation in the past." After all, that's all in the past. Elder Hua shook his head. Grandfather, you know him? Yu Fengyu asked as his voice trembled slightly.
Everyone, Su Lang and his disciples were no exception, turned to look at Elder Hua waiting for his answer. All of them had seen how polite Shui Hongyu was to Elder Hua.
For Su Lang and his disciples, they sighed in relief when they saw Shui Hongyu's politeness toward Elder Hua. At the same time, they figured out the Elder Hua was likely the source of Duan Lingtian's confidence. Based on the current situation, not only was Shui Hongyu friendly, but it seemed like Elder Hua had helped Shui Hongyu before. Shui Hongyu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven, explained to Yu Fengyu, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Fengyu, Elder Hua is a subordinate of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven.
Although he's not a titled Celestial Emperor, his strength is almost on par with Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor. In the past, when Shui Hongyu visited Feng Qingyang at the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven to congratulate Feng Qingyang for regaining his throne, he met a few Heavenly Emperors there whom he had a bad relationship with. Those few Heavenly Emperors had provoked him and almost got him into trouble. At that time, Elder Hua had intervened and helped him. Although Elder Hua's strength was inferior to all of the Heavenly Emperors, he was still Feng Qingyang's subordinate after all.
After Elder Hua's intervention, those few Heavenly Emperors no longer provoked him. For someone who had reached great heights like him, pride and dignity were the most important to him. Therefore, he was grateful to Elder Hua. What? He's a subordinate of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. The titled Celestial Emperors of the Heavenly Pool Palace, including their Palace Master, Yu Fengyu, were stunned upon hearing Shui Hongyu's words. Through Shui Fengyu, they knew how formidable Feng Qingyang was.
Although Feng Qingyang was one of the youngest Heavenly Emperors, his strength was firmly ranked in the top 10. In fact, there was a possibility his strength was ranked in the top 5 as well. Most of them had comprehended powerful laws that allowed them to have total control of their respective Devata realms. Moreover, some people suspected he had already attained godhood. If it were true, his strength would rank in the top 3. After all, there was only a handful of Heavenly Emperors who had attained godhood. He's a Celestial Emperor from the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven? Similarly, Su Lang and his disciples were shocked upon hearing Shui Hongyu's words. They did not expect the old man who trailed behind Duan Lingtian like a subordinate to belong to the force of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven.
Feng Qingyang was a prominent figure even among the 81 Heavenly Emperors after all. His reputation had spread far and wide.
Since when did little junior brother get acquainted with a Celestial Emperor from the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven? Hongfei asked in confusion.
Hongmi shrugged. I don't know. At this moment, Shui Hongyu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven, looked at Elder Hua and said tentatively, Elder Hua, Duan Lingtian is?
Previously, Shui Hongyu had been eager to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces for embarrassing him. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to be acquainted with Elder Hua. Nevertheless, despite feeling indebted to Elder Hua, he had no intention of letting Duan Lingtian go.
However, he did not dare to act recklessly. After all, Yu Fengyu had informed him Elder Hua had been trailing after Duan Lingtian like a subordinate. Perhaps, such an honor should be reserved only for Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Moreover, even Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor, would not act in such a manner toward Feng Qingyang despite his unquestionable loyalty.
Upon hearing Shui Hongyu's words, everyone looked at Elder Hua curiously. Under everyone's curious gazes, Elder Hua replied lightly, he's the true disciple of our Lord Heavenly Emperor. Silence descended immediately as soon as Elder Hua finished speaking. Duan Lingtian was a disciple of Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven?
Moreover, he was a true disciple. Many people in the Devata realms, including Heavenly Emperors, had many nominal disciples and even direct disciples. However, normally one would only have one true disciple. Elder Hua, are you sure? Yu Fengyu, who was the first to return to his senses, asked skeptically. His expression was sour when he looked at Elder Hua. Did you make this up just to protect Duan Lingtian? Elder Hua scoffed. Is there a need for me to make this up? Why don't you ask your grandfather if I'm joking or not?
It's a serious matter to joke with the name of a heavenly emperor, Shui Hongyu said solemnly.
Others might doubt Elder Hua's words, but Shui Hongyu, the heavenly emperor of the boundless, did not. This was because he knew Elder Hua would never lie or joke using Feng Qingyang's name. Yu Fengyu fell silent upon hearing Shui Hongyu's words. Anger flashed in his eyes as he shifted his eyes to look at Duanling Tian. He was unresigned. He knew the moment Elder Hua revealed Duanling Tian was Feng Qingyang's true disciple, they would not be able to lay a finger on Duanling Tian, and this included his grandfather, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven.
If anything else, it was probably best for him to curry favor with Duanling Tian and pray that Duanling Tian would not seek revenge from him. It would not be a problem if it were those weaker heavenly emperors. However, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was someone even his grandfather feared and had to curry favor with. When Feng Qingyang returned from the Azura, he knew his grandfather even personally visited Feng Qingyang to congratulate Feng Qingyang.
No. Impossible. Gu Chongjiang, the martial dragon celestial emperor, was in shock and disbelief. Gu Chongjiang was not the only one. The Misty Wave celestial emperor, the Cloud Gloom celestial emperor, and the Cloud Zither celestial emperor were in shock and disbelief as well. Little junior brother is the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of solitary destructive heaven? Hong Fei gulped. No wonder little junior brother was so confident earlier. This brat, he should have told about this earlier. I was worried for nothing. Hu Mei complained in a low voice as she stared at Duanling Tian. With this reveal, the rest of Duanling Tian's seniors felt a burden being lifted from their shoulders. Su Lang heaved a sigh of relief. However, the shock he felt had not abated. He did not expect Duanling Tian would become the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of solitary destructive heaven. Su Yixi raised an eyebrow slightly, amazed. So his source of confidence is this. How unexpected that his master is the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, who's admired by many.
Elder Hua, I think this is all a misunderstanding, Shui Hongyu said with a smile as he looked at Elder Hua. He had come to kill Duanling Tian.
However, there was nothing he could do now that it had been revealed that Duanling Tian was Feng Qingyang's true disciple, unless he was ready to give up his throne as the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven and live in seclusion. Feng Qingyang would definitely not let the matter go if he killed Duanling Tian. Moreover, if the rumor about Feng Qingyang attaining godhood was true, it would be easy for Feng Qingyang to crush him like an ant. Even if the rumor was groundless, he was still no match for Feng Qingyang.
A misunderstanding? Elder Hua glanced at Shui Hongyu before he shifted his eyes to Yu Fengyu and the titled celestial emperors from the heavenly pool palace. These people could hardly wait to kill my young master. Lord Shui Hongyu, isn't it a bit of a stretch to call it a misunderstanding? Shui Hongyu's expression changed slightly upon hearing Elder Hua's words. Young master, what do you think? Elder Hua asked Duanling Tian.
At this moment, Shui Hongyu quickly turned to look at Duanling Tian with a bright smile on his face as he said, Junior nephew, we finally met. I should have prepared a gift for you for our first meeting. I'll definitely prepare something for you the next time I visit the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. At this moment, he acted as though he had completely forgotten what Duanling Tian did that angered him.
That's unnecessary. Duanling Tian shook his head. Then he pointed at the two titled celestial emperors standing next to Yu Fengyu and said those two couldn't wait to kill me. Oh, wait, this includes your grandson as well. Since he's your grandson, I'll let him go.
However, those two aren't related to you, right? He looked at Shui Hongyu meaningfully at the end of his words. Duanling Tian was relieved. He had absolute control over the situation now. The two titled celestial emperors he had pointed out were the martial dragon celestial emperor and the misty wave celestial emperor.
Even when he was still in the heavenly pool palace, those two had been trying to kill him.
He did not bother with the two female titled celestial emperors from the heavenly pool palace, the cold gloom celestial emperor and the cloud zither celestial emperor, since those two were only following orders and harbored no ill intentions. You, the martial dragon celestial emperor and the misty wave celestial emperor looked at Shui Hongyu anxiously, afraid Yu Fengyu might kill them. However, they felt relieved when they saw Shui Hongyu did not look at them and continued to look at Duanling Tian calmly.
Meanwhile, Yu Fengyu could no longer hold back. He looked at Duan Tian like a venomous snake and said, Duan Tian, you've crossed the line. Lord Heavenly Emperor Shui. Duan Tian looked at Shui Hongyu and shrugged. He said helplessly, look at your grandson's attitude. I'll spare his life if you slap him twice. No. Before Yu Fengyu could finish his words, Shui Hongyu slapped his grandson twice, leaving his grandson's face red and swollen. Grandfather. Yu Fengyu was shocked. Upon seeing this, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor and the Misty Wave Celestial Emperor hastily fell to their knees. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably as they pleaded, Lord Heavenly Emperor, please have mercy. Shui Hongyu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven, glanced at the two titled Celestial Emperors standing behind him meaningfully. The two titled Celestial Emperors from the Heavenly Palace of the Boundless Heaven were briefly taken aback since they assumed Shui Hongyu would personally kill the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor and the Misty Wave Celestial Emperor. Nevertheless, as soon as they regained their senses, they wasted no time in killing the two titled Celestial Emperor from the Heavenly Pool Palace. After all, it made no difference who killed them as long as they died. The two of them were much stronger than the two titled Celestial Emperors from the Heavenly Palace, therefore it was an easy task for them. Meanwhile, Yu Fengyu was in shock. His face paled as he watched his subordinates being killed. Nevertheless, he could only remain silent after receiving a stern warning from his grandfather. Shui Hongyu had explained through voice transmission. Do you know what it means to be Feng Qingyang's true disciple? Feng Qingyang has never officially accepted a disciple before, let alone a true disciple. He only has a few nominal disciples. If you continue to push things, it'd be impossible for me to protect you if Feng Qingyang intervenes. Junior nephew Duan, are you satisfied with this? Shui Hongyu asked. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes as well. Even if Elder Hua had killed all the titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Palace, his grandson not included, he would still maintain a smile on his face. With Duan Tian's current identity, so what if Duan Tian released Pei Yuanji from the Thousand Chains prison? Moreover, he did not have any enmity with Pei Yuanji. He had only captured Pei Yuanji for his grandson's sake. Thank you, Heavenly Emperor Shui. Apart from Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, the Cold Gloom Celestial Emperor, and the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor, Duan Tian wanted all of the titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace, including Yu Fengyu, to die. However, he knew it was impossible to kill Yu Fengyu now unless his master, Feng Qingyang, was present. No matter what, Yu Fengyu was Shui Hongyu's grandson. Shui Hongyu would not harm his grandson unless he did not have a choice. Junior nephew Duan, I'd like to invite you over to my palace, Shui Hongyu said amicably as he looked at Duan Tian like a gentle elder looking at his junior. Heavenly Emperor Shui, I'll visit you another time. I'm busy with some matters. Duan Tian politely refused Shui Hongyu. All right, Shui Hongyu nodded. When you're free, do visit the Heavenly Palace of the Boundless Heaven. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. After bidding farewell to Duan Tian and Elder Hua, Shui Hongyu left along with his two titled Celestial Emperors. Yu Fengyu followed his grandfather and flew away as well. Initially, Shui Hongyu wanted to ask his grandson to apologize to Duan Tian. However, when he saw the discontentment flashing in his son's eyes, he thought better of it. He knew his grandson's temper well, after all. If he pushed his grandson would act recklessly and create even more problems. After Shui Hongyu left, the Cold Gloom Celestial Emperor and Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor exchanged a glance before they bowed to Duan Tian. Duan Tian, thank you for sparing our lives. The duo knew they were only spared because Duan Tian had no intention of killing them. There's no enmity between us, you're just following orders. There's no reason for me to kill you, Duan Tian said with a shrug. At this moment, Hongfei dashed forward and playfully punched Duan Tian's chest. He did not watch his words even after discovering Duan Tian was Feng Qingyang's true disciple. He scolded, little junior brother, you should have told us about this earlier. Do you know I was prepared to die with you? I could have died from a heart attack. Humei asked, clearly dissatisfied. Little junior brother, how could you hide the truth from us for so long? Duan Tian's other seniors remained silent, but they looked at him with complex gazes. Teacher? Duan Tian looked at Su Lang and said with a smile, after what happened today,
It'll be inconvenient for you to stay at the Heavenly Pool Palace. Why don't you come to the Heavenly Palace of Solitary Destructive Heaven with me?
Duanling Tian had previously asked Elder Hua if he could bring Su Lang and his disciples to the Heavenly Palace of Solitary Destructive Heaven, including their family and friends as well. After all, he could not just leave them all alone in the Heavenly Pool Palace.
Elder Hua had said it would not be a problem. After all, there were many subordinates with a larger number of families who brought their families to the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Therefore, if Su Lang and the others were willing, it would not be a problem at all. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Hong Fei and the others looked at Su Lang eagerly. It went without saying that the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven was leagues above the Heavenly Pool Palace. It was undoubtedly the better choice to be under Feng Qingyang. Even Xue Hongyu was afraid of Feng Qingyang. Su Lang shook his head. That's not necessary. I've stayed in the Heavenly Pool Palace for so long. I'm too lazy to start over in a new place. The Palace Master won't mistreat me even if he's displeased with me because of you. Moreover, now that you're the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, it's even less likely that he'll mistreat me. Apart from that, now that the Heavenly Pool Palace has lost several titled Celestial Emperors, he'll want me to stay more than anything. Since this matter has been resolved, there's nothing he can do even if he's reconciled. Then, he turned to look at his disciples who looked at him with eyes filled with yearning. If any of you are interested in joining the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, you have my blessing to leave. I'll respect your decision. After all, the Heavenly Pool Palace isn't a match for the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven in all aspects. Teacher, I'll follow you wherever you go. Since you've decided to stay at the Heavenly Pool Palace, I'll stay as well, Hong Fei said with a laugh. Su Lang's other disciples shared the same thoughts as well. Since Su Lang was determined to stay in the Heavenly Pool Palace, Duanling Tian did not force the matter. He only said, in that case, I'll visit all of you often in the future. Old Seventh, it's the thoughts that count. Su Lang felt complicated when he looked at Duanling Tian. Not only did his daughter have a fortuitous encounter, but his seventh student had such a fortuitous encounter as well. Although currently Feng Qingyang was slightly weaker than his daughter's master, Feng Qingyang's potential was definitely greater. It was only a matter of time before Feng Qingyang surpassed his daughter's master. Teacher, eldest senior sister, second senior brother, third senior sister, fourth senior sister, fifth senior brother, sixth senior brother. I'll be taking my leave now, Duanling Tian said before he left with Elder Hua. After Duanling Tian left, Su Lang and his disciples slowly returned to their senses. Apart from Su Yuxi, all of them felt as though they were dreaming. Their little junior brother was the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven sounded too good to be true. Meanwhile, before the Cold Gloom Celestial Emperor and the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor left, they said, Su Lang, if the Palace Master looks for trouble with you, we'll help you even if it means having to leave the Heavenly Pool Palace. It was clear the duo felt indebted to Duanling Tian for sparing their lives. After leaving the boundless heaven, Duanling Tian returned to the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. He was not hopeful as he sent out the messages. After all, 99% of the population in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven were celestial beasts. It would be almost impossible for his family and friends to be here. Little Gold, it's about time for you to return to the Blood Moon Ridge. Do you want to return? Duanling Tian asked Little Gold, who was inside his little world. Brother Ling Tian, are you abandoning me? Little Gold asked pitifully. Nonsense. I'll never abandon you. Little Gold laughed upon hearing Duanling Tian's reply. Since you have no intention of abandoning me, I'll continue to stay in your little world and cultivate. The cultivation environment here is far superior to that in Blood Moon Ridge. I'll return after becoming a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor. At that time, I won't have to fear the enemies of the Blood Moon Ridge, and I can teach them a lesson. Needless to say, Little Gold was unwilling to return to Blood Moon Ridge. Duanling Tian said with a hint of helplessness, even if you refuse to return to Blood Moon Ridge, shouldn't you at least greet your clan leader? Otherwise, he might think I've abducted you. All right, I'll send a message to the clan leader and the Grand Elder, Little Gold replied. She emerged from Duanling Tian's little world and quickly sent a message back to Blood Moon Ridge. After a short time, she smiled and said, "I'm done. You're done." Duanling Tian was surprised Little Gold dealt with everything so quickly.
I told the clan leader that you're the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven and that he can verify it with the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven if he doesn't believe me. Little Gold laughed as she said. He said he's relieved that I'm staying in the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven and even told me to learn from Senior Feng Qingyang.
You really have many schemes, Duanling Tian said helplessly. It did not occur to him that Little Gold would use Feng Qingyang, whom he had yet to meet, to stay with him.
Although Blood Moon Ridge was not an ordinary heaven-grade force in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, the clan leader was naturally no match for Feng Qingyang. It was not surprising that the Blood Moon Ridge was delighted Little Gold was acquainted with Feng Qingyang.
Little Black and Little White haven't replied to my message. Could they have gone to the Solitary Destructive Heaven? Little Gold paused a beat before she quickly added, Brother Ling Tian, why don't we return to the Solitary Destructive Heaven to check if they've gone there? However, Duanling Tian did not reply to Little Gold's question. His eyes widened at this moment as an expression of excitement appeared on his face. Father!
At the same time, Duan Xiling, who was in Duanling Tian's little world, said, Father, I received a message from Grandfather. He said he's in the Qilin clan.
Father! Little Gold was stunned by Duanling Tian's word. Brother Ling Tian, you've received news from Uncle Rufeng? Duanling Tian did not reply to Little Gold's question and asked instead, Little Gold, do you know the Qilin clan? The Qilin clan? Little Gold frowned. Brother Ling Tian, are you saying that Uncle Rufeng is in the Qilin clan? Yes. Duanling Tian nodded. Xiling just told me that she received a message from her grandfather saying he's in the Qilin clan. Although Duanling Tian could send messages through the soul pearls of his father and the others. Alas, since they did not possess Duanling Tian's soul pearl, they could not reply to him. However, fortunately, when they were in the Divine Offering Land, they had exchanged soul pearls with Duan Xiling. Therefore, as long as they were in the same Devata realm, Duan Xiling could reach out to them. Ask Uncle Rufeng how he ended up in the Qilin clan. Little Gold's expression turned solemn as she looked at Duanling Tian. All right. Duanling Tian began to feel uneasy upon seeing Little Gold's reaction. He quickly sent another message to Duan Rufeng. Father, how did you end up in the Qilin clan?
What's your current situation like?
Are you safe? Duanling Tian grew increasingly worried. After all, the 10,000 Beast Heaven was a realm dominated by celestial beasts. He did not expect any of his family and friends to be here, who knew his father was in the 10,000 Beast Heaven.
Xiling, after receiving a reply from your grandfather, let me know immediately, Duanling Tian said worriedly. After a time, Duanling Tian asked anxiously, Xiling, did you receive a reply from your grandfather?
Oh yes, he replied. Duan Xiling replied, clearly distracted. Duanling Tian's frown deepened. He wondered what Duan Rufeng said that caused his daughter to be so distracted.
What did your grandfather say? Duanling Tian asked anxiously. Father, grandfather said he's doing quite well and he's safe, Duan Xiling said.
My father said he's safe. Duanling Tian hurriedly relayed the message to Little Gold.
That's great. Little Gold's expression eased slightly after listening to Duanling Tian's words. Little Gold, why were you so nervous when you heard my father is in the Qilin clan? Duanling Tian asked curiously.
Brother Ling Tian, don't you know the Heavenly Emperor of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven is from the Qilin clan? Little Gold asked.
I didn't know. Duanling Tian shook his head surprised.
The Heavenly Emperor of 10,000 Beasts Heaven was from the Qilin clan. This meant that the Qilin clan was the Heavenly Palace of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. It was the Heavenly Emperor's force.
This was different from the Heavenly Pool Palace since it was only connected to it due to his relationship with Shui Hongyu, whereas the Qilin clan was where the Heavenly Emperor came from. Needless to say, it would become the Heavenly Emperor's force, the Heavenly Palace of the 10,000 Beasts Kingdom.
The Qilin clan dominates the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. Even a force as strong as the Dragon clan doesn't dare to provoke against the Qilin clan unless it was absolutely necessary. let alone Blood Moon Ridge. Little Gold explained, the heavenly emperor of 10,000 Beast Heaven is also a divine beast. He's known as the Chaos Qilin. It's said that the Chaos Qilin is born with the Chaos Divine Flame. His Chaos Divine Flame is definitely not a low-form Chaos Divine Flame. Apart from that, his strength was ranked in the top 10 a long time ago among the heavenly emperors. His strength must have grown even more since then. Her expression grew solemn again at the end of her words. A Chaos Qilin born with the Chaos Divine Flame? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. How did the Chaos Qilin manage to live until now? From what I know, even those from the realms of gods covet the 5 divine elements. The gods aside, since it's known that the Chaos Qilin is born with the Chaos Divine Flame, there must be many from the Devata realm who tried to kill him for the Chaos Divine Flame. Right? Duan Lingtian asked, perplexed. In the past, when Duan Lingtian entered the purgatory battlefield, he learned that those who possessed the divine elements would conceal them even if they were from formidable forces. For example, the turquoise water divine tiger, a divine beast from the white tiger clan, only exposed himself because he was confident he could kill Duan Lingtian. Even in the 9 Serenities battlefield for celestial emperors, those strong celestial emperors who possessed the divine elements would still hide their identities and the fact that they possessed a divine element. Brother Lingtian, you're not wrong. However, you didn't factor in the fact that a supreme powerhouse from the 10,000 Beasts Heaven is also from the Qilin clan. Little Gold replied. Duan Lingtian was shocked by Little Gold's words. On the contrary, Elder Hua remained calm. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian asked, Elder Hua, you knew about this? Elder Hua nodded. The Lord Heavenly Emperor mentioned before. How unexpected. Duan Lingtian sighed. He did not expect he would find his father with the Qilin clan that had such an impressive background. Up until now, the Qilin clan was the strongest force that Duan Lingtian had heard of. Needless to say, the Dragon clan and Blood Moon Ridge could not compare to it at all. In fact, even the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was not as strong as the Qilin clan, also the heavenly palace of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven that had a supreme powerhouse's support. It's said that the Chaos Qilin is born with a higher form of Chaos Divine Flame because of their supreme powerhouse. Little Gold added. Moreover, it's said that there are many members of the Qilin clan in the realm of gods as well. Duan Lingtian inhaled deeply. He could help but wonder how his father ended up in the Qilin clan. He asked, Xiling, did your grandfather explain how he ended up in the Qilin clan? Father. Duan Xiling seemed to hesitate for a moment before she said, Grandfather's being imprisoned. Duan Lingtian's expression drastically changed. What? Little Gold's expression changed as well. Most worryingly, even Elder Hua, a member of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, looked grim. Xiling, Duan Lingtian asked his daughter solemnly, did your grandfather say why he's being imprisoned? Since he's able to reply to you, it means they didn't confiscate his spatial ring. Duan Lingtian hoped Duan Rufeng's situation would not be as bad as he had imagined since Duan Rufeng was still in possession of his spatial ring. After all, prisoners would usually have their belongings all confiscated in order to prevent them from communicating with others. However, there was also the possibility that the Qilin clan did not care because they were confident of their strength. After all, it was the strongest clan in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. Grandfather is being detained by the Qilin clan, but he's not held in the prison. He's being confined within a guarded area. Not only is he eating and sleeping well, but he said the cultivation resources they gave him are good as well. The only problem is the Qilin clan doesn't allow him to leave. Duan Lingtian asked, puzzled, what happened? Did your grandfather explain? According to grandfather, Duan Xiling said before pausing. Her voice turned rather strange as she continued to say, after he ascended to the 10,000 Beast Heaven, the daughter of one of the Qilin clan's elders took a liking to him. He was nearly killed by the members of the Qilin clan but was saved by that elder's daughter. After that, he was brought to the Qilin clan. The daughter of an elder from the Qilin clan brought him back to the clan? Duan Lingtian was stunned by Duan Xiling's words. Apart from that, he wondered how his father ascended to the 10,000 Beasts Heaven when it was almost impossible for humans to ascend to the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. After a while, Realization dawned on Duan Ling Tian. That's right. The collisions of the realms of gods and the opening of the realm battlefield, the Nine Serenities battlefield, and the Purgatory battlefield must have messed things up. I was supposed to ascend to the Jade Emperor Heaven, but due to the collision, I was sent to the Spirit Overarching Heaven instead. Just like me, it must have been a fluke that Father ascended to the 10,000 Beasts Heaven.
Fortunately, the daughter of the elder from the Qilin clan took a liking to him back then. Otherwise, he might not have survived.
Although Duan Rufeng was detained because the daughter of an elder of the Qilin clan took a liking to him, Duan Ling Tian felt rather grateful. He knew if that was not the case, his father might have died. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself wryly, Father's romantic luck is rather good. Who knew he would have such an encounter after being separated from mother? Brother Ling Tian? Little Gold called out.
Since Duan Ling Tian and Duan Si Ling had been communicating via voice transmission, Little Gold and Elder Huan naturally were unaware of what had happened.
Everything is fine, Little Gold. Duan Ling Tian shook his head with a smile. My father isn't in jail. He's being detained, but he's not in jail. He's just not allowed to leave. Not allowed to leave? Little Gold frowned. Brother Ling Tian, how can you say everything is fine when he's being detained? The Qilin clan dominates the entire 10,000 Beasts Heaven. Although the Dragon clan was widely acknowledged as a force to be reckoned with in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, they were still no match for the Qilin clan because the Qilin clan had a supreme powerhouse in their ranks. It was said that there was a member of the Dragon clan who became a supreme powerhouse a very long time ago. Unfortunately, the Dragon clan's supreme powerhouse had perished. When he was still alive, the Dragon clan was comparable to the Qilin clan. In fact, among all the Devata realms, the 10,000 Beasts Heavens produced the most supreme powerhouses.
Little Gold, Duan Ling Tian shook his head and explained everything to Little Gold.
Little Gold sighed in relief after listening to Duan Ling Tian's explanation. I really did expect Uncle Rufeng to have ascended to the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. I thought he had traveled here on his own accord. In fact, he's really lucky. I don't think there are any humans who survived after mistakenly ascending to the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. Uncle Rufeng is still charming. Even the daughter of an elder from the Qilin clan took a liking to him. I wonder what Aunt Ro would think if she finds out about this?
I wonder how Aunt Ro is doing after being separated from everyone.
At the end of her words, Little Gold instinctively looked at Duan Ling Tian. When she saw the grave expression on his face, she hastily said, Don't worry, Brother Ling Tian. Aunt Ro will be fine. Duan Ling Tian nodded before he asked, Little Gold, how do we get to the Qilin clan? Although Duan Rufeng was not in any danger, it must be suffocating for him to lose his freedom. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian wanted to get his father out of the Qilin clan. He decided to consult with Elder Hua. After all, Elder Hua was a subordinate of Feng Qinyang, Duan Ling Tian's master. After Duan Ling Tian revealed his thoughts to Elder Hua frowned slightly. The Qilin clan is different from other heaven-grade forces. Although I've followed our Lord Heavenly Emperor for a long time now, I don't think any of the members of the Qilin clan would recognize me, let alone the Heavenly Emperor of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. I'll return to the solitary destructive heaven to consult with Brother Meng Luo.
He should have some contact with the Qilin clan since he has been serving our Lord Heavenly Emperor longer than I did.
After confirming a secured meeting place, Elder Hua returned to the solitary destructive heaven. It only took a day before he returned to the 10,000 Beasts Heaven accompanied by Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor.
Upon seeing Meng Luo, Duan Ling Tian smiled and said apologetically, Senior Meng Luo, I'm sorry to have to trouble you.
Young master, you're being too courteous. Your problems are also the Heavenly Palace's problems. Meng Luo smiled brightly. Elder Hua has filled me in earlier. I've met some elders from the Qilin clan before.
Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up as soon as he heard Meng Luo's words.
Young master, Meng Luo said, I have something to report. While you were away, 2 little fellows from the Dragon clan came to our heavenly palace. They call themselves Duan Xiaohei and Duan Xiaobai. I've arranged for them to stay in the palace while they wait for your return. Initially, I planned to bring them along, but I discovered they're in closed-door cultivation.
Little Gold laughed upon hearing Meng Luo's words. Duan Ling Tian cupped his fists together at Meng Luo and said, "They're my little brother and little sister." "Thank you, Senior Meng Luo,"
Meng Luo said with a hint of helplessness. "Young master, you're being too courteous with me." Since Meng Luo had arrived, Duan Ling Tian did not waste time and made his way to the Qilin clan's estate with the Meng Luo and Elder Hua after returning Little Gold to his little world.
Duan Ling Tian wanted to arrive at the Qilin clan as fast as he could, so they decided to use a transportation formation that would transport them to the transportation formation closest to the Qilin clan's estate. Duan Ling Tian and the others were transported to a vast and barren mountain range. Although the area seemed desolate, the heaven and earth spirit energy was rich. "Young master, the Qilin clan's estate is up ahead."
Upon hearing these words, Duan Ling Tian could not help but ask, "There's an emperor-grade celestial crystal vein in the Qilin clan's estate?
Does this mean the literal location of the heavenly palace of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven is the Qilin clan's estate?"
"No, the heavenly palace of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven is not located here." Meng Luo shook his head and said, "The Qilin clan is one of the few lucky heaven-grade forces in the to possess an emperor-grade celestial crystal vein. The Dragon clan in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven used to have an emperor-grade celestial crystal vein, but it has been exhausted."
The emperor-grade celestial crystal vein could only produce a small number of divine crystals. However, due to the amount of time they had the emperor-grade celestial crystal vein, they had accumulated quite a lot of divine crystals.
When Duan Ling Tian and the others drew close to the Qilin clan's estate, they were stopped by a group of patrolling disciples. "I'm Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. I'm here to meet the second elder of the Qilin clan, Diyun Long." "It's the heavenly savage celestial emperor," one of the patrolling disciples said.
Meng Luo was a prominent figure in the Devata realms. One could see how famous he was that even a patrolling disciple recognized him. Due to his identity and reputation, the patrolling disciples were respectful to him even though he was human.
After all, the cultivation world was where the strong were revered while the weak were preyed on. This was the same even in the celestial beasts-dominated 10,000 Beasts Heaven. Meng Luo was the most familiar with Diyun Long, the second elder of the Qilin clan, compared to the other elders in the clan. They had a relatively good relationship that stemmed from the time they fought together in the Nine Serenities battlefield.
They had both saved each other's lives on the battlefield.
Diyun Long, the second elder of the Qilin clan, was a tall and muscular middle-aged man whose body was comparable to Meng Luo's. He punched Meng Luo's chest in a friendly manner and laughed as soon as he saw Meng Luo. He asked with a smile, "Meng Luo, you've never taken the initiative to visit before. Why did you suddenly decide to visit?" At the same time, Diyun Long discreetly studied the two people next to Meng Luo. After all, he was not familiar with Duan Ling Tian and Elder Hua.
"What? Am I not welcomed here?" Meng Luo asked jokingly.
"Of course not," Diyun Long replied. "They were good friends, after all. Even after being apart for so many years, their friendship did not change. Back when Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, was trapped in the Azura Hell and no one knew if he would survive, Diyun Long had gone to see Meng Luo. He was worried life would be difficult for Meng Luo in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven with Feng Qingyang gone. He had extended an invitation to Meng Luo to join the Qilin clan.
He even guaranteed Meng Luo's treatment in the Qilin clan would not be any different from how he was treated in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Since they were good friends, Diyun Long did not waste time on idle chatters and bluntly asked, "You're not the kind who visits without a reason. Tell me what happened." Meng Luo shook his head and gestured to Duan Ling Tian as he said, "Truth to be told, this is the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. He's our Lord Heavenly Emperor's true disciple."
Initially, Diyun Long did not pay much attention to Meng Luo's two companions. However, upon hearing Meng Luo's words, he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian again. The true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? How interesting! A hint of admiration could be seen in Diyun Long's eyes when he mentioned Feng Qingyang. After all, Feng Qingyang was not only famous in the solitary destructive heaven, but he was also a prominent figure in the other Devata realms. Apart from that, there were rumors recently about Feng Qingyang attaining godhood as well. He had once asked Meng Luo about the rumors, but Meng Luo did reply to his question. However, Meng Luo did not deny it as well. Therefore, he was rather certain Feng Qingyang had already attained godhood. If Feng Qingyang were here, not only would the patriarch of the Qilin clan personally receive Feng Qingyang, but the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven would personally receive Feng Qingyang as well.
After all, even among heavenly emperors, there were very few who managed to attain godhood. This included those heavenly emperors who had become gods but still hid their godhood.
In fact, most heavenly emperors would not publicize the fact that they had attained godhood and would keep it a tightly guarded secret. This was because a god was not allowed to hold onto the position of a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm. This was a rule set by the title temple. The title emperor in each Devata realm would monitor the heavenly emperors in their respective Devata realms. Once a heavenly emperor attained godhood, they would have to give up the position of heavenly emperor and head to a realms of gods. Naturally, there were a few heavenly emperors who managed to break the rule due to their powerful backgrounds that made even the title temple wary.
For example, the Qilin clan was one of such forces. If the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven had attained godhood, even if he did not ascend to a realm of God, the title temple would not make things difficult for him.
This did not surprise many people. After all, the title temple was only rumored to be supported by supreme powerhouses, while the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven from the Qilin clan was confirmed to have the support of a supreme powerhouse. Young Master was our Lord Heaven Emperor's successor in the mundane realms. Our Lord Heavenly Emperor's places a lot of importance on him. The first thing he did after escaping from the Ashur Hell was to look for him, Meng Luo said, intentionally and deliberately revealing Duan Ling Tian's importance to Feng Qingyang. Young Master. Di Yunlong's attitude toward Duan Ling Tian changed slightly after listening to Meng Luo's words. He was more courteous than before. I'm Di Yunlong, the second elder of the Qilin clan.
Duan Ling Tian did not act haughtily. Not only was it not in his nature, but he also knew the other party was only courteous to him because of Feng Qingyang. Moreover, he was here to seek help. I'm Duan Ling Tian. Nice to meet you, Senior Di Yunlong. Meng Luo said with a smile, Young Master, don't worry. You can speak freely with him.
HM? You came looking for me for a purpose? Di Yunlong asked curiously. Senior Duan Ling Tian's expression was solemn as he told Di Yunlong about his father, Duan Rufeng. When he finished explaining, he looked at Di Yunlong with a hint of anticipation as he asked, Senior Di Yunling, I came to bring my father back to the solitary destructive heaven. Can you please help me with this matter? I didn't know Duan Rufeng is your father, Young Master Duan. Di Yunlong smiled wryly. In fact, I know about this matter. The person who saved Duan Rufeng's life and also kept him here is none other than my niece, Di Wenyu. Di Yunlong could be considered as Di Wenyu's strongest support in the Qilin clan.
Her parents died in an accident a long time ago, and Di Yunlong was the one who raised her. Moreover, Di Yunlong treated her like his biological daughter as well.
I didn't expect her to be your niece, Senior. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly. Who knew there would be such a coincidence? This matter is not difficult, but it's not easy to solve either. If I order her, she'll do it even if she's unwilling. Di Yunlong said with a slight frown. In fact, I've advised her against this earlier. After all, nothing forcibly done will yield good results. Moreover, there are many who are talented in the 10,000 beasts heaven. I don't understand why she's so fixated on one man. I've even thought about killing him but was stopped by my niece, Di Yunlong said. After a beat, he said somewhat sheepishly, Naturally, I didn't know he's your father back then. If I had known, I would have sent him to the solitary destructive heaven as soon as he arrived. Upon hearing Di Yunlong's words, Duan Ling Tian realized Di Wenyu had saved his father's life twice. Di Yunlong said, Young Master Duan, you can bring your father away. However, I hope your father can talk to my niece before leaving. Let her know there's no chance of anything happening between them. In fact, at this moment, Di Yunlong somewhat wished Duan Rufeng had taken a liking to his niece. In that case, he would have a connection with the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. It was unfortunate that Duan Rufeng did not have any feelings for his niece at all. Otherwise, his niece would not have resorted to forcibly keeping Duan Rufeng here. I only hope he can let her down gently, Diyun Long said to Duan Ling Tian. Come, I'll bring you to him. Before leading Duan Ling Tian away, Diyun Long said, Meng Luo, wait for me here. I'll come back and we can catch up. Elder Hua stayed back with Meng Luo as well. Duan Ling Tian finally saw his father outside an independent courtyard among the buildings in the Qilin clan's estate. Duan Rufeng was as handsome and attractive as before. Compared to Duan Ling Tian, he had a stable and mature air about him. Tianer. Duan Rufeng's eyes brightened as soon as he saw Duan Ling Tian. His eyes were red at this moment, which was very unusual since he was always aloof. He hugged Duan Ling Tian for a long time without saying any words. Father! Duan Ling Tian could sense his father's happiness. Needless to say, he felt the same way as well. After all, it had been 300 years since they had seen each other. After a moment, Duan Rufeng asked eagerly, Tanner, did you find your mother? At this moment, Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion, was just like an ordinary man who missed his wife, Li Ro.
Father, apart from Si Ling and Tian Wu, you're the only one I found so far, Duan Ling Tian sighed.
Where's Si Ling? Duan Rufeng continued asking. She's in my little world. After we leave, you can meet her. Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile.
While Duan Ling Tian and Duan Rufeng were talking, Di Yunlong stood nearby with a young and beautiful woman. She was an androgynous beauty. She was none other than Di Wenyu, Di Yunlong's niece and the woman who trapped Duan Rufeng here.
So he really has a son. Di Wenyu murmured in a daze. She had told herself Duan Rufeng was lying to her about having a wife and a son. She was in denial. She liked him very much, after all. Wenyu, it's time you let him go, Di Yunlong said gently. Moreover, his son isn't simple. He's the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Talk to him before he leaves if you must. Di Yunlong left after he finished speaking. There was nothing else he could say at this moment.
The true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Di Wenyu's eyes widened in shock. She did not expect the man whom she had forcibly detained had such an outstanding son. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian recounted everything that had happened to his father. After that he said, Father, speak to her before you leave and bid her farewell. After all, she saved your life twice. I know. I feel like I'd taken advantage of her love for me, Duan Rufeng sighed. Then he said anxiously, however, love can't be forced. Your mother is the only one I love. I only want to find her as soon as possible.
We've been together for such a long time. I wonder if she can take care of herself and survive on her own now that I'm not with her.
Duan Rufeng's words caused Duan Ling Tian to fall silent. Naturally, he was worried about his mother as well. However, he knew there was no use worrying, he would have to work harder to find her. After a moment, he said, Father, you should bid farewell to her.
After speaking to Duan Rufeng, Duan Ling Tian could not wait to look for his mother, Li Ro, his wife, Li Fei, his son, Duan Yen Tian, and the others.
When Duan Ling Tian turned to leave to give his father privacy, he caught a glimpse of Di Wenyu. Di Wenyu's beauty was comparable to his mother's.
Moreover, Di Wenyu's status was definitely higher than her mother and her father. An ordinary man would not have been able to reject Di Wenyu, but Di Wenyu naturally would not fall for an ordinary man as well. Duan Ling Tian was not worried as he left his father to bid farewell to Di Wenyu. After all, with his current identity, Meng Luo's presence, and Di Yunlong's promise, she would have to let his father go no matter how unwilling she was.
Moreover, Di Yunlong would never allow her to offend the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven for a human man.
When Duan Ling Tian returned to Meng Luo and Elder Hua's sides, Meng Luo was talking to Di Yunlong and reminiscing about their time in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Duan Ling Tian asked curiously, Seniors, is it true that the Nine Serenities battlefield is somewhat similar to the Purgatory battlefield?
It's similar, but it's also very different, Di Yunlong replied with a smile. Unlike the heart of the purgatory battlefield where most celestial lords could be found fighting, there's no such place in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Apart from that, there are no illusory formations in the Nine Serenities battlefield as well. Duan Lingtian was stunned. There are no illusory formations? Then how do we enter the secret zones? In the purgatory battlefield, the secret zones were intricately linked to the illusory formations. It was only natural Duan Lingtian was surprised that was not the case in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Di Yunlong said with a smile, every secret zone in the Nine Serenities battlefield is a small independent realm. All of them have a standard entry and exit point. Celestial emperors who are worthy will be led to the entrances. On the other hand, the Nine Serenities battlefield is similar to the Purgatory battlefield in the sense where there's a ranking as well. The highest military rank in the Purgatory battlefield is known as commanders, while their counterparts in the Nine Serenities battlefield are known as gods of war. God of War. Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened immediately. There are many strong celestial emperors in the Nine Serenities battlefield. However, to obtain the title of God of War, one has to possess strength comparable to a titled celestial emperor at least. The title is further divided into different categories. For example, even the weakest titled celestial emperor would be able to obtain the title of God of War, but their title would be 1-star God of War. The more powerful ones could obtain the title of a 2-star God of War. Those with strength comparable to heavenly emperors are usually able to obtain the rank of a 7-star God of War. Di Yunlong explained. After listening to Di Yunlong's words, Duan Lingtian asked curiously, what are your and Senior Meng Luo's ranks? Di Yunlong replied with a smile, I'm a 6-star God of War. Meng Luo hasn't entered the Nine Serenities battlefield in a long time. However, with his strength, he'd easily be a 6-star God of War. Duan Lingtian learned a lot about the Nine Serenities battlefield from his conversation with Di Yunlong and Meng Luo. Moreover, he learned that titled celestial emperors would use their ranks in the Nine Serenities battlefield to describe their strength. Di Yunlong continued to say, our Qilin clan has 2 7-star gods of war and 1 8-star god of war. The 8-star god of war is our Lord Heavenly Emperor of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. As for the 2 8-star gods of war, there are Patriarch and Supreme Elder respectively. Before your master, Feng Qingyang, entered the Azura Hell, he was considered the strongest among 7-star gods of war. Later on, he easily killed Chen Qiu who was also a 7-star god of war, indicating that he's at least an 8-star god of war at that time. Naturally, if he has really attained godhood, the God of War title would no longer apply to him. After all, even a 9-star God of War wouldn't be able to defeat him if that were the case. Di Yunlong's explanation had enlightened Duan Lingtian. He never knew there were so many differences between titled celestial emperors. Duan Lingtian turned around and asked curiously, what about you, Elder Hua? Elder Hua was stronger than Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the heaven-grade Heavenly Pool Palace in the Boundless Heaven. So Duan Lingtian was curious about his strength. Elder Hua shook his head and said, I've never entered the Nine Serenities battlefield, so I don't have an official rank. However, if I were to guess, my strength is probably among the strongest 5-star gods of war. 5-star gods of war were usually ordinary leaders of ordinary heaven-grade forces. Meng Luo chimed in at this moment. Elder Luo is being humble. I think he could easily be a 6-star god of war. The men continued chatting, and from their conversations, Duan Lingtian gained more knowledge about the differences in strength between titled celestial emperors. Yu Fengyu, for example, was just an average 5-star god of war. The Heavenly Pool Palace's Cold Gloom Celestial Emperor and the Dead Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor were 4-star gods of war. Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, and Lei Ying, the Merciless Emperor, should be 3-star gods of war. The Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor and the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor were 2-star gods of war. The Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor was only a 1-star god of war. No wonder. Elder Hua, who has the strength of a 6-star god of war, could easily defeat Yu Fengyu, who's only an average 5-star god of war. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, a voice rang in the air, pulling Duan Lingtian back from his thoughts. Tiana. Duan Lingtian looked up and saw his father walking toward him with Di Wenyu, Di Yunlong's niece. Her expression seemed much better than before. He wondered what his father had said to her since he would see the unhappiness on her face and the unwillingness in her eyes earlier. Currently, she no longer looked unhappy nor unwilling. "Father," Duan Ling Tian called out. Duan Ling Tian was just about to introduce Duan Ru Feng to Meng Luo and Elder Hua when a sharp and deafening voice rang from the distance. "Old man Dihong, come fight me." The piercing voice caused some discomfort to Duan Ling Tian's ears. He only felt better once he circulated his celestial origin energy. Di Yunlong said with a bitter smile, "It seems like that monkey is here again. He seems confident about defeating our patriarch this time." Di Hong was the patriarch of the Qilin clan, a top 7-star god of war. Upon hearing Di Yunlong's words, Elder Hua's eyes widened in shock as he said, "Monkey? This voice, this manner of speaking. Don't tell me he's the Jade Emperor Heavens equal Celestial Emperor." "That's right. It's Sun Wukong." Di Yunlong nodded. Then he asked curiously, "Elder Hua, do you know him?" "I've known him for a long time, but I haven't seen him in a long time as well. I didn't expect he'd grow strong enough to challenge the patriarch of the Qilin clan." Elder Hua sighed emotionally. Di Hong, the patriarch of the Qilin clan, was one of the top 7-star gods of war. Feng Qingyang aside, even the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven's strongest warrior was no match for Di Hong. Di Yunlong's eyes flashed as he said, 1,000 years ago, he fought to a draw with our patriarch. Now that he's here again, he must be confident about winning." At this moment, Di Yunlong suddenly raised an eyebrow as though he was listening to something. Then, he said to Duan Ling Tian and the others, "Our patriarch just sent me a voice transmission to watch his fight with the heavens equal Celestial Emperor. Meng Luo, young Master Duan, Elder Hua, would you like to watch the battle as well? It's rare to be able to witness a battle like that." As soon as Di Yunlong's voice fell, an ancient and clear voice rang out. "Heavens equal Celestial Emperor? It seems like you've improved. Old man Di Hong, I came here to defeat you this time. After defeating you, I'm going to challenge the brilliant Celestial Emperor." The conversations between the duo shook the entire Qilin clan's estate. "Of course, I'll go watch." Meng Luo's eyes lit up upon hearing Di Yunlong's invitation. "I want to see how much he has improved as well. I'm lucky to be here today." Elder Hua was clearly excited as well. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was in a daze. "Monkey? The heavens equal Celestial Emperor? Sun Wukong?" Duan Ling Tian was so shocked that he did not even hear Di Yunlong's invitation. He only regained his senses when Elder Hua and his father called out to him. He instinctively cried out, "Yes, I want to watch the battle." What a joke! How could he not want to watch the battle? They were talking about Sun Wukong, one of the legendary characters on Earth. Duan Ling Tian was further stunned when he learned that Di Hong, one of the top 7-star god of war, only fought to a draw with Sun Wukong 1,000 years ago. Since Sun Wukong had come here to challenge Di Hong, did it not mean that Sun Wukong was at the very least an 8-star god of war? Although Duan Ling Tian had a close relationship with Duan Si Ling, Feng Tian Wu, Little Gold, and Huana who were in his little world, he believed none of them would understand how he felt at this moment. Sun Wukong. Is it really Sun Wukong? Am I about to meet Sun Wukong? During Duan Ling Tian's time on Earth that was known as Planet Yanhuang, Sun Wukong was just a legendary and mythical figure. He did not think Sun Wukong existed at all until he met Elder Hua. As it turned out, it was not just Sun Wukong. There were many legendary figures whom he thought did not exist who existed as well. Elder Hua, who was walking behind Di Yunlong along with Duan Ling Tian and Meng Luo, could not help but ask, "Second Elder, if your patriarch is fighting Sun Wukong, they'll probably fight in the clan's Qilin realm, right?" "Of course." Di Yunlong nodded. If they were to fight in the Qilin clan's estate, the estate would certainly be destroyed. Sometimes titled celestial emperors did not need to go all out in a fight to determine who was stronger since the gap in strength was wide. However, in a fight where opponents were almost evenly matched, it was necessary to go all out. Needless to say, Sun Wukong and Di Hong, who had been evenly matched 1,000 years ago, would need to go all out to determine the victor of the battle. Qilin Realm? Duan Ling Tian asked, puzzled. The Qilin Realm is an independent realm in the Qilin clan's estate. It was created by the Qilin clan's supreme powerhouse. Elder Hua explained in a low voice. Upon hearing Elder Hua's words, Di Yunlong said with a smile, Elder Hua, I didn't expect you to know so much about the Qilin clan. I'm a celestial beast as well, after all. I'd pay attention to matters like this from time to time, Elder Hua said. The anticipatory gleam in his eyes had yet to dissipate at this moment. Meanwhile, as the group traveled together, Duanling Tian noticed Di Wenyu looked even better than she did before. She was like a different person compared to before. He could not help but ask his father, Father, how did you resolve it? Resolve what? Duan Rufeng asked in confusion. Di Wenyu, Duanling Tian said. Realization dawned on Duan Rufeng. Oh, I told her I'm leaving with you to find your mother. She seems understanding. It's that simple? Duanling Tian found it difficult to believe that the matter was resolved just like that. He was certain there was more than meets the eyes. Di Wenyu's feelings for his father were very obvious, and it did not seem like she would easily give up. However, he could tell his father had no intention of elaborating on the matter, so he no longer asked about it. After a while, he asked, Father, you're already a celestial lord? Previously, Duanling Tian was too distracted to sense his father's cultivation base. It was only at this moment that his father was a 3-talents celestial lord. The Qilin clan has a good cultivation environment, Duan Rufeng said. Moreover, Di Wenyu had helped me and taken care of me as well, even though I refused her. She said if I didn't accept the cultivation resources, she was going to destroy them. At the end of his words, he sighed, clearly feeling guilty. Seems like Auntie Wenyu treats father quite well, Duanling Tian thought to himself. He could guess that Di Wenyu had probably given her father rare celestial pills and celestial fruits that could help with one's cultivation base. It was beyond his expectations that not only was his father not mistreated in the Qilin clan, but he was also given so many treasures. For this reason, his father was a 3-talents celestial lord. When Duanling Tian was reunited with Feng Tianwu and Duan Xiling, Duanling Tian, there was a silver lining for his family friends being taken away to the divine offering land. Their cultivation aptitudes were boosted by the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering realm, a realm of gods. Feng Tianwu and Duan Xiling were both already celestial kings when they were reunited. Therefore, he had expected his father to be a celestial king as well. He was shocked when he discovered his father was already a celestial lord. After a while, Duanling Tian and the others arrived in a stone forest in the Qilin clan's estate. There were already many gathered there at this moment. Second Elder. Those who saw Di Yunlong would come up to greet him. Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. Meng Luo? There were also a few people who recognized Meng Luo and came up to greet him. These were some of his acquaintances in the Qilin clan. Most of the people gathered in the stone forest were members of the Qilin clan and friends of the members of the Qilin clan. At this moment, everyone was fervently discussing among themselves. All of a sudden, Duanling Tian overheard a tall and muscular middle-aged man saying, When Sun Wukong, the heaven's equal celestial emperor, came to challenge our patriarch 1,000 years ago, they fought to a draw. Since he's confident enough to challenge our patriarch again, he must be sure of winning. When the tall and muscular middle-aged man walked past Di Yunlong, he smiled and greeted Di Yunlong. Second Elder, you're here as well. Fourth Elder. Di Yunlong responded with a smile. I just arrived. Who are these? The middle-aged man, the fourth elder of the Qilin clan, looked at the people with Di Yunlong curiously. Out of the group of people, he only recognized Di Wenyu. Although he had heard of Duan Rufeng, he had never met Duan Rufeng before. This is the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Di Yunlong said as he gestured at Duanling Tian. Then, he said to Duanling Tian, Young Master Duan, this is Di Jie, the fourth elder of the Qilin clan. Elder Di Jie. Duanling Tian greeted Di Jie with a smile. The young master of the heavenly palace in the solitary destructive heaven? Di Jie's eyes widened in shock. He knew Di Yunlong would not joke about such a matter, so he hastily bowed. Young Master Duan, I've been living in seclusion, so I didn't know there's now a young master in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Following that, Di Yunlong introduced Di Jie to Meng Luo. This is my good friend, Meng Luo.
the heavenly savage celestial emperor. Di Jia might not have heard about Duanling Tian being the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, but he naturally had heard about Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. He looked at Meng Luo with bright eyes as he said, "You're the heavenly savage celestial emperor? I've heard a lot about you from the second elder. Do you mind sparring with me after the match between our patriarch and the heavens equal celestial emperor?" He was someone who liked sparring. How could he let such a good chance go? Sure. Meng Luo nodded. He did not refuse the invitation. As the heavenly savage celestial emperor, he had never been afraid of challenges. In fact, in the solitary destructive heaven, he was famous for being undefeated after being challenged and challenging 100 people before he even joined the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and served Feng Qingyang. At most, he had fought to a draw, but he had never lost. This was also one of the reasons he rose to fame in the solitary destructive heaven. At this moment, Di Yunlong said, "Let's go in first." The patriarch would wait for us, but the heavens equal celestial emperor isn't the most patient person. When Sun Wukong, the heavens equal celestial emperor, came to challenge the Qilin clan's Di Hong 1,000 years ago, both of them had also fought in the Qilin realm and allowed others to spectate. Many people were enlightened and learned a lot from that battle. Some of them even improved so much that they went to obtain a title in the title temple to become titled celestial emperors. This is the transportation formation that will bring us to the Qilin realm. The Qilin realms was an independent realm created by a supreme powerhouse. Although it could not compare to a realm of gods, it was not inferior to Devata realms in regard to stability. However, its size was, needless to say, much smaller than a Devata realm. After stepping into the transportation formation, Duanling Tian and the others were transported away from the Qilin clan and the 10,000 Beasts heaven. When Duanling Tian opened his eyes, he discovered he was in space, and there were stars everywhere. Are those stars? Duanling Tian's attention was focused on the stars that were particularly dazzling. It slightly feels like I'm back in planet Yanhuang. However, the planet isn't as stable or strong as this place. Let's make our way there, Di Yunlong said as he led Duanling Tian and the others. At this moment, many people had already gathered to watch the fight. Their eyes were all fixated on the two figures in front of them. One of the figures belonged to an old man dressed in dark golden robes who exuded a majestic air. Although his hair and eyebrows were white, his body was tall and strong. The figure standing opposite the golden-clad old man was a handsome man with a crew cut wearing a t-shirt and a pair of beach shorts. He wore a huge pair of sunglasses that covered his eyes. At this moment, the handsome man waved his hand, and a streak of light shot into his mouth before he began chewing. Duanling Tian looked at the packet of chewing gums in the handsome man's hand in confusion. He thought to himself, dumbfounded, is he really Sun Wukong, the heavens equal celestial emperor? Isn't Sun Wukong a monkey? Why does he look like a typical young man on Earth? Has Sun Wukong always been so stylish? Under everyone's watchful gazes, the handsome young man who looked like a young man from Earth reached out to remove his sunglasses as he asked impatiently, "Old man Dihong, can we start now?" "We'll start in a little while." Dihong looked into the distance. After confirming most of the Qilin clan's titled celestial emperors were present, he nodded at the handsome young man. "Please start. Heavens equal celestial emperor." As soon as Dihong's voice fell, a metal staff that was black in the center with two golden bands on its ends appeared in the handsome young man's hand. "Is this the auspicious golden hoop staff?" From afar, Duanling Tian confirmed that the handsome young man was indeed Sun Wukong, the heavens equal celestial emperor, as soon as he saw the golden hoop staff. Earlier, he was still unsure since the other party's appearance was very much different from what he had imagined. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he did not think it was surprising since Sun Wukong could take whatever form he wanted. Sun Wukong's outfit was that of a modern young man on Earth. It was obvious he had been to Earth some time in the past few hundred years. His outfits were similar to those that were worn while Duanling Tian was still on Earth. It might have been trendy back then, but it was probably out of style now. Di Yunlong asked with a smile, "Meng Luo, this should be your first time seeing the heavens equal celestial emperor, right?" "Yes."
Meng Luo nodded as he looked at the handsome young man with a crew cut holding the auspicious golden hoop staff. His eyes were bright as he said, "I've long heard about the Jade Emperor, heavens equal celestial emperor, but I've never had the chance to meet him. I aspire to be like him." Diyun Long laughed as he shook his head. "The heavens equal celestial emperor has quite a temper, just like you. Unfortunately, you're far too weak now to spar with him. Otherwise, I think the battle between you and him would be very interesting to watch." Diyun Long knew Meng Luo had gone around challenging many titled celestial emperors in the solitary destructive heaven in the past. "That day will come," Meng Luo said confidently as his eyes shone with determination. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian asked curiously through voice transmission, "Elder Hua, do you think Senior Meng Luo can catch up to Sun Wukong in terms of strength?" "I think it'd be difficult." Elder Hua shook his head as he responded through voice transmission. "Sun Wukong isn't much older than Meng Luo, and Meng Luo isn't as talented as Sun Wukong. Moreover, this monkey had some truly heaven-defying fortuitous encounters. Rumor has it that he has the support of a few gods, and it's said that those gods aren't your run-of-the-mill gods." Duan Ling Tian knew Elder Hua meant those powerhouses who had transcended beyond the stage of a 10 Directions celestial emperor. He was aware that even among the gods, there were differences in their strength. Needless to say, those who had just attained godhood were the weakest among the gods. Naturally, even the weakest gods who haven't mastered the art of fusing profundities could still easily kill a 10 Directions celestial emperor who had mastered the art of fusing profundities. The difference in strength between gods and celestials was like heaven and earth. At this time, Duan Ling Tian listened to the discussions in his surroundings. The heavens equal celestial emperor seems different this time. I wonder if our patriarch will be able to defeat him. We must have confidence in our patriarch. Although I have confidence in our patriarch, there's no denying the speed of improvement of the heavens equal celestial emperor is heaven-defying. Moreover, I heard he's only a tenth of our patriarch's age. Based on the discussion of the members of the Qilin clan, it seemed like most of them thought Sun Wukong had a higher chance of winning. Nevertheless, they did not dare to voice it out openly. After all, Sun Wukong's opponent was their patriarch. The Qilin clan's patriarch is one of the top 7-star god of war. Duan Ling Tian looked at Di Hong, who was standing across from Sun Wukong. He could not suppress his curiosity, so he asked, "Senior Diyun Long, if your esteemed patriarch is one of the top 7-star god of war, doesn't it mean he's stronger than some heavenly emperors?" Although Duan Ling Tian's question was rather abrupt, Diyun Long still replied, "No matter how weak a heavenly emperor is, they have to have a certain something for them to become heavenly emperors. Therefore, even if our patriarch is stronger than some of them, it's not by much. It'd be difficult for him if he wants to snatch the throne of a heavenly emperor unless he relies on the strength of the Qilin clan. Nevertheless, the title temple will never allow 2 heavenly emperors from the Qilin clan to exist at the same time." "It's the title temple again?" Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly. Previously, he learned that the title temple also prohibited those who attained godhood to retain their positions as heavenly emperors. He was surprised to learn the title temple also prohibited 2 powerhouses to become heavenly emperors at once. After a moment, he asked curiously, "Is the Qilin clan afraid of the title temple?" "It's not that the Qilin clan is afraid of the title temple, but some of their rules really mustn't be violated. I wonder if you know about the supreme powerhouses?" Diyun Long asked. "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded. "I heard the Qilin clan has a supreme powerhouse." "That's right." Diyun Long nodded. "Our Qilin clan's supreme powerhouse has a part in the title temple. However, the rules were set with the agreement of many supreme powerhouses. One of them is that there can't be 2 heavenly emperors from the same celestial beast clan. Therefore, we have to obey the rules even if our clan has a supreme powerhouse." Diyun Long continued to say, "This rule is unlike the rule where heavenly emperors have to abdicate their thrones once they attain godhood. That rule is just set by the title temple to encourage the new gods to move to a realm of God. Only humans have no limit despite what clans they are from in terms of becoming heavenly emperors. Although humans' talents are the most lacking compared to other beings, they produce many outstanding individuals. In fact, almost half of the supreme powerhouses are humans. Perhaps,
That's why there's no restriction on the number of human heavenly emperors, even if they're from the same force. Duanling Tian learned a lot from Di Yunlong's words. At this moment, someone cried out, "The patriarch is about to strike."
Duanling Tian and Di Yunlong's eyes immediately moved to the two opponents.
At this moment, a miniature fiery red mountain suddenly appeared in the hands of the patriarch of the Qilin clan. Fire surged around it, looking inextinguishable. Is that a divine artifact? Duanling Tian raised his eyebrows as he asked Huanger. The sword soul of the seven orifices exquisite sword. Master, that's a primitive divine artifact with a soul, Huanger replied.
Duanling Tian's eyes widened in surprise. Then he subconsciously looked at Sun Wukong's auspicious golden hoop staff. If he was not mistaken, the staff was just a top-tier emperor-grade celestial weapon like the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda.
At this time, Di Hong said in a booming voice, "Heavens equals celestial emperor. Back then, I used a celestial weapon that was equal to yours when we fought just to be fair. However, since you returned after 1,000 years, I'm sure you came prepared. I might not be your match if I use an inferior celestial weapon. Therefore, I'll use the Qilin clan's divine artifact, the Flaming Spirit Mountain. However, if you think it's unfair, I won't use it." Duanling Tian nodded, impressed by Di Hong's behavior. Di Hong was honest and a true gentleman. The members of the Qilin clan did not think much of this since they knew their patriarch's personality. "I hope the heavens equal celestial emperor won't object to our patriarch using the Flaming Spirit Mountain. Otherwise, the result of the battle would be quite obvious.
Our patriarch is already powerful enough to unleash the full potential of the Flaming Spirit Mountain. Without a divine artifact, I'm afraid the heavens equal celestial emperor will be at a disadvantage.
I wonder if he'll object to it."
All of the titled celestial emperors from the Qilin clan looked at Sun Wukong intently, wondering if he would object to their patriarch's use of the Flaming Spirit Mountain. At this time, Sun Wukong burst out in a fit of laughter. "Old man Di Hong, have you forgotten that I asked you to use the Qilin clan's divine artifact when we fought previously? At that time, you refused. To be honest, I'd feel much better if you had used the divine artifact back then and defeated me. I don't mind losing. After all, that's how I learn and improve. I have no objection to you using the Flaming Spirit Mountain. Show me the strength you held back previously." Sun Wukong's character was indeed as described in the legends on Earth. He was fearless. Even if his opponent possessed a divine artifact, he was not intimidated at all.
"All right. In that case, please be careful." Di Hong nodded. After that, a ball of flame shot out before it spread into the surroundings. It even burned some of the planets in close proximity. They were reduced to ashes in just a blink of an eye. Swoosh! A sea of flames raged immediately, and Di Hong suddenly vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian watched the battle rapturously. The battle was like a feast for his eyes. Before the battle even started, Di Hong, the patriarch of the Qilin clan, had already reduced the nearby tiny planets into ashes. Based on the terrifying power, it seemed like even bigger planets would not be able to resist it. Such a powerful law of fire. Duanling Tian was truly impressed by Di Hong's strength. This was the strongest law of fire he had seen so far. By fusing several triple-fused profundities, Di Hong's strength greatly surpassed those 10 directions celestial emperors who could fuse one triple-fused profundity. This was probably one of the reasons why Di Hong was one of the top 7-star god of war. Duanling Tian was not the only one who was impressed by Di Hong's strength. Even Elder Hua and Meng Luo were impressed. Elder Hua was particularly impressed since he comprehended the law of fire as well. As soon as the battle started, his attention had always been on Di Hong. For this reason, he could keenly sense how powerful Di Hong's law of fire was. "Nice one," Sun Wukong said excitedly after Di Hong attacked. Boom, boom, boom. The flames lit up the universe. From afar, they looked like flaming ribbons or fiery pythons snaking their way toward Sun Wukong from all directions. Faced with Di Hong's sudden disappearance and ferocious attack, Sun Wukong leisurely tightened his grip on his auspicious golden hoop staff before lifting it up. The staff thrummed before he tossed it out. Boom! Swoosh!
When the auspicious golden hoop staff was tossed out, it emitted a grayish-black energy. However, it was not really obvious unless one looked closely since the surroundings were dark. It was the complete opposite of the eye-catching flames. Nevertheless, when the auspicious golden hoop staff made contact with the flames, it proved to Duanling Tian and the others that even though its energy was inconspicuous, it did not affect its strength. Boom! As soon as the auspicious golden hoop staff made contact with one of the ribbons of flames, it extinguished the flames immediately. What was left was only tiny specks of embers floating in the starry galaxy. Boom! 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 A series of deafening explosions rang in the air as Duanling Tian and the others watched Sun Wukong standing unmoving as his staff shot around, extinguishing the ribbons of flames. Although Duanling Tian was standing quite far from the battlefield, he could still feel his eardrums aching slightly. The titled celestial emperors around him were naturally not as affected as him due to their superior cultivation bases. Old man Dihong, hurry up and use the Qilin clan's divine artifact, Sun Wukong said when the auspicious golden hoop staff returned to his hand. At this time, his eyes began to glow and burn with flames. Following that, 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes. Is that the fiery golden eyes? Duanling Tian inhaled sharply. He did not expect the legend on Earth to be so accurate with its description of Sun Wukong. He could tell the fiery golden eyes weren't from any laws and was a special technique. Based on Sun Wukong's earlier attacks, he speculated that Sun Wukong had comprehended the law of destruction. All of Sun Wukong's attacks were intense and powerful, as though they could destroy everything that stood in their paths. At this time, Dihong finally broke his silence. His voice was grim as he said, "Heavens equals Celestial Emperor. You've improved tremendously since 1,000 years ago. It seems like I might not be able to win even with the Flaming Spirit Mountain." Dihong's admission caused an uproar among the titled Celestial Emperors of the Qilin clan. Diyun Long smiled wryly. The patriarch always means what he says. Since he said these words, they must be true. The other titled Celestial Emperors from the Qilin clan shared the same thoughts as Diyun Long as well. Boom! 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 An earth-shattering noise suddenly rang out as a huge fiery mountain suddenly appeared above Sun Wukong. Then it began to fall rapidly on him. Its speed was so fast that the wind stirred violently in its wake. Swoosh! 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 The violent wind generated by the fiery mountain swept across the planets in the vicinity, wreaking havoc on those planets. Boom! Everyone watched as the fiery mountain crashed down on Sun Wukong. A figure could be seen standing leisurely with his hands on his back with a dignified expression on his face. Needless to say, the figure belonged to Dihong, and the mountain under his feet was the divine artifact, the Flaming Spirit Mountain. Sun Wukong laughed. Perfect timing. Let me and my auspicious golden hoop staff experience your Qilin clan's divine artifact. At the same time, the auspicious golden hoop staff instantly grew in size. The scene that only existed in movies and series in Duanling Tian's memory had come to life at this moment. Duanling Tian was in awe. The auspicious golden hoop staff kept growing and growing. Eventually, it seemed like one end had stabbed down into one of the realms while the other end was about to pierce the huge fiery mountain above it. Bang! Alas, before the staff could pierce the fiery mountain, it crashed down. When the dust settled, the handsome young man was nowhere to be seen. In his place was a monkey with golden flame-like fur. Clearly, Sun Wukong had reverted to his true form. He wore red and golden armor, and a coronet with 2 long feathers could be seen on his head. He looked every bit like the great sage equal to heaven that was described in the legend on Earth. His armor had to be a celestial weapon or something since it could change according to his size. Dihong, take this. Sun Wukong's size increased to that of King Kong that was depicted in the movie on Earth. He spun the auspicious golden hoop staff that had also increased in size and slammed it down on the Flaming Spirit Mountain. Boom! The auspicious golden hoop staff seemed as though it contained all the power of the heavens. As Sun Wukong swung it around, the planets that it came in contact with were immediately decimated regardless of their sizes. The scene before Duanling Tian's eyes made his blood boil. His unruly gaze, fearless attitude, the invincible air around him,
the auspicious golden hoop staff that he could manipulate at will. These were all things that existed in the literature on Earth. No wonder so many people idolize Sun Wukong on Earth. Bang! Under everyone's watchful gaze, Sun Wukong slammed the auspicious golden hoop staff on the flaming spirit mountain again, sending sparks flying. With this, the flaming spirit mountain suddenly tilted to one side, seeming as though it was on the verge of collapse. At this time, when it seemed like Di Hong had been cornered even with his divine artifact, a loud roar suddenly rang in the air. Following that, a huge fiery Qilin appeared in front of everyone's eyes, carrying the flaming spirit mountain. The fiery Qilin's size was terrifyingly huge, and its eyes burned ferociously with flames. Heaven's equal celestial emperor, you've really improved a lot. You must have had a fortuitous encounter sometime during the past 1,000 years, right? The fiery Qilin asked. Sun Wukong chuckled before he said, Old man Di Hong, I wouldn't have come if I'm not confident. Come on, let's continue. Sometimes I truly envy you. You have no responsibilities and are free to roam the world and do as you please. Only by wandering the world one can come across chances to improve. The fiery Qilin sighed. His envy was apparent in his words. Subsequently, the flames on the Qilin's body surged as the flaming spirit mountain flew toward Sun Wukong again. On the other hand, Sun Wukong turned the auspicious golden hoop staff back to its original form. Then he used it like a baseball bat to hit the flaming spirit mountain away. However, he was always sent flying back due to the huge impact. As he flew back, he crashed into a few planets, destroying them. Upon seeing this, chills ran up Duanling Tian's spine. If they were fighting in the Yen Huang realm, I'm afraid Earth would no longer exist. Both of them are terrifyingly powerful. Duanling Tian had always been confident about his strength, especially since he possessed the 5 divine elements. However, he knew he would be completely helpless if faced with Sun Wukong or Di Hong. It did not matter even if he unleashed everything he had, he was no match for them. Duanling Tian thought Sun Wukong would be at least slightly injured by the impact of the attack when he suddenly heard Sun Wukong laughing. Nice! Nice! Sun Wukong's strong and loud voice rang out. Following that, a golden figure rapidly shot toward the battlefield again. Duanling Tian, Duan Rufeng, Meng Luo, Elder Hua, and the members of the Qilin clan watched as the huge fiery Qilin and giant monkey with golden fur engaged in a fierce battle. The duo eventually left the battlefield, leaving devastated planets in their wake. Bang! Finally, Sun Wukong and Di Hong stopped attacking at the same time. Di Hong reverted to his human form at this moment while Sun Wukong shrank in size, still maintaining his true form. Usually, Sun Wukong would stay in his true form. He would only occasionally take on a human form. I lost. Di Hong sighed. Just 1,000 years have passed, but you've improved so much. The battle ended with Di Hong cornered. If it was a life or death battle, there was no doubt Di Hong would have died. Nevertheless, Sun Wukong would have suffered heavy injuries as well if it was a life or death battle. Old man Di Hong, I've underestimated you, Sun Wukong said as his eyes flashed. I thought it'd be very easy for me to defeat you even if you possess a divine artifact, but that's not the case. You've improved as well over the past 1,000 years. The two opponents were clearly surprised by each other's improvements. Di Hong said with a sigh, My slight improvement is not worth mentioning compared to yours. I hope that one day I'll be able to pass on my role as the patriarch of the Qilin clan and wander the world in a carefree manner like you. The envy in his voice was very obvious. Sun Wukong shook his head and said, I don't envy the situation you're in, but there are many who are envious of you and your position. If you intended to kill me, I would surely die if you joined forces with the titled celestial emperors of your clan. After a moment, he asked solemnly, Old man Di Hong, between you and the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven, who's stronger? It was rare for him to be so solemn. Duanling Tian's interest was piqued as well when he heard Sun Wukong's question. He wanted to know how strong the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven was. After all, Di Hong's current strength was comparable to an ordinary heavenly emperor. I don't think I can last 3 rounds with him, Di Hong said wryly. Then, he looked at Sun Wukong meaningfully and said, Based on our battle earlier, I'd say you won't last 5 rounds against him. 3 rounds?
Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes as he murmured, an 8-star god of war is so powerful?
Ordinary 8-star gods of war aren't that powerful, but my senior isn't an ordinary 8-star god of wars.
However, Sun Wukong, based on your current strength, only a few people below 8-star gods of war are a match for you. They won't even be able to defeat you. Di Hong's evaluation of Sun Wukong was rather high.
Upon hearing Di Hong's words, Sun Wukong's fighting spirit was ignited. His eyes shone with determination as he said, "It seems like I should enter the 9 Serenities battlefield again, so I can advance and become an 8-star god of." Then he said, "Old man Di Hong, this is the end of our battle today. I see a familiar face here today, so I'll leave after meeting him. I'll challenge the Heavenly Emperor of the 10,000 Beast Heaven during my next visit here." As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Wukong suddenly appeared in front of Duanling Tian. He exclaimed, "It's really you, 3-legged golden crow.
I thought I recognized the wrong person."
Great sage, is there a second or third 3-legged golden crow in the world? Elder Hua smiled wryly. "Since we're from the planet Yanhuang, we can clearly sense each other's auras. I didn't expect to meet you again after the disappearance of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Moreover, you even managed to leave the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda," Sun Wukong said. "I didn't leave the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda with my own strength." Elder Hua shook his head. "I only managed to conquer it and leave it with the help of the Heavenly Emperor I'm currently serving."
In any case, your feat is admirable. Sun Wukong nodded. Then he asked, which Heavenly Emperor are you serving? His fighting spirit soared again when he asked this question.
Elder Hua replied, "The Heavenly Emperor of Solitary Destructive Heaven, Feng Qingyang." Feng Qingyang. Sun Wukong's eyes widened. It's said that he has already attained godhood. Elder Hua only smiled faintly. He did not deny nor admit to the claims.
Well, in any case, this is a blessing for you, Sun Wukong said with a smile. I'll visit the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven if the chance arises. However, I might challenge the Heavenly Emperor of solitary destructive heaven at that time. Great sage. Elder Hua sighed. My Lord Heavenly Emperor is unlike any of the Heavenly Emperors. Not only is he the youngest among them, but he also started cultivation later than the others. In fact, he started cultivating later than you as well.
Duanling Tian was not surprised when he listened to the conversation between Sun Wukong and Elder Hua. When he was in the Saint Province realm, Elder Hua had told him that the setting of the book, Journey to the West, in the Tang dynasty was pure fiction.
In reality, Sun Wukong had existed for more than tens of thousands of years. Tens of thousands of years were not considered a long time for celestials in the Devata realms.
Are you implying that I'll never surpass him for the rest of my life? Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes. His fighting spirit soared even higher. How exciting! I'm not one to shy away from a challenge. Elder Hua nodded and said with a smile, "I'll look forward to that day."
Before Sun Wukong left, Elder Hua introduced Meng Luo and Duanling Tian to him.
Great sage, this is the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor, Meng Luo. He's our Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heavens top-titled Celestial Emperor.
The Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor? Sun Wukong looked at Meng Luo. He smiled and said, I've heard a lot about you. Just like me, you made a name for yourself by challenging many people. I hope to spar with you in the future.
All right. Meng Luo's eyes shone with determination. Following that, Elder Hua introduced Duanling Tian to Sun Wukong. This is the young master of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. He's from the same home planet as us.
Sun Wukong looked at Duanling Tian, slightly surprised. You're from planet Yanhuang as well?
Yes. I left planet Yanhuang about 300 years ago, Duanling Tian said with a smile as he nodded. 300 years ago? Sun Wukong smiled. What a coincidence. I returned to planet Yanhuang once 300 years ago. Are you from that era?
Yes. Duanling Tian nodded.
The people during that era had stopped cultivating. I hardly met any cultivators at that time. Those who did cultivate were very weak as well. You must have left planet Yanhuang before I returned. Otherwise, I'm certain I would have met you, Sun Wukong said. In Sun Wukong's opinion, Duanling Tian's cultivation base must have been rather high as well when Duanling Tian was on Earth. However, only Duanling Tian knew that even if he was still on Earth when Sun Wukong visited, Sun Wukong would never notice him.
After all, he was just an ordinary human at that time.
How old are you now?
What's your cultivation base? Sun Wukong asked.
I'm over 300 years old, and I just became one basic celestial emperor, Duanling Tian replied honestly. Sun Wukong was slightly stunned by Duanling Tian's reply. A one basic celestial emperor who's just over 300 years old? At this moment, Di Yunlong and Di when you turned to look at Duanling Tian in surprise as well. They did not know he was so young. At this time, Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly glinted mischievously. Without any warning, a powerful energy surged out from his body and swept toward Duanling Tian. Young master, look out! Meng Luo cried out anxiously. He tried to shield Duanling Tian, but it was too late.
On the contrary, Elder Hor remained calm. He knew Sun Wukong was just testing Duanling Tian and did not mean any harm.
At this time, the space energy surged out of Duanling Tian's body. Apart from the space elemental profundity, his double-fused profundities from the law of space surged out as well along with his other profundities that had been comprehended to the mastery stage. Although he had only learned to fuse 2 profundities, he had already fused a few double-fused profundities. A one basic celestial emperor who's less than 400 years old managed to comprehend all the profundities from the law of space to mastery stage and learned to fuse a few double-fused profundities. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. Your name is Duanling Tian, right? Are you interested in joining me to cultivate? Based on Sun Wukong's words, it seemed like he wanted to accept Duanling Tian as his disciple. Duanling Tian was shocked by Sun Wukong's intention to accept him as a disciple. When he regained his senses, he shook his head and said, "Thank you, great sage. However, I already have a master. I wouldn't achieve so much today if it weren't for him. Without the legacy that Feng Qingyang left behind, it would have been impossible for Duanling Tian to have such a strong foundation when he was in the Saint Province realm that led to his current success."
Your master? Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow. Who's he? Great sage, his master is none other than my Lord Heavenly Emperor Elder Hor replied. You're Feng Qingyang's disciple? Sun Wukong looked at Duanling Tian with a hint of reluctance. What a pity. It's rare to encounter such a young talent from the same home planet. Feng Qingyang is really lucky. Following that, Sun Wukong turned into a streak of golden light and vanished before everyone's eyes. With this, the titled celestial emperors from the Qilin clan began to leave one after another as well. All of them glanced at Duanling Tian before they left.
He's the disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang? How unexpected. I didn't think heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang would accept a true disciple. I heard he only has nominal disciples before this. It's said that heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang has attained godhood. Based on the heavens equal celestial emperor's reaction, it seems like the rumor is true.
That's right. The heavens equal celestial emperor is usually fearless. He would have kidnapped Duanling Tian if heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang didn't attain godhood. The conversations between the group of titled celestial emperors of the Qilin clan left Duanling Tian rather speechless. Was Sun Wukong that reckless?
At this moment, Di Hong arrived in front of Duanling Tian and Di Yunlong, the second elder of the Qilin clan. The patriarch of the Qilin clan, Di Hong, greets the young master of the heavenly palace of solitary destructive heaven. I didn't expect your father to be in the Qilin clan. I apologize for the trouble. Clearly, Di Yunlong had already informed Di Hong about the purpose of Duanling Tian's visit. Patriarch Di Hong, you're too courteous. Duanling Tian was inwardly shocked that Di Hong, one of the top 7-star gods of war, was so polite to him. One had to know, Di Hong and Sun Wukong's strength were only slightly inferior to Yun Qingyan from the Divine Offering Land, a realm of God. Young master, you should stay in the Qilin clan a little longer, so I can show you around, Di Hong said with a smile.
Duanling Tian shook his head and politely declined the invitation. Patriarch Di Hong, thank you for your invitation. However, I want to look for my mother as quickly as possible. If I have time in the future, I'll definitely visit the Qilin clan again. What a pity. Dihong sighed. Second elder, remember to personally send young Master Duan off.
Understood, Diyunlong responded. After Dihong left, Diyunlong led Duanling Tian and the others away. He looked at Duanling Tian and said with a sigh, "It's rare for our patriarch to show such courtesy. He's not even so courteous to the true disciples of some extraordinary heavenly emperors. It seems like he acknowledges the strength of heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. This is the first time I've seen him being so friendly toward the younger generations." Duanling Tian only smiled faintly in response. He did not know what to say.
Soon enough, they arrived at the transportation site in the Qilin clan's estate. When they arrived at another Devata realm, Mang Luo left since he had completed his mission. On the other hand, Elder Hua continued to accompany Duanling Tian. At this time, Duanling Tian suggested that Duan Ru Feng enter his little world where Duan Xiling, Feng Tian Wu, Little Gold, and Huaner were cultivating. He told his father he would bring him out once he found his mother. Duan Ru Feng shook his head. "There's no need for that. You need Xiling's help to communicate with your mother. However, I have your mother's soul pearl and vice versa, so I can communicate with her directly. It'll make our search easier. I'll only enter your little world once we find her. Moreover, since I've ascended from the mundane realm, I've only been in the Qilin clan. This is a good chance for me to explore the Devata realms." Duanling Tian did not have any objections. At this time, Duan Xiling and Feng Tian Wu left Duanling Tian's little world to greet Duan Ru Feng. Duan Xiling hugged Duan Ru Feng and snuggled in his arms for a long time. Since Huaner was still cultivating, Duanling Tian did not wake her up. When they found his mother, he would then introduce Huaner to his parents at once. Nevertheless, he told his father about Huaner as well. Duanling Tian continued to travel across Devata realms. They would usually spend 2 or 3 days at least in each Devata realm. When they arrived at their 9th Devata realm after leaving the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, they finally received a response. The person who responded was none other than Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tian Wu's father. "Uncle Feng." Feng Wu Dao was an elder Duanling Tian respected. Not only because Feng Wu Dao was Feng Tian Wu's father, but also because Feng Wu Dao had helped him tremendously when he was young. He treated Feng Wu Dao like his father as well. After receiving Feng Wu Dao's reply, Duanling Tian said to Duan Ru Feng, "Father, there's news from Uncle Feng. He's here." Old Feng. Duan Ru Feng's eyes lit up. He got along very well with Feng Wu Dao. It was not an exaggeration to say they were both best friends. "Where is he? Let's hurry up and find him." Uncle Feng is in a 3rd-grade sect called the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect. The Heaven Movement Celestial Sect is located in. Following Feng Tian Wu's instruction, Duanling Tian brought Duan Ru Feng and Elder Hua to a transportation formation to make their way to the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect. The Heaven Movement Celestial Sect was a 3rd-grade sect located in the Green Robe territory of the Green Robe Heaven. They had an ordinary titled Celestial Emperor in their ranks. After leaving the Divine Offering Land, Feng Wu Dao and Duanling Tian's senior brother, Bai Li Hong, had arrived at the same mundane realm. Both of them managed to grow powerful enough to ascend to a Devata realm. Unfortunately, they did not ascend to the same Devata realm. Feng Wu Dao ended up ascending alone to the Green Robe Heaven. After displaying his might in the Green Robe Heaven, Feng Wu Dao joined the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect. Feng Wu Dao, who was considered relatively young among Celestials, caught the attention of the sect's titled Celestial Emperor due to his age and cultivation base as a Celestial Lord. The titled Celestial Emperor accepted Feng Wu Dao as his last disciple. Therefore, Feng Wu Dao's treatment in the sect was rather good. When Duanling Tian arrived outside of the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect's estate, Feng Wu Dao was already waiting for him. Feng Tian Wu, who could not cultivate due to the overwhelming emotions, left the little world to accompany Duanling Tian to the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect. "Father." Feng Tian Wu rushed into Feng Wu Dao's arms as tears streamed down her face. For her, the 2 most important men in her life were her father and Duanling Tian. Now that she was with both of them and they were both safe and sound, she felt a weight being lifted off her chest. "Silly child. Aren't you embarrassed that Brother Duan and Ling Tian are watching us?" Feng Wu Dao teased his daughter.
He felt rather helpless when he saw his daughter was very reluctant to let go of her hold on him. However, after Feng Tian heard her father's words, she eventually let go of him. Although many years had passed, her father still looked the same, only his aura had changed and become extraordinary. He was a celestial lord now, after all. Uncle Feng, I'm sorry for the trouble I caused you. Duan Ling Tian apologized with a bow. He felt sorry because Feng Wu Dao was kidnapped because of his other wife, Kuer. Brat, what are you saying? We're a family, aren't we? There's no need to apologize. Feng Wu Dao feigned a displeased expression on his face. Moreover, it's a blessing in disguise that we were brought to the divine offering land. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to become a one basic celestial lord in such a short time. He sounded rather proud of himself at the end of his words. Feng Wu Dao could not help but deflate slightly when he discovered Duan Rufeng's cultivation base was higher than his. He sighed. Brother Duan, I didn't expect your cultivation base to be higher than mine when I had a few fortuitous encounters and a smooth cultivation path. Even in the past, Duan Rufeng's cultivation base had always been higher than Feng Wu Dao's. Before leaving the divine offering land, Duan Rufeng's cultivation base was still higher than his, but it was just slightly higher. He thought after his experience in the Green Robe Heaven, his cultivation base would surpass the group of people who were brought to the divine offering land with him. Who knew Duan Rufeng's cultivation base was still higher than his? Feng Wu Dao sighed. It seems like Brother Duan had met with a few fortuitous encounters in the Devata realms as well. Fortuitous encounter? Duan Rufeng's lips twitched. Feng Wu Dao asked in confusion when he saw Duan Rufeng's reaction. What's wrong, Brother Duan? Duan Rufeng was clearly reluctant to talk about his experience. Uncle Feng. Despite his father's warning gaze, Duan Ling Tian recounted what happened to Feng Wu Dao. Feng Wu Dao was briefly stunned. When he regained his senses, he looked at Duan Rufeng enviously. Brother Duan, that little princess from the Qilin clan must be a beauty, right? Father! Feng Tianwu cried out at this moment. Why was her father envious of Duan Rufeng? Was he thinking of getting her a stepmother? Feng Wu Dao realized he had behaved inappropriately, so he smiled sheepishly and changed the topic. Tian Wu had told me everything. Although I'm living a good life in the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect, I don't plan to stay here. Since his future son-in-law, Duan Ling Tian was now the young master of the Heavenly Palace of Solitary Destructive Heaven. Why would he stay in the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect when he could go to the Heavenly Palace of Solitary Destructive Heaven? This was a golden opportunity that everyone hoped for. However, I need to speak to my master first. All of you should come and meet my master, Feng Wu Dao said. Feng Wu Dao led the group of people into the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect. On the way to meet Feng Wu Dao's master, many elders and disciples greeted Feng Wu Dao respectfully. There were even a few female disciples who looked at him with hearts in their eyes. Clearly, he was living very well in the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect. Uncle Feng, this is Elder Hua. Feng Wu Dao was no stranger to Elder Hua, but Elder Hua was not familiar with Feng Wu Dao at all. Feng Wu Dao was naturally respectful toward Elder Hua once. He found out Elder Hua was one of the top 3 titled celestial emperors under Feng Qingyang. Elder Hua, please forgive me for my mistake earlier. Feng Wu Dao had been dismissive of Elder Hua earlier and assumed Elder Hua was just Duan Ling Tian's subordinate. At this time, Feng Wu Dao and the others finally arrived before Feng Wu Dao's master. Master! Feng Wu Dao's master was Tang Qian, the heaven-dominating celestial emperor. He looked like a Taoist in his white robe. He had white hair and white eyebrows, but his appearance was rather young. Senior Tang Qian. Duan Ling Tian and Duan Rufeng bowed at Tang Qian. Grandmaster, Feng Tianwu greeted. Tang Qian, who was unaware of Duan Ling Tian's identity, nodded and faintly smiled at Duan Ling Tian and Duan Rufeng. Then he looked at Feng Tianwu and said with a smile, Wu Dao misses you a lot. I'm happy for him that both of you are finally reunited. Why don't you stay? With my presence, you can have a peaceful life in the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect. Thank you, Grandmaster. Feng Tianwu hastily replied. However, I don't plan to stay here. I came here to bring my father away. Father came to bid farewell to you.
Tang Qian frowned slightly as soon as he heard Feng Tianwu's words. Then he shifted his eyes to Feng Wudao.
Master. Feng Wudao cupped his fists together and said, I'll never forget what you taught me, even after leaving the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect. I promise to visit you often. Tang Qian sighed softly. Wudao. It's not that I don't want to let you go, but it's too dangerous out there. You'll definitely die if you can't defend yourself. You're only a one basic celestial lord. It's impossible for you to survive alone. Master, rest assured. I'm confident that I can survive. That's why I decided to leave. I'll be going to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven after leaving the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect. There's no need for you to worry, Master. Feng Wudao replied honestly.
The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Tang Qian's eyes narrowed upon hearing Feng Wudao's words. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was a place that was so far out of his reach. They would not even accept him if he wanted to join them. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven not only judged people based on their strengths but also their personalities. Although his personality was not bad, his strength was lacking. Let alone the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. He could even join the heavenly palace of the green robe heaven. How? Tang Qian asked as he looked at the group of people Feng Wudao had brought with him. He saw nothing special about Feng Tianwu and Duanru Feng, but he could not see through Duanling Tian and Elder Hua's cultivation bases. He could not see through Elder Hua's cultivation base because his cultivation base was lower. On the other hand, he could not see Duanling Tian's cultivation base because of the profound divine metal that was protecting Duanling Tian's soul aura. Feng Wudao explained, Master, this is my future son-in-law, Duanling Tian. He's also the true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. After spending some time in the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect, Feng Wudao had learned about the legendary heavenly emperors in the Devata realms, including the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He had also heard the rumor that Feng Qingyang had attained godhood. Moreover, Feng Qingyang had also survived Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Feng Qingyang was famous in all 81 Devata realms. The true disciple of heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang? Tang Qian was shocked. Are you telling the truth? Elder Hua. Duanling Tian looked at Tang Qian and nodded with a smile on his face. He knew he needed Elder Hua to convince Tang Qian. Duanling Tian could tell Tang Qian genuinely cared for Feng Wudao, so he had to convince Tang Qian it was safe for Feng Wudao to leave. At this moment, the edge of Elder Hua's robe began to flutter as his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the law of fire surged out. Tang Qian's expression changed drastically. Although he had mobilized his celestial origin energy to defend himself, he could still feel the enormous pressure weighing down on him. With this, he realized he was far weaker than Elder Hua. This was not a surprise since Tang Qian was only an ordinary titled celestial emperor. In the 9 Serenities battlefield, he was perhaps at the level of a 1-star god of war. How could he compare to Elder Hua, who had strength comparable to a 6-star god of war? Greetings, my lord. Tang Qian hastily bowed and greeted Elder Hua as he trembled. Cold sweat drenched his back. I'm Elder Ho from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. You can go to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to verify this matter if you don't believe us, Elder Hua said in an even tone. The person standing in front of me is the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. You're truly blessed to have accepted Feng Wudao as your disciple. I believe you. After experiencing Elder Hua's formidable strength, Tang Qian no longer doubted Duanling Tian's identity. Hence, he hastily bowed at Duanling Tian. Greetings, young Master Duan. After all, as the young master of the heavenly palace of solitary destructive heaven, Duanling Tian could kill Tang Qian with just a word. Senior Tang Qian, you're too courteous. Since you're Uncle Feng's master, you can call me Ling Tian, Duanling Tian said. Young Master Duan, that's inappropriate. I highly respect Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. Since you're his disciple, you should be accorded the due respect. Tang Qian was overwhelmed by Duanling Tian's humbleness. In the past, everyone in the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect, including Tang Qian, felt that Feng Wudao was lucky to have Tang Qian as his master.
However, as Elder Hua had mentioned earlier, it was Tang Qian who was lucky to be Feng Wudao's master. Due to his connection with Feng Wudao, he had a vague connection with the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. He was also shocked when he recalled Duanling Tian was Feng Wudao's future son-in-law. In the future, if he faced any difficulties, he could ask for help from Feng Wudao, who was Duanling Tian's future father-in-law. With this thought in mind, he could barely contain his excitement. Since the future husband of his disciple's daughter was the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, it meant that the young master was his grand disciple-in-law. Tang Qian would barely contain his excitement at this moment. When he regained his senses, he looked at Duanling Tian and asked enthusiastically, "Young master, why don't you stay a few more days in the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect? Thank you for your invitation, Senior Tang Qian. However, I can't stay any longer since I have to search for my mother," Duanling Tian said apologetically. After reuniting with Feng Tianwu and Duan Xiling, Duanling Tian had found Duan Rufeng and Feng Wudao. Although the two men had higher cultivation bases than the two women, it was because they had better fortuitous encounters. Nevertheless, all of them had absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering realm, boosting their innate talent. Therefore, even the weakest among them would be able to become a celestial king at the very least. Mother must be in one of the Devata realms. We have to continue to search all the Devata realms. Duanling Tian mused inwardly. After leaving the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect, Feng Tianwu and Feng Wudao entered Duanling Tian's little world. Feng Wudao's eyes lit up when he saw Duanling Tian's little world. It was as though a whole new world had opened up to him. Duanling Tian's little world made his little world look desolate and shabby in comparison. Most importantly, he was surprised the heaven and earth spirit energy in Duanling Tian's world reminded him of the one in the divine offering realm. Based on what he knew, such heaven and earth spirit energy was impossible to be found in Devata realms. Not even the heavenly palaces or heaven-grade forces with emperor-grade celestial crystal veins possessed such rich heaven and earth spirit energy. Upon seeing the surprise on her father's face, Feng Tianwu explained, "Father, Brother Duan chanced upon a remnant of a realm of God and absorbed all of its heaven and earth spirit energy into his little world. It seems like he had a massive fortuitous encounter. Based on the size of his little world, he should be a celestial emperor now. To think he became a celestial emperor at such a young age, after becoming a one basic celestial lord, Feng Wudao had thought his achievement was rather remarkable. However, he later discovered he was not even a match for Duan Rufeng. Although Duan Rufeng was also a celestial lord, Duan Rufeng was a few stages higher than him. Now, he was presented with the fact that Duanling Tian had far surpassed his achievement as well. Duanling Tian's achievement was so remarkable that Feng Wudao knew he could never catch up to Duanling Tian. "Grandfather Wudao," Duan Xiling called out. She was not completely focused on her cultivation, so she discovered Feng Tianwu and Feng Wudao as soon as the duo entered the little world. Xiling. Due to the time they had been separated, Duan Xiling had grown up and looked very different. Therefore, Duan Rufeng did not recognize her immediately. "That's right. It's me, Grandfather Wudao," Duan Xiling laughed. "Xiling, you've grown up in just a blink of an eye. You've even become a celestial king." Feng Wudao sighed emotionally. He felt time really passed too quickly. The little girl in the past was now grown up. She only looked a little younger than her daughter, Feng Tianwu. "Grandfather Wudao, you're better than me. You've become a celestial lord," Duan Xiling said with a smile. "Well, it's still nothing compared to your father and your grandfather," Feng Wudao said self-deprecatingly. At the same time, he finally discovered the person sitting beneath the giant tree. Although the woman was cultivating with her eyes closed, her beauty still shone through, making the surroundings pale in comparison. "What a peerless beauty!" Feng Wudao exclaimed. Then, he instinctively looked at Feng Tianwu and asked, "Tianwu? Who's she?" "Father, she's junior sister Huaner," Feng Tianwu said with a smile. When Brother Duan ascended to the Devata realm, he met her. At that time, she was not even 20 years old. "She's even younger than Xiling." Duan Xiling smiled wryly upon hearing Feng Tianwu's words. "Although she's younger than me, I'll have to address her as Fourth Mother in the future. Fourth Mother? Feng Tianwu asked in confusion. Your mother is the eldest and Sister Feier is the second. Shouldn't junior sister Huaner be the third? Duan Xiling laughed. Aunt Tianwu, you're my third mother. Warmth suffused Feng Tianwu's heart when she heard these words. The corners of her lips lifted up into a smile as she said jokingly, How dare you laugh at me? After listening to Duan Xiling and Feng Tianwu's conversation, how could Feng Wudao not understand what was going on?
He sighed inwardly. This brat is much more of a Casanova than I was in the past.
Nevertheless, Feng Wudao was not worried his daughter would be neglected even though Duan Ling Tian had another woman by his side. He was aware of Duan Ling Tian's character after all. At this time, Feng Tianwu said to Feng Wudao, Father, you should seize the chance and cultivate here. Not only will your cultivation base rise, but you'll be able to comprehend the laws of the 5 elements and the law of life at a much faster speed as well. Since the 5 divine elements lived in Duan Ling Tian's little world and the divine tree of life was rooted in his little world as well, his little world was the perfect place to comprehend any of the 5 elemental laws and the law of life. Meanwhile, as the owner of the little world, Duan Ling Tian could easily observe his little world with just a thought. He felt slightly embarrassed when he saw Feng Wudao learn about Huaner.
After all, he had not even married Feng Tianwu as he had promised yet, but he had already found another woman. He was relieved when he saw that Feng Wudao did not seem displeased. Following that, Duan Ling Tian and the others left for the next Devata realm in search of his mother and the others. In the Purple Revelation Heaven, one of the 81 Devata realms. At this moment, there were people hiding in a secluded cave in a desolate mountain range. The expressions of 2 of the people were incredibly solemn at this moment. Junior Aunt, are they going to find us? A teenage girl who looked to be about 16 years old asked the young woman who was standing near the mouth of the cave. Although the teenager's features were still childish, one could tell she would grow up into a beautiful woman. Upon hearing the teenager's words, the tired-looking young woman forced a smile on her face and said, Little Chin, don't worry. They won't find us. Although the Smudge Crow sect is a 6th-grade sect with a Celestial Lord, it's impossible for the Celestial Lord to personally hunt us down. With my formations, we should be able to hide from the others easily. If Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ru Feng were present, they would immediately recognize the woman as Li Ro. When Li Ro left the Divine Offering Land, she was separated from the others and ended up in the mundane realm alone. However, since her innate talent had improved after her time in the Divine Offering realm, she quickly ascended to a Devata realm. However, she was nearly killed when she first ascended. At that time, she was rescued by an elder of a sect. Unfortunately, the elder had sustained injuries that negatively impacted his cultivation. At that time, she followed the elder back and became a member of an all-female sect. Her cultivation base continued to increase swiftly, shocking her sect members. With her talent, most of her fellow sect members assumed she would leave for a stronger sect. Moreover, even her master had given her blessing to leave. However, she did not leave and stayed to help her master, who did not have much time left, to deal with the affairs of the sect. After her master succumbed to her injuries, Li Ro became an elder of the sect. The sect was called the Elegant Sect. The strongest person in the sect was the 9 Palaces Celestial King. Although Li Ro was talented, her strength was only that of an ordinary elder of the Elegant Sect. The Elegant Sect had always been harmonious and cut off from the secular world. However, a powerhouse from a 6th-grade force suddenly appeared one day and wanted to subjugate the Elegant Sect. Moreover, the powerhouse from that sect wanted the members of the Elegant Sect to be their male disciples' cultivation partners. Naturally, the Elegant Sect refused to be subjugated, and as a result was oppressed by that 6th-grade sect. That 6th-grade sect not only caused the members of the Elegant Sect to scatter, but they also hunted down and killed the members of the Elegant Sect one after another. As an elder of the Elegant Sect, Li Ro managed to bring a dozen disciples with her and fled to the desolate mountain range to hide. At this moment, a commotion rang from outside the cave before a cold voice could be heard saying, "The members of the Elegant Sect are here." Upon hearing these words, Li Ro's expressions changed drastically. They've discovered us? Li Ro's expression changed drastically.
She did not expect to be discovered by the members of the Smudge Crow sect so quickly, since she had picked a secluded hiding place and even set up a formation to conceal their auras. Meanwhile, the dozens of disciples from the Elegant sect began to panic. They looked at Li Ro, who was their only hope at this moment. Ninth Elder, what should we do now that we've been discovered? Ninth Elder, I don't want to die.
Ninth Elder.
Li Ro inhaled deeply before she smiled and said reassuringly, "Don't worry. They might not know our exact location. Who knows if they're just trying to lure us out with their words. We can't leave the cave now. If they really discover us, they would come to the cave.
If we leave recklessly now, we might fall into their trap."
The disciples calmed down slightly after listening to Li Ro's words. All of them held their breaths, trying to stay as quiet as possible. Soon after, the commotion outside of the cave died down.
With this, one of the disciples said with a smile, "It seems like we're safe now."
Thank goodness the Ninth Elder is calm and rational. Otherwise, we would have fallen into their trap. The disciples were in high spirits now after narrowly escaping discovery by their enemies. In fact, most of them had yet to process the situation they were in. Calamity had descended so suddenly on the Elegant sect. The members of the sect had fled in different directions during the chaos. Each of the high-ranking officials of the sect brought with them as many disciples as they could to escape the disaster.
At this moment, a loud and contemptuous voice rang from outside the cave.
"Elder Li Ro." At the same time, a towering figure flew from the east into the cave, causing the expressions of the disciples from the Elegant sect to change drastically.
Whoosh! 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 Li Ro's eyes flashed coldly as she attacked without any hesitation. Tens of thousands of sword rays flew toward the intruder. Alas, her attacks barely left a scratch on the intruder.
Celestial origin energy surged out and easily nullified Li Ro's sword rays. It was clear she was no match for her opponent at all. The intruder, a tall and muscular bearded man, said with flashing eyes, "Elder Li Ro, you're no match for me. It's unfortunate that our sect leader is fond of you. Otherwise, I would have taken you for myself. Nevertheless, your disciples are pretty good as well." Following that, a few figures appeared behind the bearded man.
At the same time, despair overwhelmed the disciples of the Elegant sect when they saw the bearded man. Their faces paled as soon as they saw the bearded man.
It's the Smudge Crow sect's third elder, Fong Ji. Fong Ji is an 8 trigrams celestial king. Elder Li Ro is no match for him. It's easy for him to kill all of us. Heavens! Now that Fong Ji is here, we're doomed. Nevertheless, despite the hopelessness of the situation, most of the disciples of the Elegant sect did not give in to despair. They were determined to fight to the end. They would rather die than yield to the Smudge Crow sect.
Li Ro felt the same way as well. She was prepared to put her life on the line. She looked at the young girls around her before she said to Fong Ji with unconcealed disgust, "Elder Fong Ji, they're just children. Why can't you just leave them alone?"
Fong Ji looked at the young girls in front of him before he said, "Elder Li Ro, you must be joking. All of them look so pretty now. There's no doubt they'll grow up into great beauties in just a few years. Don't worry. We'll raise them well after we bring them back to the sect." Li Ro's eyes flashed coldly when she heard Fong Ji's words. At this moment, one of the disciples from the Elegant sect suddenly said, "Elder Li Ro, senior sisters, junior sisters, I'll take my leave first." Following that, the female disciple decisively struck her own forehead, committing suicide. With that, the female disciples from the Elegant sect began to commit suicide one after another to preserve their honor. Their bodies fell to the ground one after another. Li Ro was trembling with anger. She was frustrated by her lack of power to do anything. She could only watch helplessly as the disciples of the Elegant sect collapsed to the ground. Upon seeing this, Fong Li said indifferently, "How courageous of them!" He glanced at the bodies on the ground and said to the people behind him, "Keep their bodies in the spatial ring. We can give their corpses to the elders and disciples with perverted habits."
"Yes, third elder." At the same time, the faces of the disciples of the Elegant sect who were about to commit suicide as well paled immediately when they heard Fong Ji's words. What was the point of committing suicide when the Smudge Crow sect clearly did not intend to let them go even in death?
Before Fang Ji's subordinates could make a move, Li Rou made a move first. Tens of thousands of sword rays appeared and swept out toward the corpses of the disciples from the elegant sect, destroying them in an instant. She would not allow their corpses to be defiled. Elder Li Rou, you can only do so much, Fang Ji said nonchalantly. As we speak, there's a large number of bodies of the elegant sect disciples being transported back to our sect. Elder Li Rou, our sect leader had said that if you dare to commit suicide, he'll cut and flay 100 elegant sect disciples alive.
As though he could read Li Rou's thoughts, Fang Ji continued to say, being cut and flayed alive. Can you imagine how excruciatingly painful it would be? Just thinking about it makes me shudder. The faces of the remaining disciples of the elegant sect turned ashen while Li Rou was forced to dismiss the idea of committing suicide.
Worst comes to worst, I'll just disfigure my face. I don't believe the sect leader of the Smudge Crow sect will be interested in someone ugly, Li Rou thought to herself. At the same time, she regretted not listening to her master and joined a stronger sect. If she had listened to her master, she would be able to help the elegant sect. After all, the Smudge Crow sect would not dare to mess with the elegant sect if they had the backing of a stronger sect.
After all, the Smudge Crow sect was only a 6th-grade sect with a celestial lord. With Li Rou's innate talent, she could easily join a stronger sect if she was willing. It was not impossible for her to join a 1st-grade sect since she had become a celestial king at a relatively young age.
In the end, under Fang Ji's threats, Li Rou and the remaining disciples from the elegant sect were captured by Fang Ji and his men. During the journey to the Smudge Crow sect, the image of a tall man appeared in Li Rou's mind as she thought to herself, Brother Feng, I'm sorry. It seems like we won't be able to reunite. After disfiguring myself, I plan to kill myself. I'll never let them take me alive. Following that, a handsome young man dressed in purple robes appeared in Li Rou's mind. Tianer, Mother will continue watching over you in the afterlife. I hope you, Kur, Fair, Xiling, and Yen Tian will live a good life. At this moment, a teenage girl held onto Li Rou's arm and said tremblingly, Junior Aunt, I'm really scared.
Li Rou's gaze softened as she looked at the teenage girl. She was reminded of her granddaughter, Duan Xiling. She tried to comfort the teenage girl by saying, Don't be afraid, little Qin. You're young and your potential is limitless. You'll definitely be able to escape when the opportunity arises.
Although Li Rou knew it was nigh impossible to escape once they entered the Smudge Crow sect, she wanted to give the teenager a little bit of comfort. As expected, the teenage girl's expression eased a lot after listening to Li Rou's words. However, after a moment, she asked anxiously, What about you, Junior Aunt?
And my senior sisters, what will happen to them?
We will find a way, Li Rou said as she forced a smile on her face. She sighed inwardly. She was not afraid of death, but she regretted not being able to her son before she had to die. Compared to the others, she was separated from her son for an even longer time.
At this time, Li Rou's eyes suddenly widened. While she was thinking about her son, she unexpectedly received a message. Tiana, I received a reply from your mother. Duan Rufeng exclaimed excitedly.
Duan Rufeng had received a reply from Li Rou as soon as all of them arrived in the Purple Revelation Heaven. Duan Ling Tian, who was visiting the Purple Revelation Heaven for the first time, was briefly stunned. Then he asked with equal excitement, Mother's here? Where is she now?
She's in the Purple Revelation territory, Duan Rufeng replied. Soon after, flames of fury appeared in Duan Rufeng's eyes.
Duan Rufeng's sudden reaction did not escape Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Upon sensing his father's anger, he asked grimly, Father, did something happen to Mother? Duan Rufeng said gravely, If we arrived a few days later, we might not be able to see your mother again. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed immediately. What happened? Let's get moving. I'll tell you about it during the journey, Duan Rufeng said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He said anxiously, Let's head to the nearest transportation site. Father, ask Mother about the nearest transportation formation to her. If she's not sure, ask her about famous landmarks around her. The Smudge Crow sect was a 6th-grade sect that was located in a barren and desolate mountain range. There were hardly any human activities in its surroundings. However, hidden behind the mountains was a bustling estate with many buildings. The sect's estate looked like paradise. Ninth Elder. When Li Ro and the others were being escorted into the Smudge Crow sect's estate, they ran into another group of members from the Elegant sect that was also caught by the Smudge Crow sect. Li Ro saw a beautiful lady who looked rather miserable at this moment and at least a dozen disciples behind her.
7th Elder? Li Ro smiled bitterly. She did not expect to meet the 7th Elder of the Elegant sect and the other disciples outside of the Smudge Crow sect's estate.
It seemed like although the Elegant sect members had deliberately fled in different directions, many of them were still caught by the Smudge Crow sect.
The beautiful lady said to Li Ro through voice transmission, "Our sect leader has committed suicide." 9th Elder, what did the Elegant sect do wrong to suffer such a fate?
If it weren't for my 2 disciples, I would follow in the sect leader's footsteps. Burning hatred could be heard in her voice as she spoke.
At this moment, an old man, the person who captured the 7th Elder of the Elegant sect and the other disciples, said to Fang Ji, 3rd Elder, "You caught quite a number of them."
The old man stepped forward and looked at Li Ro from head to toe before he said, "This must be the 9th Elder of the Elegant sect, Li Ro, right? The woman our sect leader has taken a liking to?"
"Although she's quite pretty, I heard the sect leader wants her because of her innate talent. He's hoping she would be able to bear children with a high innate talent for him."
Our sect will definitely be able to become a 5th or 4th grade sect in the future if their children inherit her innate talent.
5th Elder, you captured quite a lot of them as well, Fang Ji replied with a faint smile as he looked at the group of Elegant sect members whom the old man captured.
Meanwhile, Li Ro's expression changed slightly. She realized how naive she had been to think she could stop the advances from the sect leader of the Smudge Crow sect if she disfigured her face. Since the sect leader of the Smudge Crow sect was after innate talent, it would be pointless even if she disfigured her face. If she really bore children for him, he would definitely use their children to control her in the future. She was shocked by his plans. Following that, she sighed in relief. Thank the heavens that Brother Feng is on his way. Brother Feng is with Tianer. He has been reunited with Si Ling Tianwu and Senior Brother Feng as well. I can't believe that brat found another woman. What kind of woman managed to move him before he could even save Kur? Li Ro was no longer afraid now that she knew Duan Ru Feng was coming to her rescue. Moreover, he had told her he was confident about taking the Smudge Crow sect down. Not only was her husband a celestial lord now, but her son was now a celestial emperor. Tianer is now a celestial emperor. He must have suffered a lot before this. Li Ro felt distressed when she thought about Duanling Tian. Although she was happy to learn her son had grown so strong, she knew her son's achievements did not come easy.
At this time, Fang Ji handed the disciples with Li Ro to the old man. 9th Elder.
The expressions of the Elegant sect disciples who were with Li Ro changed drastically now that they were being separated from her. They had grown attached to her after everything they had been through, after all. How could they not feel reluctant and uneasy now that they had to part with her, who had become their pillar of strength? "Junior aunt!" the teenager cried out. As she reached for Li Ro, she was forcibly taken away. After the old man took everyone away, only Li Ro and Fang Ji were left. Fang Ji said nonchalantly, "Elder Li Ro, please follow me to meet the sect leader."
Fang Ji, Li Ro stood still as she looked at Fang Ji and solemnly said, "If you're willing to let me go, I'll point you to a fortuitous encounter."
"Let you go? Impossible." Fang Ji was briefly stunned by her words. Then, he said impatiently, "Elder Li Ro, don't blame me for being rude if you still refuse to move." Fang Ji retorted, "Since it's innate talent, doesn't it mean you're born with it?" "Born with it." Li Ro laughed. "I ascended from a mundane realm. How high can my innate talent be?"
A shocked expression appeared on Fang Ji's face. "You're from a mundane realm?" Fang Ji had also ascended from a mundane realm. He was a monstrous talent back when he was in the mundane realm but was mediocre after he ascended. He could not compare to the celestials who were born in the Devata realms. Therefore, he was keenly aware of the gap between those who ascended and those who were born in Devata realms. "Elder Fang Ji, you don't believe me?" Li Ro shook her head. If that's the case, forget what I said. If you let me go, I plan to tell you about how my innate talent soared so high. Since you're uninterested, bring me to your sect leader. If I could choose, I'd rather make a deal with you since I'm afraid he would renege on the deal. She looked at Fang Ji meaningfully at the end of her words. Fang Ji remained silent. He studied Li Rou's face intently, looking for signs that she was lying. In the end, he said, Elder Li Rou, you should know words alone won't be enough to convince me. Li Rou did not seem to care that Fang Ji did not believe her as she said, in the past, I chanced upon a place. The heaven and earth spirit energy in that place is different from that in the Devata realms, they are much richer. There was a skeleton at the entrance of that place along with a memory celestial talisman that contained the deceased's final message. He had said that the place I chanced upon is a remnant of a realm of God. I didn't know what realms of gods are until I met a powerhouse while I was wandering the world. The realms of gods are realms that surpass Devata realms. It's where people who have attained godhood, meaning those who've broken through the stage of a 10 directions celestial emperor, lived. After absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy from that remnant of a realm of God, I was transformed and my innate talent rose. If what you say is true, why didn't you reveal it to those from the elegant sect? Weren't you close to your master? Fang Ji asked skeptically. Nevertheless, a hint of greed could be seen flashing in the depths of his eyes. It seemed like he was somewhat persuaded by Li Rou's words. Fang Ji had naturally heard of the realms of gods. If Li Rou was not lying about that place she entered, there was no doubt the heaven and earth spirit energy there was far superior to any places in the Devata realms. It was not impossible for that place to raise one's talent. Alas, he was unaware that he would not gain much even if he went to such a place. The heaven and earth energy spirit could only raise the innate talent and change the constitution of those who had yet to become celestials. Of course, I told my master about that place. However, she was not interested since her time was limited. She warned me and told me to keep the place a secret in fear that it would bring trouble to me, so I didn't tell anyone else about it, Li Rou said. Then she said warily, Elder Fang Ji, if you want to know where that place is located, let's make a deal. You better not think of killing me after I reveal the location of that place to you. Fang Ji said, Am I, Fang Ji, that kind of person? All right. What else do you want in exchange apart from your freedom? I'm still thinking about it. I'll continue thinking about it during our journey to the remnant of a realm of gods. I'll let you know once I made up my mind, Li Rou said. All right. Fang Ji nodded. Despite his words, he had no intention of letting Li Rou live after Li Rou led him to the remnant of a realm of God. In the end, Fang Ji believed Li Rou's words and decided to follow her to the remnant from a realm of gods. Needless to say, he no longer brought Li Rou to the sect leader of the Smudge Crow sect. Before leaving the sect, he brought his son, whom he loved, and his 3 disciples, whom he valued very much. Since he decided to free Li Rou in exchange for a fortuitous encounter, he decided to leave the Smudge Crow sect for good. Fang Ji's only son, Fang Chun, was also a celestial king. He was also stronger than Li Rou. He raised an eyebrow when he found out about his father's plan and said, Isn't this too risky? Are you worried she's lying to me? Fang Ji looked at his son affectionately as he said, Rest assured, Chunner. She won't dare to lie to me. Moreover, it doesn't benefit her at all to lie. She would suffer an excruciating death if she lied to me. She could have lived a good life if she had stayed with the sect leader. At the end of his words, he glanced at Li Rou warningly. Li Rou remained calm, further convincing Fang Ji that she was not lying. At this moment, a middle-aged man, Fang Ji's eldest disciple who was stronger than Fang Chun, said menacingly, Second junior brother, you're overthinking things. She's no match for us at all. All of us are stronger than her, and she's outnumbered. How is she going to escape if she lied to us? Even if she lures us into a trap and manages to kill or injure one of us, she still won't be able to escape. At the end of his words, he smiled disdainfully. Following that, Fang Ji's remaining 2 disciples chimed in, That's right. Second senior brother. Eldest senior brother is right. There's nothing she can do to us. Fang Chun was aware of these things as well. It was just that he could not help but ask the question. After having his thoughts confirmed, he felt at ease. Following that, he solemnly said,
Let's hurry up and leave. From now on, we're no longer members of the Smudge Crow sect.
If the sect leader finds out we brought Li Ro away, he will never let us off.
It won't take long before one of us becomes a celestial lord after entering the remnant of a realm of gods. At that time, the sect leader won't dare to act recklessly against us. Who knows if all of us advanced at the same time? He might even have to step down from his position and let Master be the sect leader of the Smudge Crow sect. Fang Ji's first disciple said. Then, he turned to Fang Ji and said ingratiatingly, Master, thank you for giving me such an amazing opportunity. Rest assured, I'll be loyal to you even after my strength improves. Fang Ji's remaining 2 disciples nodded as well and expressed their gratitude. Fang Ji nodded. He was delighted to see his disciples were loyal to him. He decided to bring his 3 disciples along because he needed a few trustworthy helpers. He was an ambitious person. After he improved his strength, he decided to set his sight on a force that was stronger than the 6th grade Smudge Crow sect. Lead the way, Fang Ji said to Li Ro coldly. You better not be lying. Now that we've left the Smudge Crow sect, there's nothing stopping us from killing you if you lie to us.
Fang Ji naturally wanted to leave the Smudge Crow sect as soon as he could. First, he could not wait to undergo a transformation and raise his innate talent. Second, he needed to leave before the sect leader of the Smudge Crow sect realized he had betrayed the sect and taken Li Ro away. It would not take long for the sect leader of the Smudge Crow sect to discover what he had done and send people to hunt him down. It doesn't benefit me to lie to you at all, Li Ro said calmly. If you go back on your words, trust that I've secured a way to get back at you. Fang Ji's eyes flashed coldly before he said, Don't worry, I won't go back on my words. Following that, Li Ro asked, Where's the nearest transportation site? We need to go there first. In fact, she knew the location of the nearest transportation site, but she deliberately asked Fang Ji to lead her there. The Scholarwood City, Fang Ji replied before he asked. The place you mentioned isn't in the Purple Revelation territory? That's right. Li Ro nodded.
Fang Ji did not say anything as he led Li Ro, his son, and his 3 disciples to the Scholarwood City. At the same time, his son and 3 disciples surrounded Li Ro as they traveled to prevent her from escaping. At the same time, Li Ro sighed in relief inwardly. In fact, she had only learned about remnants of realms of gods from Duanling Tian earlier. He had told her about the remnants of realms of gods and came up with this idea to keep her safe before their arrival. Since she truly came from a mundane realm and was transformed during her time in the Divine Offering realm, it was not difficult to convince Fang Ji at all. Before deciding on this plan, Duanling Tian had suggested to Li Ro that she tell Fang Ji she had the support of a celestial emperor. However, after thinking about it, he thought it would be difficult to convince Fang Ji. Therefore, in the end, they decided to lie about the remnant of a realm of gods. After all, greed was part of human nature. As an elder from a 6th grade force, it was unlike Fang Ji could become a celestial lord in this life.
How could he let go of a chance to improve his talent and cultivation base?
Before leaving the Smudge Crow sect, Li Ro had also told Duanling Tian that she was heading to the Scholarwood City. When Duanling Tian and the others arrived in the Purple Revelation territory, they were transported to the middle of nowhere. It seemed like he was somewhere between the Smudge Crow sect and Elegant sect. Since Li Ro would be in more danger if she continued staying in the Smudge Crow sect, he thought it was best for her to stall for time by leaving the Smudge Crow sect while they looked for her. Do you know where Scholarwood City is? Duanling Tian asked Elder Hua. Whoosh! Elder Hua transformed into a flaming red 3-legged golden crowd in just a blink of an eye. He carried Duanling Tian and Duan Ru Feng on his back, traveling a great distance each time he flapped his wings. If those who could catch Elder Hua's movement saw him at this moment, they would have mistaken him for the sun. Finally, we've arrived.
Although the Scholarwood City was quite far away, Duanling Tian and Duan Ru Feng arrived quickly thanks to Elder Hua.
Duanling Tian sent a message to Li Ro as soon as he arrived and was relieved when he learned that she had yet to arrive. Father, let's intercept them. Since they had arrived at the Scholarwood City and roughly knew the direction to the Smudge Crow sect, it would not be difficult to intercept Fang Ji, who was on his way to the Scholarwood City. However, just as Duan Tian finished speaking, he received another message from Li Ro. Tianer were taking a detour to get to the Scholar Woods city. They must be afraid of being discovered by the people from the Smudge Crow sect. It's best if you and your father wait for me in the Scholar Woods city.
After agreeing to his mother's request, Duan Tian updated his father about the change in plan.
Following that, the father and son rode on Elder Hua's back and soared up into the sky while they waited for Li Ro's arrival. Elder Hua extended his divine consciousness and shrouded the entire Scholar Woods city. As soon as Li Ro stepped into the area shrouded by his divine consciousness, he would be immediately alerted of her presence and whereabouts. Elder Hua was not only a titled Celestial Emperor, but he was also a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor. The strongest person in the Scholar Woods city was just a mere Celestial Lord, so how could anyone detect Elder Hua's divine consciousness? A few hours later, they've arrived. Duan Tian and Duan Rufeng's eyes lit up as soon as they heard Elder Hua's words. Duan Rufeng was so overwhelmed with emotions that his body trembled slightly. It had been a long time since he last saw his wife.
Let's go!
Swoosh! The trio stirred up a gust of wind as they vanished without a trace.
Meanwhile, Li Ro, who was being held captive by Fang Ji and his son and disciples, were somewhere near the eastern side of the Scholar Woods city.
Li Ro, are you done thinking? Fang Ji asked impatiently. No, Li Ro frowned. Fang Ji, it's unfair that you brought so many people with you. I have a feeling you'll go back on your words once I reveal the location of the remnant of the realm of gods to you. Aren't you cornering me by doing this? Li Ro looked at Fang Ji with a dark expression. Fang Ji chuckled. Li Ro, you're being too suspicious. Look, you can continue to think of ways to guarantee your safety if you don't believe me. I'm sure you'll come up with something. Why don't we step into the transportation formation first? He tried to put Li Ro at ease, afraid Li Ro would change her mind about leading them to the remnant of a realm of gods.
Li Ro scoffed. She did not move as she said, Fang Ji, do you think I'm a fool?
We're not going anywhere until I come up with a way to completely secure my safety before leading you there. The expressions of Fang Ji, his son, and his disciples turned rather unsightly after listening to Li Ro's words. Fang Ji said frostily, Li Ro, I'm warning you not to make a fuss. Otherwise, you'll have to face the consequences. It's not too late for us to bring you back to the Smudge Crow sect. I'll tell the sect leader you escaped and I brought my son and disciples to recapture you. At that time, not only would the sect leader not blame us, but he would even reward us for bringing you back. Li Ro said airily, Fine, bring me back to the Smudge Crow sect then. You! Fang Ji's earlier words were naturally just to intimidate Li Ro. How could he really be willing to return to the Smudge Crow sect now that he knew about the remnant of a realm of gods?
He took a deep breath to suppress his anger before he asked, What do you want to do then? Li Ro pretended to furrow her brows as though she was deep in thought and said, Let me think about it.
After a dozen breaths passed, Fang Ji grew impatient again. He said urgently, Are you done?
If you continue to waste time, we'll need to leave the Scholar Woods city now and use another transportation site. Otherwise, the members of the Smudge Crow sect might find us here. I'm done, Li Ro finally said. Fang Ji was slightly startled. He did not expect Li Ro to cooperate so easily. What did you come up with? Li Ro shook her head and said it's unnecessary to talk about it. Fang Ji, Fang Chun, and Fang Ji's 3 disciples were baffled by Li Ro's words.
Swoosh! At this moment, a streak of light suddenly swept toward Fang Ji and the others at the speed of light. They instinctively retreated in fear. They could sense a formidable energy from the streak of light. At this moment, none of them cared about Li Ro and seemed to have forgotten all about her. Whoosh! 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 When the 5 men regained their senses, they discovered Li Ro was no longer alone. 3 people had appeared next to her, a handsome green-clad man, a handsome purple-clad young man, and an old man dressed in a long red robe. At this moment, the green-clad man was hugging Li Ro tightly. Rower, I finally found you. Brother Feng. Li Ro hugged Duan Rufeng tightly as though she would never let go for the rest of her life. Meanwhile, the expressions of Fang Ji, Fang Chun, and Fang Ji's disciples changed drastically when they looked at the purple-clad young man who was glaring at them.
It was clear to them that the three newcomers were stronger than them.
"And my lords, who are you?" Fang Ji asked with a pale face. The cultivation world was where the strong were revered. Fang Ji naturally had to lower himself before such strong powerhouses. Duanling Tian looked at Fang Ji meaningfully as the corners of lips lifted into a disdainful smile before he replied, "I'm Li Ro is my son."
The five men's expressions changed drastically as soon as they heard Duanling Tian's words. The person before them who was at least a top celestial lord was Li Ro's son?
They found this difficult to accept. Li Ro was from the mundane realm. How could her son be so powerful? Without any warning, vines suddenly shot out and restrained the five men before they could even react. "No! My lord, please spare us."
Duanling Tian disregarded them.
The vines suddenly twined around the five men's abdomens and held them in the air. At the same time, they could feel a pressure bearing down on them as time passed, slowly suffocating them. The law of space.
The five men were shocked. They could not even move a finger after being restrained by Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the law of space. He's no ordinary celestial lord. It did not cross Fang Ji's mind at all that Duanling Tian was a celestial emperor. He only assumed Duanling Tian was a powerful celestial lord like the sect leader of the Smudge Crow sect. He briefly considered requesting help from the sect but quickly dismissed the idea. After all, it was likely he would provoke the three men in front of him and would be killed before help even arrived.
Fang Ji pleaded, "And my lord,
please have mercy.
I was only following the orders of the sect leader of the Smudge Crow sect. I have left the sect. Please look into this matter if you don't believe me. Moreover, I intend to set your mother free." "Set my mother free?" Duanling Tian laughed. "Even if that's really the case, wasn't it so you could enter the remnant of a realm of gods?"
Fang Ji's expression changed again. His heart sank. He did not expect Duanling Tian to be aware of this matter. Based on the unconcealed killing intent flashing in Duanling Tian's eyes, he knew he was doomed. Even then, he could not help but ask, "My lord, is the remnant of the realm of gods real?"
"I'll tell you about it slowly." With just a thought, sword rays appeared out of thin air and slashed at the five men. The sword rays drew blood, but the injuries were not fatal.
Duanling Tian did not intend to let these men die an easy death after hearing about their dirty deeds from Li Ro. Moreover, the people from the elegant sect had taken good care of his mother. How could he let their deaths go unavenged?
"My lord, please grant me a quick death. My lord, I beg you." The five men could not endure the excruciating pain and pleaded one after another for a quick death. They were completely restrained by the law of space's restraining profundity that they could not even mobilize their celestial origin energies to commit suicide.
Finally, Duanling Tian said, "Be patient. Let me tell you about the remnant of a realm of gods," he continued to say slowly as the five men cried out miserably in pain. "Remnants of realms of gods truly exist.
However, the heaven and earth spirit energy there can't do anything to improve one's innate talent if once you become a celestial. It can only increase the cultivation speed of a celestial. As you've guessed, my mother has never been to a remnant of a realm of God.
Although I have been to one, I don't remember where it's located anymore. Even if I can bring you there, it's pointless since the heaven and earth spirit energy there had been exhausted." The five men regretted their actions upon hearing Duanling Tian's words. Not only did they betray the Smudge Crow sect for nothing, but they even had to pay with their lives. Alas, it was too late for regrets. Duanling Tian had cast a noise-canceling formation so the five men's wretched cries would not disturb his parents' reunion. After he was done with saying what he wanted to say, he decided to end their misery.
However, just as he was about to make a move, a wave of energy swept toward him, stopping him from killing the five men. "Young man, all lives are cherished by the heavens. You should show mercy."
Soon enough, an old monk dressed in a kasaya descended from the sky. With every step he took, a vibrant lotus with rich energy would bloom under his feet. After he arrived in front of Duanling Tian, he raised his hand and released a wave of energy toward the five men who were on the brink of death.
Duanling Tian watched as the five men's wounds began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eyes. Based on the powerful life force, he could tell the old man had comprehended the law of life, one of the four supreme laws. Although this was not the first time he had encountered someone who comprehended the law of life, there was no doubt the old man was the strongest of them all.